Hey guys, welcome to this session by Intellipaat. Business analytics has been the prime requirement of all the businesses today, right? Be it a small scale business, be it a large business, no matter what, a budding business analyst is the requirement in today's world because every business out there, let me be honest with you, knows the value of having a business analyst in their company. Now, keeping this in mind, we here at Intellipaat have come up with this business analytics full course video where you can get a lot of detail about what business analytics is and a lot more. But then guys, before we begin with the session, make sure to hit that subscribe button and that bell icon so that you'll never miss any updates from us. And then now coming to the agenda of the session, we'll start out by taking a quick introduction to understand what business analytics is. Now, after that, we need to take a look at the requirement for business forecasting in today's world, right? Why is business forecasting and business analytics needed? Now, after that, we'll check out the types of business analytics that are out there. And of course, we'll be checking out of all the processes which lead from the start of a project all the way till end analytics of it, right? So the entire business analytics process, we'll take a look at that in detail as well. Now, there are many core concepts that we're going to be discussing in this particular video. The first thing is, of course, how one can go on to gather the requirements and work with them. Once you have the requirements, you have to understand about risk management. And after risk management, you really have to take a look at how, different methodologies of software development affect a product as well. Right now, after that, we're going to be checking out all the different types of project requirements that you will get, and how you can go on to work with the stakeholder matrix and a lot more as well, guys. So it's going to be a comprehensively put together session with a lot of information, and I hope you have a pen and paper ready to take a note of all the important points. And of course, guys, if you're looking for training in business analytics, make sure to head to the Intellipaat website right now and check out the latest offerings we have for the same. And now, without further ado, let's start the class.
First, let us start with the quick did you know. So when you think about it, you might be wondering about business analytics and how new of a subject it is, right? Well, let me tell you, it's actually not new. Business analytics has been put to use in organizations for decades right now. Yes, for multiple decades. See, when you think about it, a business analytics solution can be something very simple where you have a problem and you have some sort of an analytic with the data, and then you've come up with an insight for it, right? But then, now you might also have a question that states, can I have one solution for every single company out there, every single individual business? Well guys, the answer of course is no, because when you think about it, there is no one size fits all, right? So whatever the problem there is, the ability to customize and provide a very full, well-rounded solution is what business analytics is all about, as you'll check out in this session. So having one solution to work for everything is really, really tough. So now, business analytics has been on the rise, and I'm sure you guys know this. It's a top career of this particular decade. It's been forecasted that it's going to be one of the top careers in the next decade, and it's being actively used by hundreds of thousands of businesses today. So what makes this special, right? See, any company out there in the world, they will have some sort of reporting, some sort of accounting to summarize all the data that they have to see if they can find something new, which would be very tough to find with the naked eye. So if they have a lot of data, they can create beautiful looking visualizations, summarize the data, and eventually use the results of this summarization, use the results of this data visualization to basically help drive their businesses to success. So coming to driving business decisions, business analytics has been a key factor here, and it's definitely going to play a huge role from now, probably 50 years from now. What it's going to be the same as well. So what is business analytics? Business analytics is, in very simple terms, taking data from multiple sources and cleaning the data, processing it. Of course, we're going to discuss the process in detail in the next couple of slides. But then when you think about it, you take in data from multiple sources, be it clean data, dirty data, whatever it is, right? So you take this raw data, convert it into useful information by applying certain algorithms on it, models on it, and at the end of it, right, a business analyst's role is mainly to visualize this data and to see if you can pick up something from the data which you couldn't raw from the data, right? So when you think about it and when you put it this way, so think about a situation where you have a business meet, right? So it would add a lot of value where if you show a lot of graphs, a lot of plots, your superiors, people who are not as technical as you can make out a lot from it, right? So if they're not into code, if they're not into looking at Excel sheets, or let's say raw data, basically hundreds of thousands of entries, then think about it, right? So having a beautiful looking visualization and telling them, hey, this is the result of what we have done in a very aesthetically pleasing way, that adds a lot of value, right? So that is what business analytics is all about. But then when you think about it, in today's world, we are generating so much data, right? So we're generating 2.5 quintillion bytes of data every single day. And that's a huge number. And if you think that was huge, just think of the last 3 years, right? So just go back to 2017. 90% of the data we have in the entire world today came from the last 3 years. That's it. So this should be very mind-boggling if you guys are getting into big data, if you guys are looking into business analytics. This is definitely something which worries a lot of people, and hence business analytics took off to put this as a challenge, solve the problem of having data and using it effectively. Now, if you have a question which states how much is 2.5 quintillion, you might have not heard of the word quintillion, right? So 1 quintillion is 1000 quadrillions, 1 quadrillion is 1000 trillions, and 1 trillion is 1000 billions, and I'm sure you know what 1 billion is, right? So when you think about it, we are generating a huge amount of data. And see, you might be wondering, is all of this data useful? Can we perform analytics on all of this? Let me tell you, the answer to that is no. Here's why. All of this data, right, it's a raw entity. It's not cleaned, it's not processed. But then one part of the data, you can have it cleaned, you can process on it, you can apply a lot of statistical concepts, you can do a lot of filtering in that particular data and have it cleaned. And the other side of it is going to be messy, it's going to be a bit of noise, it's going to be something that will not add value to your business, alright? So you take both the clean data and the messy data after processing, right? After the entire process of business analytics, you get two things. One is good business insight, so you'll be able to see the data in a perspective that you have never seen before. So you'll have the clarity that you've never had before as well. But then alongside this, you might find some noise in the data, which is of course not useful to you. So what happens in this situation is that the majority of the data that comes out, the result, it's going to be business insight. A minority of the data and a small amount of it is going to be noise. And if you're wondering about, can we avoid this noise? Can I just push in data and have 100% business insight? Realistically speaking, in a production environment, in a big company, the answer is an absolute no. No matter how much you clean your data, no matter what pre-processing you do, what magic goes on there, you will have something in the output which definitely, would not be useful to you. And that's all right. See, if there is 80% of information that I'm getting from my data and 20% of it is noise, I'll be more than obliged to, ignore the 20% noise that I'm getting and of course use the business insight, right? So that's the trick out here. And now, talking about business analytics, there is a very good chance you guys have heard of Microsoft Excel, used it, and you know what? Either you've been trained in school, college, or something, right? So here's a fun fact. Microsoft Excel is one of the most commonly used business analytics tool today. Yes, it's actually very popular and it caters to a lot. What usually beginners use, or a majority of the population uses, probably 20% of what Microsoft Excel has to offer. Because at the end of the day, when you think about it, if you do not have a formal training in advanced Excel or using Excel to its full potential, there is a very good chance that you guys are only making use of 20% of what Microsoft Excel offers to us. So the 80% of it is untapped. It's actually very powerful. It's very easy to use, and in fact, it is definitely driving a majority of the businesses today as well. Of course, there are better tools, there are better business intelligence tools, there are better analytics tools out there. But then when you think about it, Excel has been the go-to standard for many years, and beginners today as well like to start with Excel too. So one very important thing about business analytics is the ability to tell a story. I'll tell you why. See, when you think about it, right, data visualization is something that we all love because the human brain can, pick up images probably 10,000 times faster than text. Yes, that's an actual fact. Now, when you think about converting this raw data that we have into data visualization, into graphs, into plots, and all of this, well and good. You're closer to making a good business insight and driving something out of it. But then, business analytics, here's the secret, here's the key. It's all about how you tell the story out. It's all about storytelling where you have to keep visual learning in mind, because at the end of the day, the way you present those visualizations matter as well, right? So you have a problem here that you're trying to solve. You don't think of the magnitude of the problem. It might be a very small problem that's happening in your sales funnel, or let's say it's a pretty big problem that you're aiming to solve. The ability of a good business analyst versus a great business analyst is how well he or she can put it out, and how well they can communicate with the actual story there, and how well can they solve the problem eventually, right? So that is one very important thing about data storytelling that you have to know. You have to take the raw data, you have to work with it, you have to have the ability to communicate it to other people, you have to show the findings, and you have to show that, hey, this is why we went wrong, or hey, this is what we should do in the next 5 years, next 5 months, whatever it is. I'm sure you guys are catching up on all of these as well. So to talk about data exploration, right? So this is something that you have to think about a lot. See, whenever you're working, right? So you guys might be college students right now. You guys might be coming from a different career, or you guys might be data analysts, business analysts out there. So in this case, you would, you should know this. So there's two things whenever we work with data. We have the sandbox and we have the production environment. In the sandbox, it's like a literal sandbox in the playground, right? So you can do whatever you want, you can practice on the data, you're working there for fun, and you're really not driving any insight. You might be practicing on a data set, you might be learning. So whatever you do, all of these, right, it's in a sandbox environment. But now when you have to talk about a production environment where, your insight will mean either making the company a lot of money, losing them money, or in fact, most of the time it's not just money. People are looking towards business analytics for many other things apart from money as well, right? So they're talking about employee efficiency, they're talking about how well a product can be made, they're talking about analyzing customer sentiment, and there's a lot of things that goes on in a production environment. So this switch from you guys starting out in a sandbox environment to understanding that there is a very big difference in working in a production environment, right? So you have to know this. This comes with practice, of course. You really don't have to be worried or scared right now saying, hey, if it's tough, I cannot do it. With adequate training, I am sure, all of the viewers that we have here, both on our YouTube and on our Intellipaat webinar, I am sure you guys have the capability. You guys definitely have the capability to be trained and work on becoming experts in this field as well. So the next thing that we have to talk about, whenever I always talk about business analytics, is something called as business forecasting. So this is a very, very important concept. I'll tell you why. Business analytics is all about driving some insight based on the current data that you have, or based on the data that you've probably gathered in the last 1 month, last 1 year, or let's say the last 10 years as well. So what business forecasting does is it gives you a way, it gives you a medium through which you can predict the future. Forecasting literally means that you're forecasting what's going to happen based on the data that you have. How amazing is that, right? So this happens a lot in the world of stock markets. In case if you guys are into trading, people look at the historical trends of stock prices, be it Apple, Google, or any other public company which is on the share market out there, and they try to use that data to see where it might go, where it might end up being balanced on the charts. So it's not only that, will have a lot of strategies that you will implement if you're selling a product or putting your brand out there, right? So you can have these metrics that you will track. How many customers are liking your product? Are people commenting on your social media posts? What are the trends that are going on currently, and how are you working on the trends? Are you doing things right? Are you not doing things right? Have you done things right in the past? See, you can ask probably 100 questions which are that generic, but then when you start honing down on your problem, right, the more questions you ask, the better you're going to solve a problem. So everything in one point of time in the concept of business analytics comes to forecasting, because half the population would want to know where they've gone wrong. other half of the population would want to know where they want to do right ahead and how they can make things better. And we have another special set of population who want to do both. And you guys as budding business analysts know that you will be put into place where you'll be catering to either of these guys, people who want to better things from the past and people who want to really take off and be on another league or another level as well. So considering that, business forecasting is very important. And now when you think about why do we even require business analytics in today's world, right? I'm going to give you practical examples. See, think about, a company's human resource department, right? With business forecasting, you can actually identify a project requirement. So let's say your client gives you a project. You will have to sit and identify how many people you need. People of what caliber can you work with beginners for this project, or is it very complex where you have to hire experts to do it, or intermediate users can do it? So let's say you need 100 people for the project. That's the ideal number. But then you go on to hire, let's say, 180 people, not knowing that 100 people is more than enough to finish the job. So what happens here is that you could have saved a little bit of money on those extra 80 people and probably put it to use somewhere on another project or whatever it is. At the end of the day, we're talking about business, and money drives business, right? So either to hire more employees or to at least segregate them in different projects. Well, this is definitely where business analytics has been put into a lot of use these days, in my opinion. And it's not only that. Let's talk about retail businesses. So holiday season is coming up. It's September now, and November, December, Christmas, New Year is going to be here pretty soon, right? So all the retail businesses out there, they're going to see a huge spike in sales because people will be buying a lot of stuff. They'll be gifting a lot of stuff across the world, right? It's not just in one country. So these retail businesses need to have strategies where they're stocking up. They're stocking up on content, and that they have the ability to cater to these people if there is a huge rise in the demand. So how do they know how much to buy? They can have the data from the previous year saying, hey, so last year I sold like 8,000 products of this particular item, and this year I might sell 9,000. So let me stock up 9,000. But if they know that they're going to sell 9,000, but they stock up only 5,000, so they're losing the other 4,000 people out there, right? So when you put things into this perspective, business analytics is definitely everywhere. So I just gave you a very simplified example of a retail business, but when you go from retail to trader business, when you go from trader to manufacturer to the actual brand or the product, this just goes up and up in the level, guys. And it's not only that. Here's another one. Credit card providers, right? So everyone in the world wants to give you a credit card, and I'm sure you guys have been in this situation. Either you want it or not, there are people who are just pushing you to have one, especially the banks out there, right? So they do that, of course, because one, it's their job. They want to give you a good credit, and they want you to use it, all the benefits that come with it, etc. But what they do in the back end is they actually analyze and see which customer has the capability to actually pay off all the loans in time, who has the the percentage of a person actually defaulting the loan and not paying it in time, etc. So they'll have all of these details, and you're given a score. So I'm sure you guys have been in that place where you must have a high score to get a bigger credit. And what do you think drives that score, right? It's all business analytics. So credit card providers, they set a limit for you, not just based on one factor, your salary or whatever it is. They're gonna have a database on you, and they're gonna think a lot of things before actually putting out a credit score for you, or before actually putting out a credit number saying, hey, you're eligible for this amount of credit. So when you think about it, right, business analytics is booming there as well. So with that, now when you're talking about the types of business analytics in today's world, right? So there's three main important types of business analytics, and you really have to know this. So the first type is predictive analytics. In predictive analytics, as the name suggests, what we're trying to do is we're trying to ask questions and we're trying to predict something. So what happens next is the tagline for predictive analytics, in my opinion. So you can talk about, what the market share is going to be in the next quarter, how the brand is performing, what marketing campaigns to run in the future, and all of these again, right? When you think about it, you will have answers to all of these based on your past data. If you analyze it, if you sit and, look at the sales numbers, see what's doing well, what's not doing well, what product will sell better, what didn't sell well, and why is it not selling well. So all of these things, where you're putting in predictions and you're saying, I have all of the past data, I have all of the present data, and I want to understand what's going to happen in the future. I want to predict what's going to happen. That's predictive analytics. And then you have descriptive analytics. Descriptive analytics is another important thing because here we're trying to ask a question that states what exactly happened, why are we here, and what did we do to come here. So you either might be on a huge boom in your business and you might have sold 100 times what you thought you would, or you're in a huge loss. So the answer to that you're going to get by descriptive analytics. You're like, what product sold the most, why was this product sold the most, what were the sales figures this particular month, why were the sales figures like this month, and what was the reason for either an incline or decline in sales, as I just discussed as well. So a lot of questions which start with what, a lot of questions that start with why, and that's the approach you're going to take if you talk about descriptive analytics, right? So it's very different from predictive analysis. When you look at it, predictive analysis talks about what happens next, descriptive analytics talks about what exactly happened and why are we here. There's another one, it's called prescriptive analytics. So this is the third type of business analytics that you should know about. So this talks about what should be done next. Well, you might say, hey, isn't this very close to predictive? The answer is yes. This is pretty close to predictive analytics because here again we are trying to solve a problem by checking out what's going to happen in the future. But here, instead of what, why, we are concerned about the how. We are trying to prescribe the solution to a problem. So how can you cater to your customers better? How can you make them happy? What are the sentiments do they have about your product? So a lot of people go to social media to talk about your products, right? If you are a good brand or a big brand. So when you think about it, it's very important that you check that and you analyze that. Some people might be very happy with your product, while a majority of the people say, hey, this is a flaw in your product, I don't want to buy it, I'm going to go to your competitor. You don't want that, right? So you want a lot of people coming and buying your stuff. So understanding and analyzing their sentiment and asking what, when, how, why, all of these questions are going to be in these three types of business analytics itself. So again, you might have a supply and a demand problem. So there's probably 100 people asking for your product and you've stocked up like 1,000 or 10,000 of it, and you wondered about why, what went wrong, why do we have so much in stock, and how do we clear the stock. Or let's say 100 people wanted, you have 10 in stock and you're wondering about what to do about the remaining 90 as well, right? So all of these problems and how you can use analytics to provide a solution to this, business analytics is definitely key here. So with this, I'm sure you guys have a question saying, hey, okay, so what exactly is the process of business analytics? What happens? How does it happen? What order? It's a very simple thing. I'm sure you guys might have heard a lot of complicated business analytics seminars, reviews, or whatever it is. I'm going to keep it very simple here for you guys to get the most out of it. That's my goal here, right? So I'm trying to cater to beginners, intermediate people, advanced people who are coming from another domain or whatever it is. So let's come back. So business analytics process, right? It's pretty simple. It has to start with data always, and I'm sure you guys know this, right? So when you think about it, data is the driving force of the entire business analytics process out here. So what happens is that is at the start of it, data is going to come into your company one way or another. You might have data stored on your server. It might be stored on a server itself, but somewhere else on an offshore server. You might have data coming in from the cloud environment. You might have data coming in from your social media. You might have data coming in from your from everywhere you can basically think of. Let's put it like that because it actually happens in a production environment. And then what do you do when the data comes in? You have to find a way to store it, right? You have to find a way to store it and have the ability to work with it and pick it up whenever you require. It's not like store and forget, it's store and use. So after the onboarding of data, after you've stored the data, you're going to think about pre-processing it. As I told you, right, it's going to be raw material. So you really cannot put it to use and expect like beautiful results right then and there, right? When you think about it, think about food. There's not a lot of food out there that you can eat raw. I mean, of course you can, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't add value. It's the same for data. You have to clean the data, you have to pre-process it, you have to filter the data in a way where either you keep stuff that's required to you remove stuff that's not required to you. Again, we're gonna have an actual discussion on this where I'll be telling you why pre-processing is important. It's in the next slide, so stick with me. But then for now, understand that after the data comes into your company, you will have to work on cleaning the data and keeping it as filtered and as polished as possible. So after this, you in coordination with your data science team, in fact, you can be a data scientist who's working into business analytics as well. So you'll be applying algorithms on the data. You'll be applying a lot of tools, techniques, using methodologies, and you'll be messing with your data to an extent where your data starts revealing stuff. So you have the data from, let's say, the last 10 years of a product you sold. It can be a shoe. So you can find out so many things. At what time of the year did the shoe sell the most? To which country are you catering the most? What size is the most popular size? This will help you manufacture the right sizes better. And and it's a million things that you can find out from just one particular product. Now, if you're an entire brand, if you're a huge brand, and think about all the analytics that you can drive, right? So putting algorithms into use and to actually driving insight, the results of this insight at this point of time is going to actually be in numbers. It's going to be a percentage that says, June we sold these many shoes, and July we have this percentage difference. We either have plus 10% where we've sold 10% more than June, or we have a 10% decline where we actually took a loss and we're selling less this month, or whatever it is. So in that particular case, having these numbers at the next step is where you take these numbers and create visualizations around them. You create graphs, plots, charts, and you make visualizations where you can see it clearly saying this is the change. And once you put it out on a graph, as I told you, the human brain has the capability to pick up images 10,000 times faster. So based on that, you will of course drive a lot of analytics as well. And what do you do with the result of those graphs? You can have business meetings, you can show it to your superiors, you can discuss with your co-founders, whatever it is, whatever problem that you're trying to solve. At this point of time, when you're at this business insight, right, you're 70% done with the problem. Once you know what is causing your problem, all you have to do is find out how you can solve it. But then finding out what is causing the problem, that's entirely business analytics, and I'm sure you've got the clear picture about it now, right? So, as I told you, coming to data pre-processing now. Data pre-processing, even though it sounds very simple, trust me, it is the most time-consuming part of the entire business analytics process. You can apply algorithms easily, you can mess around with the efficiency of the algorithm, you can create visualizations, you can drive insight, all of these. But then you cannot do all of that if your data is not very clean. I'll tell you this, because when you're working with a large amount of data, right? See, you might be working with an Excel sheet where you have a lot of data, but some columns are missing, some rows are missing, and all of that. And you might say, hey, you know what? I have 10,000 entries. If I'm missing a little, it's not going to matter, right? Well, absolutely no. If you have a machine learning algorithm there, if you have a deep learning model that you're trying to use to, find out your insights, and you're driving your entire data via modeling there, it becomes very difficult in the next step if your data is not clean, because the accuracy of a model, the accuracy of an algorithm directly depends on how clean or how workable your data is. Because you as a human can probably take 10 days and do it manually. The machine is going to probably take 10 milliseconds and give the result out to you like that. So to achieve that kind of an efficiency, there is a requirement for clean data, and pre-processing is critical, guys. It's critical for the right next step, which is data modeling. Data modeling is when you actually take this clean data, take the pre-processed data, put algorithms on it, work with it to create models. And what are these models? Models are basically real-time simplified implementations of actual scenarios that's happening. If you've sold 10 shoes, you're going to create a model and tell your machine learning algorithm that I want to sell 10 shoes this month. Is it possible or not? It can tell you yes or no, or it can give you an output saying this is the probability of you selling 10 shoes or not. So you can have an yes or no question, you can have a percentage question, you can have a graph, you can do a lot of things. And I think now you guys are getting the picture of how big business analytics is, how much of a grip it has on the world. And with 2.5 quintillion bytes of data every single day, you need a bigger hand to grab the bigger ball out here. So that's how I would definitely want to put it out, because at the end of the day, data is growing out of hand, and we need experts across the globe to have the capability to handle all of these, drive insights out of them, and make use of the data. You might have heard of this term, data is the new oil. You know the value of oil, right? Oil in general is needed everywhere in the world. If you're a civilian, you need oil. If you're a military person, you need oil. If you're a business, you need oil. If you're an industry, you need oil. So any form of oil or petroleum products, right? So the world knows what it's worth. And now the world is understanding what the worth is of data too. And that is exactly why business analysis is booming like there is, no tomorrow. So anyway, coming back, the next thing that you have to understand about is analytics evaluation. See, you can have the best model out there, you can have the best machine learning solution, you can have cleaned your data thoroughly. But then if you do not sit at the last step to see if you have actually solved the problem or how effectively you attacked the problem and solved it, it really is not going to add a lot of value, right? Because think about it. Your problem can be small, your problem can be of a mid-size, or it can be a huge problem. You sitting to verify if you have solved it or not is going to be everything, because what happens in business analytics is you think that you have solved the problem, you think that you have found a solution to something. You'll find out a reason of why you didn't sell 10 shoes this month. But then when you start looking harder and looking deeper into the data, you will realize that you have not looked at a lot of things. You have not looked at the season in which you're selling your shoes. You can be selling a leather shoes in monsoon, and monsoon and leather really doesn't go hand in hand, right? It's just a quick example. And you can be selling a canvas shoes probably sometime in winter, where people would prefer snowy boots or wherever it snows. So all of these things you have to understand. You have to keep looking, this is an iteration. The entire process of analytics and evaluation is an iteration. You do something, you verify to see if it's okay. Can it be done better? Do it. Can't it be done better no matter what? Even if you have had like 3 or 4 expert opinions, then good, you have reached at the optimal solution. That's how you get out of the rabbit hole and not be stuck in this loop where you're trying to find it and make it better and better and better. And that is one very important thing that I had to tell you guys. Coming to the top business analytics tools that we make use of today, well, when you think about it, we have Microsoft Excel, we have offerings from Tableau, we have Power BI, right? Power Business Intelligence tool is from Microsoft. Some of these tools are free, some of these tools are not, but at the end of the day, each of these tools has its own proprietary use. It has its own features. That is the reason why these tools are popular. Excel, Tableau, BI, we have SAS. If you're talking about data analytics and programming, you have the entire programming language of R that you can use, which is meant for that. And you have a lot of things. It's not just these three, right? So if you're talking about tools, we can have an entire video and another 45-minute discussion where I can guide you thoroughly on all the tools that's available, what's right for you, what's not right for you. But then you have to understand that there are reasons why certain tools are sitting on the top, be it Excel, be it Tableau, be it Power BI, or anything else. And it's not just this. You cannot get away by just knowing how to work with Tableau or how to work with Power BI or Excel, right? Business analytics or data analytics involves a lot of data. Handling data is something you really should know, and that's where SQL comes into the picture, right? SQL is a very famous querying language which is meant to talk to a database where you can query the data, store the data, pull the data, do whatever you want with that data basically. So when you're working with business analytics, to reiterate, you need to have the capability to work with the database. SQL brings you this. This is one of the skills you should have as a budding business analyst as well. And is it only that? Well, no, you need to have good reporting skills as well, right? So when you think about it, you have created a very good algorithm, you worked with it, your insights are ready, it looks very good. But then if you cannot put these into words, or if you cannot create aesthetically pleasing graphs, or if you cannot explain your findings to someone, probably someone who's non-technical, probably someone who's your director or whatever it is, it will not make sense, right? So you are 90% there, but then the 10% is literally what matters a lot. So that is where you need reporting skills as well. So apart from Excel, Tableau, or Power BI, you will require working with SQL, and you will definitely require some skills on team playing, communication, and your love for data is going to matter a lot as well. So these are some of the tools that's been put to active use.
All right, let's see the different skills a business analyst must have when he's going to become a business analyst, or if he is a business analyst. All right, first, excellent communication. You must be able to convey your ideas very clearly. Basically, if you've come up with an idea, you need to be able to tell your stakeholder or your boss what your idea is very clearly, so that they can understand it and then make it go further. And then you need to be very good at listening to stakeholders' requirements, because you'll be doing a lot of requirement analysis. So you'll be basically taking the requirements of a particular product from the stakeholder and analyzing it, how efficiently can it be made, etc. Then you need to ask good questions. You'll be sitting in a lot of meetings, so you need to be able to ask them good questions, not stupid ones. And you need to have good documentation skills also, so that your ideas are represented very clearly. All right, then problem solving. Now, problem solving is the core part of any job where you have to solve problems. But as a business analyst, this particular skill is very important, because you have to devise possible solutions to a particular problem And this particular problem might be your project itself, as in like you're working on a particular project and the project is a solution to a particular problem. So if you're working for a consultant and you've been hired by another company and they've asked you that can you help me make my business process more efficient? So that is the particular problem and you have to solve it. So your project, you doing your project is the solution. Now it can happen on small scale events also, where you have to solve the problems, and it can happen on big scale events also. Like you have to make up a very important decision for the particular company. Then comes presentation. Now presentation is very important for a business analyst because all the insights and observations they make are useless if they cannot represent it and give a proper idea to their boss or to the high management or the stakeholders. If you cannot represent it clearly, if you cannot give the other person the clear idea, then it's of no use, right? That's why presentation can be very important for a business analyst. Then comes research and financial planning. All right, so research is very important, as research is the first step in forming a final solution to a company's problem. It's gathering of information and statistical data that is needed to form a solution. Using the IT and technological skills, you have to be able to gather accurate information and analyze that particular information. You have to provide high quality and detailed requirements to everyone involved in the project. Meaning if anyone has any questions, your detailed research must be able to answer these particular problems. And then you need to be able to financially help people plan. Then you have to take the numbers and research that you conducted and plan out exactly how much everything is going to cost. Financial planning is the task of determining how a business will be able to afford to achieve its strategic goal or objective. Usually a financial plan is created immediately after the vision and objectives have been set. This comes after the research and data analysis. Then comes the statistics. Now statistics is again important. Gathering statistics and data on whatever your company's problem is very important. But analyzing the data and statistics is also super important. Because you'll be dealing with so much data as a business analyst. You need to be able to handle all of this data, and statistics is very important when you're doing so. All right, so business analysis techniques. So there are a lot of different business analysis techniques out there. So you need to, basically apply various models and templates to analyze and think through requirements. Discover those requirements, perform requirement review sessions to see if those requirements are going to be feasible or not. Then you need to know process flow diagrams, business process models, use cases, wireframes, data mapping, data dictionary, and ERD or entity relation diagrams, and system context diagrams. Now, all of these are very important for business process modeling. So you're creating a particular business process model, and to make it as efficient as possible, you need to know all these different concepts, like how the business work flows operationally, how often it is completed by analyzing the business process, etc., and creating the business process flow diagram itself. Now, one thing, guys, if you're working in a particular business analytic field, you need to know that field very well. Suppose you're working in a food delivery app, then you need to know that food delivery app and the market you're operating in very well. How does this market operate? How often does it mutate to have another demand? And those kind of things. You need to be very adept or have a lot of knowledge in the particular market you'll be working in. And that's where research comes in. You need to research it firsthand, and you need to know about it. All right. So, in business analytics techniques, you'll be using, you'll have to create business process models. So, use those business process models, create flow diagrams, etc. Now, business process modeling is the graphical representation of a company's business process or workflows. As it is used as a means for identifying potential improvements. You can see the business process model in front of you. And if you can figure out where the improvement has to be made, then that will be great. Now, this is usually done through different graphing methods such as flowchart, data flow diagrams, etc. So you can use flowcharts to map out the whole business model and then see where to make the changes or not. Then you need to know how the software system supports the business process workflow. often, you often complete it through functional requirement models like use cases and wireframes. Now you need to be able to draw use cases and wireframes to figure out the functional requirements of the particular product. Also, you need to know how data and information are stored and maintained by organization, because then you need to collect it, right? You need to collect that data. So you need to know how it is stored, how it is maintained by a particular organization. And you can do so by using data modeling techniques. All right, let's move on and know what. So now you need to know or have some kind of knowledge in some of the tools that a business analyst must know. Now, there are a lot of tools out there. Let's just list them down. You have your Excel, SAS, Tableau, SWOT, Microsoft Visio, and SQL. Now, you guys may be wondering, why is Excel there? Excel is just simple for writing lists and tables, and that's it. But that's where you're wrong. Excel is very underrated. It is used a lot. You need to be very proficient in Excel to get into this field firsthand. So if you are thinking of getting into this field, make sure that you're very adept in Excel. And if you want to become better at Excel, we have videos on our channel that you can view for that particular purpose. Now, SAS is another business analytic tool that is not a must, but if you know it, then and companies that use SAS, then you have a better opportunity, better chance of getting into that company. And I've mentioned Tableau over here, but Tableau is not must. You can use any other visualization tool also. You can use MSBI, Power BI, anything you want. Use any visualization tool, and basically know how to use that visualization tool. Then you need to know about SWOT also. Now, SWOT is basically your stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So you need to be able to perform SWOT analysis, use a SWOT tool for performing a SWOT analysis and assessing these 4 aspects of your business. Then you have Microsoft Visio. Now, this tool made by Microsoft is used for many things, like creating layouts, diagrams, and charts. The graphics that are used in Visio are standard images utilized by flowcharts, decision diagrams, playbooks, and even networking diagram. So you can use them. And SQL is very important. So if I had to say the 2 things you need to know definitely before getting into the field of business analysis, then you need to know Excel very well, and you need to know SQL very well. SQL is for querying all the data, right? So if you want to handle and manipulate the data that you will be studying and researching, then you definitely need to know SQL. SQL is very important, and so is Excel. So if you have any takeaway from this video, is that you need to know Excel and SQL when you're getting into business analysis. Alright guys, let's discuss the different responsibilities of a business analysis. We saw the different skills that you might need. Now let's discuss the different responsibilities. So as a business analyst, just 1 second guys. Alright guys, so let's discuss the different responsibilities. Now as a business analyst, you have a lot of different responsibilities out there. So let's discuss them. So first, you need to perform requirement analysis to figure out what are the requirements of your stakeholders. Use your requirement analysis techniques to find the best requirements, and see if they're feasible or not, etc. Then you need to be able to gauge your business process. Look at the company that you're working in or the company you're going to be working in. Then you need to figure out how the business process works. So you need to be able to analyze your whole organization's business process, model it out, figure out if there are any areas where you can improve upon, and then try to implement better solutions also, or develop and implement better solutions. Then you need to be able to conduct meetings and presentations to share your ideas and findings. Then you need to continuously review the business process, develop optimization strategies. So these are the few responsibilities of a business analyst. As a business analyst, you'll be doing requirement analysis, gauging the business process, finding areas where you can improve upon, doing a continuous feedback evaluation loop, and then conducting meetings, sharing your ideas, etc. Then you need to, as a business analyst, you need to document each and everything and communicate the results of whatever insight you've gained or whatever observation you've gained. And gathering critical information from meetings with various stakeholders and producing useful reports. Now, meetings sound boring from first hand, but meetings are very important because you're discussing a lot of important data, like something new that might be implemented. And you need to listen carefully what's happening, note down all the critical information, and then use it later, to basically remind you what has to be done, what is the requirement. Then, as a business analyst, you need to be able to allocate resources and maintain cost efficiency. So you'll be doing this a lot. You'll be trying to make sure that your business process model is as cost efficient as possible, because as a business analyst, your main job is to reduce a company's expenditure and increase the profits. So one way of reducing expenditure is by maintaining cost efficiency in your business process model and allocating the resources accordingly. Then final, responsibility in all of this is prioritizing initiatives based on business needs and requirements. So you need to be able to rank which particular need of your business, rank all of them, then work on them based on their rank. If it's something is more important, then you definitely have to work more on that particular component. So guys, these were the different responsibilities of a business analyst. But it's not just these. There'll be a lot of different responsibilities. Your responsibilities might even change from company to company, because not everyone has the same particular set of business process and same requirements from you. Alright, I hope that gave you a basic idea of what are the responsibilities. Now let's check out some companies out there, like Amazon. What are the things they're asking? So as you can see in responsibilities, they're asking you things like identifying and developing and executing data analysis to help marketing, product and category functions and create more business impact. Presenting written recommendations and insights to key stakeholders. So as you can see, all of these different responsibilities are the same things I've told you before. And they ask you to be, very proficient in Microsoft Excel, Oracle SQL, and other data manipulation languages. So right now they've asked you Oracle SQL, but you don't necessarily have to be very good at Oracle SQL. You just need to be good at SQL. If you have a good foundation for SQL, then you can, shift from any language, any particular SQL. And they're asking for a bachelor's degree in engineering, mathematics, statistics, or similar quantitative discipline. So if you have a background where you come from CS or ECE or mathematics or statistics, then this is the kind of field that you can easily get into. But don't worry, even if you're not from that kind of field, you can get a certification, get yourself certified as a proper business analyst from a very reputed e-learning institute like us. And you can use that certification in your resume. And if that is not enough, then what you can do is you can do multiple projects, because a lot of companies in the end want to know if you're good for them or not. They don't really care about where did you get your degree from. They want to know whether you are good at this particular knowledge or not. So if you're applying for a business analyst, they want to see if you are a good business analyst or not. They'll ask you all the technical questions, and they'll see how proficient you are at particular things. And as you can see, again, they're asking for strong proficiency in SQL, Microsoft Excel, and statistical analysis tools and techniques. So this was Amazon. Let's move on. So we have Flipkart. In Flipkart, the skills required are like strong problem-solving skills, analytical skills, SQL, Excel, scripting languages skills, etc., etc. And in the desirable skills, they mention exceptional written and verbal communication. Again, you need to be very good at communication, excellent at communication. And the rest is, all the other different jobs also have. You need to know different BI tools also and web analytic tools. So this is again based on company to company. As you can see, web analytic tools was not asked by Flipkart. It was asked by Flipkart, but not by Amazon. And we'll discuss the last company here, PhonePe. So as a business analyst in PhonePe, you'll need to define configuration specifications, business analysis requirements, figure them out, perform quality assurance, see how well your basically check the PhonePe's business process model, figure out where an improvement can be made, and see the product that they're releasing or the service they're giving, is it really good or not. Perform acceptance testing, those kind of things. Then define reporting, alerting requirements, own and develop relationship with partners. So they want you to have really good, communication, and contacts with other partner, other people, other clients. So they want you to be able to talk to them, discuss their requirements, and then implement those requirements. Help design and document, maintain system processes. So as you can see, all these responsibilities will start repeating again and again. So basically, in the end, they want you to be a good business analyst with good knowledge in all the different in Excel, SQL, and some BI tools. They want you to perform all the important tasks like improving a company's business infrastructure, make good decisions, be good at presentation and documentation, be able to communicate the ideas very clearly. So as you can see, the trend repeats with all the companies.
And then one very important thing that we talk about business analysts doing right is solving problems. Because see, what happens in a company where there is no business analyst is this: they go on to hire an expert first. If an expert is not found, they're going to hire a consultant, and if a consultant is not found, they're going to see how they can scale their existing employees to find new software to see what can be done. This is literally how it works in a production environment. But there is a very good chance it always ends at the first step of where they hire an expert, because once they find an expert, they know that a business analyst who's an expert can drive their business company, their model, and add a lot of value at the end of the day. Because to know that you have to solve a problem, understand this: you have to first know that there is a problem. Once you understand that there is a problem, only then you can solve it, right? A business analyst knows this. See, he or she will know that there is gaps in the supply chain and how that can be worked with, to analyze customer sentiments of a product, as I just mentioned in a couple of slides previously, to know what pricing strategy needs to be put into place to either increase the revenue, increase profitability, or whatnot. And then of course, providing customized solution to the customers. As I just told you, there is no one solution that fits all the problems in this field. So it is very important to drive this kind of a customization to help solve the problem. To solve the problem and doing it right, it takes an expert business analyst. So I'm sure you guys are seeing what the value of a business analyst is, right? It's not only that, they need to have the capability to understand that there is a balance that exists in between investment and return. See, there are many tools that a business analyst will require, but to invest continuously in tools or people who will work on these tools will cost a lot of money to the company and the client, right? But then you need to know how to balance in a way that your investment is of course less than the return that you get out of it. It means that you will remain in profitability, and it is very, very, very important that a business analyst knows how to drive profits both to the employer and of course to the client that they're working with as well. And this ability is sometimes not discussed, but it is very, very, very important to know that it exists, and a good business analyst has this capability to know how much to invest and to know what is the return or the return on investment that is given actually. So this is a very important step, guys. And then coming to the comparison itself in between a business analyst and a data analyst, the first point we'll check out is the actual goal of what these guys do. See, a business analyst is focused on finding trends to make sure that there are ways to check where the business aspect is going wrong in the present, to use this kind of an insight or use the trends that this person can see through the data, and then have informed decisions, make informed decisions, and of course improve all the performance numbers. You can have KPIs or key performance indicators which will indicate where what is lacking, that can be assessed for, that can be analyzed to find where things are going wrong, and a business analyst can do that really well. And then coming to a data analyst is a person who has the capability to recognize information from raw data and then, make predictions based on the results that are at hand. So a data analyst will be working with a huge amount of data sets when you directly compare it to a business analyst, of course. But then this again depends on the company, depends on the projects and a lot of other things. But in general, the size of the data set the data analyst sees is definitely much bigger. And then coming to the second point in comparison, we have to talk about data source. Now, where do business analysts get their data from? See, they will get most of their data from the initial project requirements and from clients themselves, because when clients approach business analysts, they'll be like, hey, this is the problem. We want to understand why things are working the way it is right now, right? So there's many types of business analysis out there: predictive, prescriptive, descriptive, many of these kinds, and they'll have a problem with one of those kinds of requirement where you'll have to ask and you have to engage with the client a lot more and pick up all the data from them, based on the project requirements and a lot more. So that is where business analysts get their data from. And then when we're talking about data analysts, right, data analysts will be working with a lot of ad hoc data. And when we talk about ad hoc data, depending on the project or depending on the module you're working in a project itself, the data can change a lot. Or data can be split up from a massive data set into small data sets too, and you cannot treat one entity of data in a similar way as another one, right? So these guys get their data from the data engineering team, and this mainly used for and then they mainly coordinate with, of course, the data scientists at hand and the data engineers to go on to produce stunning visualization and tell beautiful stories with the data. And then coming to the third point, which is problem solving. See, a business analyst is a person who has the capability, who has a requirement today's world to be as descriptive as possible in terms of how one can go on to handle projects, what is the goal definition, and of course, what requirement gathering needs to be done to take us from that particular point. We call it a road bump. So where do you go from this road bump and how do you cross this kind of a bump in the highway of business? But then when we talk about data analysts, right, these guys will perform a lot of types of analysis. They'll be using a lot of algorithms as well to make sure they can bring in the power of ML, AI, and all of these things to go on to do predictive analysis, prescriptive analysis, to gain a lot of insight about the data. Predictive analysis talks a lot about how your present situation can be mapped and how you can go on to predict what might happen in the future if the situation remains the same. Prescriptive analysis makes sure to find out what all wrong things that have gone through right now, and then ask questions based upon that to make sure that they don't occur again in time. So with this point number 4, we have to talk about, I'm sure you guys are very curious to know the average salary of a business analyst and a data analyst. Now, business analysts get an average salary of somewhere around $90,000 per year in the USA and around 9 lakhs per annum in India. And data analysts get a very competitive salary when you compare it to business analysts as well. They get an average salary of $85,000 per year in the USA and around 8 lakhs per annum. So the numbers are pretty similar. And I would say a business analyst gets as much as a data analyst in today's world, because it depends on a lot of things. It depends on a lot of skill, how certified you are, and what expertise you have in this domain. So understand that these are the average salary numbers that you're seeing, and there's a very good chance that you might have a friend or a colleague or someone who is earning a lot more than the number you see on your screen. And that's the beauty of anything analysis, right? Be it data analysis or be it business analysis. And then now, coming to the fifth point of this comparison, we have to talk about the skill set. So business analysts require certain knowledge in terms of how they can communicate well, how well they can convey a story to stakeholders, how good they are at negotiating, for example, price for performance, and how good are they at handling data which will help drive the decisions. And when it comes to thinking, right, business analysts need this kind of an analytical thinking, out of the box thinking per se, to make sure that they can go on to gather and jump on a trend, and of course work with a lot of data, and at the end of the day use the data in an effective way. See, everyone can use data, but then using it in an effective way requires some knowledge, and business analysts are good at that. And then coming to data analysis, right, so data analysts know how to work with data manipulation. And of course, they're going to require an in-depth knowledge of that, on how well they can handle data, all the concepts of data science, data manipulation, and data handling too. And when I say data science, I'm sure your interests are peaked right now, because data science is an ocean of its own, right? Well, a lot of data science is actually required in the field of data analysis too. In that particular case, it definitely adds value if the data analyst in question knows and understands how data science methodologies can be used to work with data and make his or her life a little easier in terms of work as well. And then coming to the sixth point in the comparison, we want to talk about user interaction for a bit. Because when we talk about user interaction, right, see, who are business analysts talking to? Because most of the time they're either talking directly to customers, clients, they're talking to the users, they're talking to system developers, and if they are looking at trends, then they'll be hunting for technology enthusiasts who can find ways on how they can rapidly go on to analyze what's wrong with their business, or how better can they go on to do business, right? That's the primary centric when we talk about business analysts. Now, in the case of data analysts, what usually will happen is that these guys will have extensive communication with a lot of SMEs as in subject matter experts. You'll require various technologies. For example, you'll require a person in data ingestion who knows big data. You're going to require a data scientist who has the capability to drive a lot of algorithms, and of course the data analyst himself is going to require a lot of knowledge about a lot of technologies, right? So in that particular case, these are the primary interactions that usually happen in the case of a business analyst and a data analyst. And then I'm sure you guys are curious about the job roles that we have today for these designations, right? See, a business analyst can get involved in a lot of job roles, be it in consulting, be it product management, be it project management, and many other roles. So there is no lack, or there is no dearth of roles for business analysts, and of course for data analysts too, because data analysts can be data scientists themselves, they can be data architects, data engineers, they can be end-to-end specialists when it comes to working with data, and of course driving some result out of it. So taking a raw entity such as data and converting it into absolutely useful information which is worth its weight in gold is something a data analyst can do. And when that is the requirement of today's world, of course there'll be more than 10-15 designations that of course support the job role too. And then coming to the 8th point on this comparison, I'm sure you guys are curious about which is easier to learn, right? See, business analysis is a place where your secondary skills will definitely be as important as your primary skills, because here you'll require a lot of knowledge and skill on how to strategize things and how confident you are in, for example, convincing a client of a strategy, or how confidently can you take your business across and use something entirely else, be it a technology or be it a strategy, and how best can it work or not. So you need confidence for that, right? That is important. So to understand the latest trends in the technology is very important for a business analyst. And if you are inclined towards learning new things which might not have thousands or millions of users right now, but you might have to know that it is a very powerful tool which will have amazing, which will provide amazing insights, in that particular case you should go on to pick business analysis, in my opinion, and that would be easier to go on if it aligns with your interests. Now, coming to data analysis is something you should be looking at if you require a technical knowledge, because if you're good at something technical, if you know how to work with data, and let's say you have a penchant, you have a liking for data in that particular case, and then definitely you should be looking at data analysis, because this will be very much easier to learn if you know your way around data and how to effectively use data. So more than what is easier to start up, see, both of these domains have amazing documentation to start with. In fact, you can get started with both of these in a structured way. Stay with me for a while, I'm going to show you how. So if it comes down to what you should pick, I definitely think you should look at where your interests lie, what your career goals are, what you're interested in, and then pick up one. Next point on the comparison between the business analyst and data analyst, we have primary focus. So what are business analysts focused on? As we discussed, they mostly are working on how they can create strategic business plans for the future, assess key performance indicators, or what we call as KPIs. They'll be building use case scenario, be it positive use cases, negative use case scenario, to make sure that that doesn't actually happen. And these guys will have the capability to plan out an entire year if required on their business front, to see where things might work, where things might not work, where they might lose money, where they can bring in a lot more money. And with trends, that thing keeps changing every now and then, so they have to have the ability to scale themselves and their findings to make sure they align themselves with these latest trends too. And the primary focus of data analysts, right? So these guys, first of all, yes, they account for the data that's at hand, but they're also responsible for a lot of other things too. Primary focus is data. Primary focus is to analyze data and produce a good result, a result which is not only informative, but they have the capability to go on to talk with non-technical audience and then convey this message or the result to them. For example, board members or superiors too. Not only this, these guys are also responsible for keeping the data safe, consistent, and reusable. Right? As I told you, data, we're generating a lot of data today, and the three things that you have to talk about is how safe is your data, how well is your data stored, and can we make a use of your data effectively. Now those three questions I asked are in order of data safety, data consistency, and data reusability. So data analysts need this kind of a knowledge to work with that too. And then coming to point number 10, team members. So who do business analysts and data analysts work with? Well, business analysts works with CIOs, CDOs, analytics managers, data warehouse engineers, and a lot of other people who are going to give them the data that's required to furnish and create a good business motive plan. And then we have data analysts. Data analysts, with these guys, these guys are working with technical experts 99% of the time. But then, of course, if they have a business requirement, business analysts can themselves work alongside data analysts or business managers too, to help meet the requirements of the client in a way. If the client came around with a lot of data, and if the data requires some amount of mining, some amount of hunting through to get the eventual result that's required. So understand this, it's not a separate domain. Business analysts can work with data analysts hand in hand too in an organization, and this actually happens a lot in today's world. And then now, I am sure you guys have a question saying which is better or which should you pick. See, you can consider business analysis if your interests are more towards how you can go on to make an organization take better decisions, right? So, a simple business decision such as saying how many items should I stock before Christmas? If you stock only 10, but if you have a requirement for 5,000 people want your product, and if you have only 10, or let's say you have 1,000, you are going to lose business. And now if you stock 10,000, but eventually at the end of Christmas, if you sell only 1,000 or something, the rest will be staying stagnant in your inventory, right? It might be taking space, it might be taking money, and of course just the effect of producing so much when it's not being put to use. Now, to avoid all these kinds of things, and of course a lot more, if you are interested towards this, business analysis is something you definitely should look forward to. And then coming to data analysis, see, you have to consider this if you have a liking for data, and if you are a person who likes puzzles, let's say, in a very vague way, because data itself is a puzzle, and if you can hunt your way through this kind of a maze, and if you can pick up detail from the data and then use that detail to drive certain decisions, sometimes it is very important mission critical decisions that you'll have to drive out as well. Now in that particular case, if you have this kind of a technical knowledge, if you have the technical interest to get into data and work with it to produce a result, data analysis is something you should look forward to. Now moving on to the technical concepts about business analysts. Now, moving on to the technical concepts that govern the business analysis sector, right? So there are three levels of business analysis that you should know about. One is the business level, we have the software level, and of course we have the information level. So you as a business analyst can be put into any one of these levels where you'll be working with, or in fact at the end of the day, if you are proficient and if you have a lot of experience in business analysis, you can be doing a lot of tasks in all of these levels, right? So in the business level of things, you'll be looking at managing, you'll be looking at actually solving a problem, you'll be looking at keeping the finances in check, being a good checking your managerial skills and whatnot. On a software level, you'll make sure there are tools, there are pipelines, there is a good data flow, and you have applications and tools that will help you, go on your way to solve a problem. On the information level is where you'll procure information, maybe from the clients, understand the problem, find out ways in which you can solve the problem, and do a lot of research basically. So on all three of these levels, a business analyst is an amazing fit, because at the end of the day, this is required in every single company out there. And every single company out there, let me tell you, this is going to be using a business analyst in one way or another. Even though they might not have an official designation of a business analyst, it is definitely sure that someone who's willing to grow will definitely think about all of these as well. So, talking about the business architecture, you as a business analyst need to know how the workflow model of the company works. It is very important that you understand, the working of the existing structure out there, because there is a very good chance you're joining a company who already have a business analyst in their company, or who already have a workflow model that they follow day in and day out, right? So you need to know how to understand what already exists, how you can fit in better there, and of course how you can improve at the end of the day by bringing you and your skills to the table. So understanding the existing business architecture and developing upon it is a skill. It's a technical concept that you really must have. And it's not just that. An organization in today's world is governed by data. Let's be very clear about that, and I'm sure you guys already know this. So it is very important that you understand how the data moves in the company. So you might be a person who's working on the business aspect of things. You might be a person who's also thinking to look towards data analysis at the end of the day. But if you're looking to bridge the gap in between business and technology, you need to have the complete understanding of how data moves into the company, how data moves inside the company, and of course at the end of the day how your product or how your solution is going to move towards a client from your company, the outbound data too. So understanding the data flow is something which is very important, and it's required for a business analyst, guys. So these are some of the technical things that you really have to know. And another important technical thing we have to talk about is the process flow control. Be it a startup, be it an established company, there are many teams that will be working on a common goal, depending on the product, depending on the service, or whatever it is that the company is doing. So either new process methodologies have to be put into place, or existing ones might have to be reworked to make sure at the end of the day the solution is achieved better, faster, more quicker, with less finances and whatnot. And to bring about a better coordination in between multiple teams. Business analysis is one of these roles where a team playing, being a key team player is something that is definitely required, because at the end of the day the ability to coordinate with multiple teams, the ability to get the job done by people, and making sure that everyone is on the same page is something which is very, very important, especially when designing and working with the process flow control models as well. So in that particular case, make sure that you scale up on your team building skills and team playing skills as well. So coming on to the most important aspect of our presentation is the key skills for business analysts out there. The first skill you must have, more than a skill, this has to be an interest, is that you need to have a drive for problem solution. So you need to have a passion, a drive to solve the problems that exist out there. See, as I told you to reiterate from the start of this session, to reiterate again, you already know that every business might have one problem or the other that a business analyst can solve. But the first thing is to realize that there is a problem, is to find a problem. So having the ability for you guys to sort of treasure hunt around, find that there is a problem that needs to be fixed, is something that is usually avoided. That is something that is usually neglected, but trust me, it is very important in the field of business analysis. Your ability, as I told you in the last point, is to collaborate with experts, talk to like-minded people, find out what's going on in the industry, see how best you can solve a problem, is definitely something that's going to help in the long way. And knowing that there are many tools and techniques that's going to help you work, make your work easier at the end of the day, well, you need to have the ability, and you need to have the ability to drive yourself and your team to actually use these tools, and to make sure that these tools are being used effectively to achieve the common goal that's put in place. See, the goals might differ based on the user requirement, there is no doubt about that, but then making sure that you are using all the latest bells and whistles, you're using everything to make your job at the end of the day a little easier, and probably definitely more efficient as well, right? So in that case, you need to have this drive, you need to have this passion to solve problems and understand how to do that as well. And then the next point is decision making skills. Decision making skills is something a business analyst needs to know, because having good judgments at the end of the day with anything regarding to business, as I told you, can make the business or break the business. So you need to have the capability to assess the situation, see what's going on, and see how you can propose this to stakeholders as well, because if you're a business analyst, you will be working with your business team, as I told you. So this can be a board of directors, this can be the stakeholders in the company, this can be your immediate supervisors, a non-technical audience, or whatever it is. So you need to understand that you have to convey this problem to them, get their inputs on what can be done, and then plan on what you can do to fix it, right? So it's not just you, your team. You will have to talk to a non-technical audience, you will have to talk to your supervisors who might not be as technical as you, to get their inputs, see which is the best route that you have to take, and eventually go that route. So having good decision making skills, standing up for your decisions is something which is very important, and it is definitely needed in the case of business analysis. And it's not just that. Having good managerial skills is important. Your managerial skills is very important, even though you might be the solo business analyst out there. I'll tell you why. See, you have to plan out the project timelines to see when you got the user requirements, plus when is the promised date that you told you're going to solve this particular problem to your client or your superiors. So that is very important. And then when you're talking about forecasting budgets, this we're going to discuss in the next point, where we're talking about finances of how you can work with the project, and at the end of the day how you can make sure that the finances are met, because some things will definitely cost a lot of time, it's going to cost a lot of money as well. And then supervision of projects. See, there are some projects that you might be spearheading in a way where you're working on it actively, but then there are some projects where you will be leading it, you'll be taking the charge, even though you really don't have to have 5-10 years of experience to do this. A skilled business analyst can take charge of a project very quickly as well. That's an advantage of this career. So you can be supervising projects, and you'll be handling tasks right from sitting with the client, understanding their problem, all the way till giving them the solution and literally handing over the keys, let's say, to the problem, basically. So these 4 things, right, you need to be very good at. There is no doubt about it. Read the 5th one. You need all of the above at the same time. So you need to have all of these skills, and there is a very good chance, if you are a skilled business analyst, you will be doing all of these at the same time in a single day too. See, morning you can be planning a timeline, in the afternoon you can be forecasting a budget, you'll be supervising that project in the evening, and you of course at the end of the day, if you're doing the first 3, you're doing the 4th one. If you're doing the 4th one, you're doing all 4. This is a very, very important skill that you need to have. You need to have people skills, you need to have intrapersonal skills, and of course at the end of the day, interpersonal skills is something very, very, very important too. And your ability to explore tools. Well, come on guys, you already know this, right? So for every problem out there is a solution, and we have another extension to the same. For every problem there is a tool that will help you solve the problem quicker. Well, in that particular case, you as a business analyst needs to have the capability to find new tools, understand them completely, learn it, make use of that tool, and probably find ways or methodologies where you will be teaching your team to use the same as well. So in this particular case, knowing that there are different tools is one thing, knowing how best you can use them is another thing, knowing how well it fits to your solution is the 3rd thing, and the 4th thing is to actually use it and solve the problem, because at the end of the day, solving the problem is the most important thing, right? So this is a very, very important skill to have. You need to be open to learning new things, you need to be open to using new tools as well. See, the tools can be PowerPoint, the tools can be Excel, the tools can be any other in-house analytics tools out there, but at the end of the day, the capability of you to do it is required. And then the next point talks about statistical analysis. See, statistical analysis is something which is important. You will begin by assessing a business statement. You will take a problem. You will see what are the options that you have to work on solving this problem. And you will see if you have the data to support this particular problem, or if you have the data that will actually help solve the problem. So to do this, to understand that, sometimes you can automate this by making use of data modeling. Data modeling is actually a process where you or your data analysis team is going to actually take in the data, analyze it thoroughly, create algorithms, work on it, use sample test cases, do tiny projects on them to understand if the data you have is accurate, to understand if the data you have can be taken into an actual product, and helping you on your business analyst's role to actually bridge that gap in between technology and business, right? So to do that, the technology aspect of things needs to be taken care of. To take care of the technology aspect, the data that the tech team uses need to be fully accurate as well. and of course at the end of it to filtering to solve the problem. As I told you, right, to reiterate on the previous points, you need to have the decision making skills to understand what's required, what's not required, and to filter it, because we are trying to control complexity here with the case of business analysis, because things can really go out of hand really quickly if you're not careful. So it's all about us controlling complexity rather than creating complexity, and your ability to filter complex things and making it into simple things is definitely something that's going to add a lot of value to your career. And then let's talk about the most important point, which is presentation skills. Presentation skill is a very, very, very important here, because this is where you will have the ability, because this is where you have the chance to showcase your work. This is where you have the chance to explain what's going on. And if you cannot do it right, and if you cannot do it well, it really will not add any value, because you might be a technical guy, you might be a person who knows everything, who knows the in and out of business analysis, but what if you cannot convey this to a person who is actually looking for the solution to the problem you're working on? It doesn't make sense, right? So you need to have good skills where you'll be creating beautifully looking dashboards, you'll be creating concise and meaningful reports, you will be conveying a lot of technical things in a very simple way to a non-technical audience. The non-technical audience, can be your stakeholders, can be your board members, can be the client, can be anyone out there. So you having the ability to communicate well, you having the ability to present yourself and your solution well, and how you can convey the business process models. This is what the problem that came in, this is how we attacked it, this is how we solved it, and this is how we are planning to verify it, or this is how we have verified it as well. So understanding the business process models, working on it actively, and solving the problem is very, very important, and you doing it in a way where everyone else can know what you're doing too, that's a win-win. And then, as I told you right in the previous point, financial planning is something which is very important, and this is a skill that you really need to have. If you're wondering, hey, why would I require financial planning skills? Well, let me tell you this. Since there is a problem at hand, to solve it, you will require a budget, right? See, you will require manpower to solve the problem. You will require tools that cost money. You will require probably expert help when you're outsourcing something that requires money. So there is a lot of things that is needed, especially in finances, to solve a problem. So you will find a pathway from where you are right now and see what it costs to take you to the goal. And once you do that, you will understand that it's going to cost some money. And after you know that, hey, this is the XYZ amount that's costing to take us from the problem statement to the solution, you will know how you can find the best way to actually solve the problem by keeping a balance in between your financial budget and your actual goal. Because at the end of the day, if your budget is, let's say, $10,000 to solve a problem, and if you can do it in, let's say, 5,000, and it really is really very close to the 10,000 solution, of course your client is going to prefer that, your boss is going to prefer that, and all that. But if your problem says it takes 10,000 to fix it, but then you have no other way of doing it apart from spending $30,000 on it, then it becomes really difficult, right? So having a balance between knowing what to drop, what to pick, how much of money to put where is something which is very important. Because let's be honest here, we're talking about having a goal where we're either benefiting the client and of course benefiting the company together. We want both the client and the company to make money as well. So your employer, your client, or in case if the client itself is your employer, the goal here is to make profits. We're talking about business. A business analyst's role is to take a business, solve a problem, and solving this problem is either going to make them more money or it's going to have a lot of impact, and you already know this. So keep the goal in mind and have this skill as well.
Complete explanation regarding the requirements gathering. And what are the requirements gathering? There are the 10 elicitation techniques. So requirements elicitation techniques. And the third thing is one small brainstorming session. And completely about functional and completely about classifying the requirements into categories. That is one thing. And what are the best practices that we have to do? practice to do while doing requirements gathering. Risk associated during requirements gathering. This is one thing. And finally, template. Template with explaining the scenario. So here I'm writing the definition. So what is a requirements gathering? The definition of it is the process of eliciting the requirements from the stakeholders and refining them into the document. So what do I mean by that? So for example, when all of a sudden the requirement just doesn't come in air. So the stakeholders, either it might be the internal stakeholder or either it might be the external stakeholder, they will start sharing what are the requirements that are actually looking out for. So what are the things that they were struggling and what are the things that they wanted to do it. So all these things will come under the requirements gathering. So the best approach to do the requirement gathering, so we have a 10 elicitation techniques. So that is the thing. The creating of this document and maintaining it, we were going to call it as a requirement management. Creation of the requirements document, creation of the requirements document and maintaining it is called as requirements management. Okay, so this is it. So now I would go to explain you individually. I'm going to explain and elaborate more about the requirements elicitation technique. So what do you mean by the requirements elicitation technique? So there are the 10 ways that you can do the requirements elicitation today. Requirements elicitation techniques. So the first technique that which we will use it in the requirements elicitation technique is brainstorming. Second one is focused groups. Third one is interfacing. Fourth one is interviewing and observation. Sixth one is surveys, questionnaires. Next is research. Next is previous BRD documents. Next is workshops and the document analysis. So now individually we will discuss about the brainstorming. Individually we will discuss about the each and every elicitation technique. So the first one is about the brainstorming. So actually what happens in the brainstorming is when the business requirement you will get it. So for example, any customer or any client will come first to your company and he will see what is the process that you people are following it and what is the best technologies you are using and what is the best methodology that you are using. So they will consider each and every factor and they will decide which company will be the best company to approach for this, and then they will visit to the company and they will tell you. For example, he primary owner or the product owner, first what does a company will do, they will decide one product owner from the company side and they will decide the product owner from our company. So for example, I am XYZ and ABC is one company. So what does first ABC company will does, ABC company will form a group of stakeholders which consist of the product owner and he might be the project manager. So they have a different people. So in one product they have a different departments. For example, and they have a finance department, they have a quality department, they have a HR department, and they have one operations department. So if they were looking out for a solution where one product will be developed and it will support all the services. So in that case, what does they will do? They will form a group of people from each and every department. So that already the external stakeholder department is formed. So all these people will visit to your company, ABC XYZ company, and in XYZ company also you will form a group of people in the same manner. Now actual discussion will start. So what does it will do? So they don't have any approach in the brainstorming session, okay? So that customer, the client will tell, and he will tell, okay, I wanted a one product to be developed. So our business owners means from XYZ company, the business owners will start asking you the questions. Okay, so what type of product you are looking for? Whether it is a web-based application or whether it is a only mobile application, or you are looking out for the hybrid application, or what type of technology you wanted to develop, what type of software you are looking out for. So they will look out for each and every question. So they will start putting whatever experiences he have, and the external stakeholders also will start asking about the questions. Okay, what is the best method that you are planning to do? All these conversations will be happening in the brainstorming session. Next, so apart from that, you will have a focused groups. So what do you mean by this focused group? When you are developing a particular product within only for one particular department. So in that case, what will happen? The quality analyst will be involved, the UX analyst will be involved, the UI architect will be involved, and the product business analyst will be involved. So all this, it's a very small group. 5-6 people will come together, and these will be the external stakeholders, and from the internal stakeholder you will have only one business analyst. So all these people on the daily basis, they will keep discussing about what are the techniques to be followed and what are the user pain points. So it's a very small group which will be focusing on a straight away point exactly. So this type of methodology or technique, we are going to call it as a focused groups. The both the external stakeholders, they will have a group of a people, and the internal stakeholders also will have a group of a people, and they don't have any idea how to go ahead. So it's like randomly discussing about ideas from each and everyone. It's like you will be telling out your experiences that you have done it, and the other person, the external product owner, also will tell his own things. So the question and answer sessions will be randomly, it is not focused. So they'll be keep talking and accepting the everyone's idea. By the end of the session, they will finalize out on one thing, that is about the brainstorming. So whereas a focused groups is for example, this focused group elicitation technique will be always used when your product is very small and they were developing it only for a specific department. So there you will have 5-6 team of a people who will be completely focusing on how to achieve the goal. How to achieve the goal, what I mean is how they have to develop the product, or how they have to improve the process and get the things done. So that is about the focused group.
So when you say brainstorming, external and internal group of stakeholders, so this meeting happens together, meaning external stakeholders will be at a different place and internal stakeholders will be at one place.
Yes, it will happen. It's not, see, if I'll tell you, few projects will be most of the times, no, either this customer will visit your office, or either you, most of the times, no, it will happen in a Skype calls, because this brainstorming sessions usually takes a lot of time. So it mostly happens on a Skype calls and Skype meetings.
Okay.
So after the brainstorming session, they comes to one conclusion, okay? So once they'll come to one conclusion, then the people will meet together, and then they will start discussing about the technique, what they have to do and what they have finalized. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one thing. And interfacing, I'll tell you at the end of the class, because it's little bit, it's a lot of confusion and so many other things will be revolving around that because they have a different parts under it. So what is the second thing is about the interviewing process. So what is going to happen in interview process is, in interviewing, either the on-site person, the product owner, will come and will visit your place, and whatever exactly this interviewing process most of the time it takes with the FMCG products. They will form a group of people and they will go to the few areas, okay, and they will start asking. They don't tell to the customer that they are, I mean, end user, that they were from the company, and they will start generally asking about the interview. So how is the product you are using, what are the things that you're facing, what are the difficulties that you're facing, are you really happy with the product? So all these things will come under the interview process. It's one of the elicitation technique which will happen in the interview. So most of the FMCG products, this companies will use this interview technique. Next is observations. So in this observations, what happens is actually, for business analyst, they will give you one login where the business analyst will log in into the present system and he'll be doing the random checks. So with that, he'll be able to understand what are the pain points of the customers and how he can improve the system, and what are the things he has to capture it so that he can work out better way. So these are the different observation tools. Most of there are the different there are the few observation tools where the business analyst can use it, and most of this technique is used when we were upgrading from a old system to a new system. So that is about the observations. And in case of a survey, when you don't have any specific requirement, so you should think, when you wanted to gather the information and when you wanted to gather the data, exactly what are the pain points of the customer, surveys are the best way and it is the best approach to do the requirements elicitation technique. And apart from that, questionnaires, did you anytime got a chance how does market research people will do the questionnaires?
Means based on the business, they'll prepare prior to that they prepare a questionnaire according to the subject, and they go with the questionnaire and keep on asking the questions, and with that questions with and answers they come to know the requirements.
Not
Pre-planned questionnaire
exactly.
questions. Okay.
See, what happens is when you are trying to do the data analysis of any customer, so what does a marketing guy does is he will prepare one questionnaire. If he, like few companies, this FMCG companies are very big. So you really won't be able to understand what are the pain points of the customers. So what does these people usually do is they'll prepare their questionnaires and they will make sure that customers should fill the questionnaire. Even we also will get some mails through that we have to fill the questionnaire. So by filling that questionnaire, you will be able to understand what are the exact points what you are missing, and from where how can you take it up. So all those things you can do it. That is what I'm discussing about the questionnaires. So next one is about the research. So exactly what happens in research is when they want to develop everything from the scratch, because because I have never used any software product and they don't know exactly what is a problem, but they wanted to automate their business, they wanted to automate their quality sheets or they want to automate their process. So then the research technique is used. So they will research more about the process which is happening in the company, and they will research more about what is happening in the current market outside. Then they will be able to understand it and then they will implement it. Okay, so next is about the BRD documents. So what are the things which are happening in the BRD documents is, for example, one external company is making a sign with one company and they have developed a product, existing product. So for that existing product, you will have all the BRD documents, you will have all FRD documents and everything. But somehow the client is not happy with the current product, and he will reach to the other company and he will tell, hey boss, see, this is what the current product I have and I'm not happy with this existing product. I want you to develop this product, improve the product, not developing anything from scratch. because I don't have a time that I have to wait more, and I will give you enough time to improve. I wanted this to develop everything from scratch. I wanted just to improve this product. In this case, we will use this BRD documents elicitation technique, which will be very easy for us also to understand what are the functional requirements, everything, because all the information will be in place. Just we have to check which one is a correct one, and where we have to concentrate about it. Okay.
So this is about collecting the BRD documents from the other companies who already have the improved product, Monica?
No, actually, it's, for example, it's not collecting the improved product. Already the company will have one product, and
Yes.
the customer is not happy with that product, and he wants to improve the existing product. So then the BRD document will be helpful.
But whose BRD document are we collecting here? I mean, which BRD document we are using here? We are going to create our own, right?
No, what BRD document we will be using is what thing right now. So that product's BRD document we will be using.
The existing ones?
Yes, the existing ones.
Okay, okay.
The next thing is about the workshops. So what happens in workshop is actually, this is for a very big project where almost like 10 to 12 departments are involved, and they wanted one product which will support all departments. And either our business analyst will go and sit in the customer place, and then they will explain about the what are the process that they were following, and what are the things that they were doing, and different department people will contribute. So that is a case of the workshop requirements. So the next thing is about the document analysis. So when it comes to document analysis, when is this document analysis is used is, for example, when you wanted to develop a product with a data, with the numbers. So for each and number, they will have some specific data. They will write, okay, so this is about my quality analysis. This is about my system performance, and these numbers are about my technical specifications. So few customers will have a requirement that they want their uh, quality sheet to be totally automated. So that is a requirement that we will get it from one customer. So during that case, so we have to always go ahead with a document analysis requirement, because in this document analysis, it is not only applicable only for the business analyst. Here you will have a different roles to be performed in it. And when you are developing a product with the help of this document analysis, you will have n number of roles to be created in the system. Like project manager will have one different access, and system manager will have one different access. Customer executive will have one access. So this document analysis is used when you have n different number of roles, and everyone are using the same single product.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what are the documents we are analyzing here?
You will be analyzing the quality sheets, you will be analyzing their system specifications, you will be analyzing their market analysis data. I'll explain you the companies where they were following this techniques. According to my knowledge, there are a very vast companies who are using the different technologies and the combination of everything. But as for whatever experience I have, so I've worked on not all the time same techniques. So depending upon my experience, I'll share you a few things with you. First, there is one client called VFS Global. So for this product, for these customers, we have developed a product where it consists of a different modules. So for them, each one is a module. For example, filling up the data, that is one module, and taking the pictures and storing all the information in the web based or a mobile based application is one module, and collecting all the papers and storing them in system is one module, and collecting the biometrics and putting it in one format is one module. And the other thing they have is the people who are blind. So for them also, depending upon your voice recognition, those people should be able to type the details and they should be able to submit your applications. So that is also one module. So in such cases, we will use this brainstorming sessions, because from each department the external stakeholder will come and he will explain what is a process which is involved in that particular module, and he wanted you to develop that module for you. And so what does the company will does in this is, for example, I'm a business analyst and I'm developing a product for this. Here I'll be the product owner, and what I will do, I will assign one module to Sukumar, I'll assign one module to Suresh, I'll assign one module to Amin, I'll assign one module to Sam. So now you people will be attending the focused groups with a particular department head, and you will try to understand what are the process in and out, and what is a pain point that stakeholder is talking about, what it is going to happen. So if you miss any requirement, so how it is impacting. So all these things will be done in a focused group. But usually from where it starts from the brainstorming. Then it ends at focused groups. It's explicitly not a technique actually. Prototype you will do it when you are doing wireframes. People will understand more visualization when it comes to audio, right? So what does this business analyst does is he will draw the wireframes and he will show it to you. External stakeholder will draw and he will explain you. So this is our program, this is our process right now, and these are the requirements that whatever I'm expecting currently. So it's like that.
I understood the concept of brainstorming and focus groups, but can you just please tell me one like major or basic difference between the two, brainstorming and focused groups? Because in this both we are discussing the things with the stakeholders. So what would be the very basic difference between these two?
Yeah, I'll tell you. See, what will be the basic differences in brainstorming technique? No, you will have your product will be very vast. You will have more tabs, and it like for example, it is a superset, and you will have a subset in it. Whereas focused groups, you will have only one subset, and you will be working only for one subset.
So it's
So
not
that
that
is a
wide concept in focus
it's
groups,
not a
right?
wide concept actually. It's a very small product, like which you will develop it for 3 months or 6 months, and you will finish it
Okay.
up. After that, your
Okay.
maintenance period will start.
Okay.
Whereas in brainstorming, it's a very big product. For
Okay.
developing only, it will take almost like 1.5 year, 2 years, and then
Okay.
your maintenance project will start. So it's a really very vast thing.
So if you have to tell some of the commonly used 2 to 3 techniques in most of the project, could be mid-size or large companies, what would that be?
First will be brainstorming.
Okay.
Second will be workshops.
Okay.
And third one will be focused groups. So, and this BRD documents comes when it comes to a very really small projects. Or for example, we have n number of mobile applications, right? So what will happen to this? So different number of people will be quoting out for that development of that app development. So 1 year he may choose one company to develop the product. After that he thinks, okay, this product is not up to my mark and it is not reaching my expectations. Then immediately he will go to the other company, because the development is only one product. It takes really very small, right? Hardly 6-7 months.
No, but I have a question. Did you miss JAT session?
JAT section, it is a process, you will call it actually.
Okay, it's not requirement solicitation, right?
It's not requirement solicitation technique. What is a JAT session means? Different stakeholders will come together and they will discuss. It's like most of the brainstorming session actually.
Okay.
So that session you will call it as a JAT session, because joint assembled documentation or joint assembled discussion is what you will call it as.
Okay, and when does it generally take place? After the requirements?
This JAT section usually will happen when the BRD document is finalized.
Okay, after the sign off.
Yeah, after the sign off, because what does this JAT session means is they wanted everyone to be on the same page. No, because it involves a different stakeholders. One test architect will be there, and one UX architect will be there, UI architect will be there, and internal stakeholder and external stakeholder. So product owner, what he does is he'll explain these are the requirements that we have finalized, and this is what this is a finalized requirement as of now. We were not going to take up anything in between. Whatever coming as a new requirement, it will be under the change management process. Nothing will be included in BRD once it is signed off. No functional changes.
So basically, the JAD sessions are conducted when the requirements are finalized, right?
Yes.
I have one more question, please.
Sure.
So between the elicitation techniques, I just want to know one more difference between what would be the difference between the surveys and the questionnaires, because more or like they are similar, isn't it?
Yeah, more or like they're similar. Actually, what this questionnaire will do is it will be focusing more on the target marketing. Means they
Like
will
a
have a
specific
set
group
of
of.
people. Yeah, they will have a set of specific product. For example, if you take Pepsodent, that it's a toothpaste where they will have a small baby like that. So they'll be focusing on parents who are using that paste for their kids. So
Okay.
it's like that. Whereas a survey is generally you will discuss about the different types of varieties of product in it. Might be it's Pepsodent Junior or Pepsodent Senior or whatever it is. It's completely they does it on the product, whole product. Whereas this questionnaire is for the particular product.
So if we say like for the surveys, we would say that if a business has like, different types of products, so it may include everything on their surveys, but for
Yes.
questionnaire, it would be just one targeted product of theirs. That's what we are saying.
Yes. So usually the surveys and questionnaires will happen mostly in the FMCG projects. Okay. See, for example, HUL is very vast product. It's one of the best retail chain they have. So usually they will conduct it services on each and every product because as a brand they wanted to know how they were performing.
Okay.
So in that process they will use the survey. For example, if they wanted to know any particular product, how it is happening, how the brand is performing, what necessary actions they have to take. And actually now in most of the markets, what they were doing is Mindtree is one of the one which is developing that software. And for
Okay.
example, you have to download that application before going to Walmart or any other big store supermarkets, and you have to type it, and it will show you what is the code for that particular product. So just scan that particular code and automatically your bill will be settled there. There is no necessity that you have to stand in the queue and all. As soon as you have selected that product, it will start deducting the amount from your bank accounts. So it's most
This
of
is
the
this is the software they are developing.
yeah, as soon as when you have went to Walmart, right? So you have went for shopping. So this
Mhm.
Walmart person will give you a unique ID depending upon your phone number. So
Mhm.
as soon as you have developed that unique ID for you, it is directly
Mhm.
linked with your bank account. So once you start scanning the product, the amount will be
Mhm.
start deducting in your system, in your bank. There is no necessity that you have to wait till your billing process and all. Just collect your products and straight away go your home. That's it. There is no standing queue. That and all is not there. So it's one of the latest trends which Mindtree is developing, and it is coming up really very good. It's already they
Okay.
have implemented in Walmart, Florida. They were doing a
But
pilot.
I'm just curious, how does that work if like somebody is selecting products and then is it really, like would they be honest to scan everything they have collected or something like that? Isn't it a issue?
As soon as you're picking up the product, no, it will give you a sound of beep that someone has picked up the product from there. So I guess even I haven't researched through more about it, but I'm just seeing the few of the videos, what is happening current trend. So I've got to know this is one of the best thing that they were doing.
Yeah, there are always like they always see through what they are going to do, what are the security issues and everything. So that definitely formulated. It's just like I was curious on like what end, if you are selecting a product and you're just scanning through your phone and then you realize that I don't need it, or you want to return it. So all those things also relate when you are buying a product. And I think that is a wide concept when you are collecting your requirements on that, right? I
Yes.
mean, everything like to consumer reviews, satisfaction, return policies, and then like in the beginning when we are actually bringing a product, we have to see if the customer is honest about paying everything. So everything is linked like today with the technology.
Yes, that is what I'm telling. So might be this is one of the pilot phase they were trying to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And actually we have n number of softwares. Okay, I'll tell you one more interesting thing. So
Mm-hmm.
Mindtree had developed one product which is called as a lean program. So
Okay.
what happens is actually that software will be installed in your computers and it
Mm-hmm.
will show how much time you have did your job in a productive way. It will show you the analytics, how much
Okay.
time you have been on break, how much time you have logged your system, how much emails you have responded for, and how many
Okay.
chat messages that you have done, and how
Okay.
many PDF documents you have read today.
Okay.
So, like there are so many number of software things that which are coming up recently. So that is
Yeah.
why the market is becoming really damn changing, and that is where the business analyst is one of the highest paid job. No, because he's the person who will collect the requirements for all such type of for software products. So he should be the expertise in domain, and he should be expertise in, if he's not tech domainly strong, but at least he should be strong with the functional things. Like he should be very strong with how to write the business requirements and what is the most technique that which we can use and how to write the
Mm.
test cases and all. Because domain specific, you can learn it at any point of time, right? But at least you
Okay.
have to be strong with these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So while following these requirement elicitation techniques, it's whose decision to follow a technique? Is it it's the business analyst's sole decision, or is it the business stakeholders' decision on what they are going to? I
Yeah,
mean,
it's a both the stakeholders decision. External stakeholder also should agree
okay,
what decision technique you are doing, and even the business analyst also should be very clear what about he's trying to do it. So these two things are really very important. That is the thing. So now we will do one small activity. I wanted each of you to take any application, either it might be a mobile application or either it is a web-based application or whatever it is. Just see the product for 5-10 minutes and you start telling me the questions like, okay, if I'm a business analyst, this is how I'll do it. This is a elicitation technique which I will choose to work on this product. I wanted everyone should follow in this, should do this activity because it's really very important.
what mobile activity? What I am looking at for doing this activity? Where I should start from?
See, for example, let us take you have one mobile application and one of the
Okay.
customer comes to you and says, see Miss Aman, so this is a mobile application which I'm having which is already there, and I wanted
Mm-hmm.
this product to be upgrade more. I wanted this to
Okay.
be meet my extra other information, extra requirements. Okay, so
Okay.
I wanted now you to be as a business analyst, and I wanted you to talk to the customer
Okay.
as a business analyst and what type of activities you will do it and what is
Mm-hmm.
the elicitation technique that you will follow. That is one example. Otherwise, imagine yourself, you are starting a new project which is everything from scratch, you don't know anything about it. Okay, you are the
Okay.
one of the stakeholder, you are the business analyst for that project and you have to develop the project. So what are the questions that you are going to ask? So, do you do the enough research about the company before you're going, or how you're going to proceed ahead? That is what I wanted to know. From everyone, the four persons has to do this thing one by one. I'm just giving you 10 minutes of time, so you have to do this activity. It's just like a trying session, okay? No, because I wanted you people to be very clear about this requirement solicitation technique. Because if you do any mistakes in this, the whole project goes for toss.
Well, for me, I'll give you an example of let's say, like a parcel delivery company, and they're
Mm-hmm.
trying to improve their services, their process of delivery. and collection of packages. So in this context, I would like to use some kind of combination of requirement elicitation techniques. So I will talk about having interviews with customers who are using the services. I would also try to do some observation, putting myself in the customer's shoes and see how the services actually operate and see how we can improve it. Probably also use a brainstorming method because since we're going to need professionals and different teams are going to be involved in the development of this program, so we can have a brainstorming session with different stakeholders that will be working on the project. So I would say like combination of three. Yeah.
Next.
So that's it for me.
Yeah. Who's the next one to go? Who wants to try?
Say if it's a project for a bank or finance industry, could be a loan related project. For example, if it's a loan origination project, then it may have different phases like who are the customers that are going to take the loan, how the origination happens, maybe the processing part of the loan, and then maybe the underwriting, closing, all that. So I think the possible requirements elicitation technique could be an interviewing technique, wherein maybe you can ask the customer like on what basis are you providing the loan, or maybe check the previous interest rate and the current interest rate, check if there are any credit risk involved, if the person can be a defaulter in the future, things of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah,
Who's
these are
going
some
next?
basic ideas that I have.
Okay, good. Everyone are trying really good. Yeah. The next person.
As you said, if there is a big project which is completely unknown, we doesn't have the background of the business itself. So in such case, I go for a brainstorming.
I would just take a real-time example of my own recent project. I mean, I was a front user for that though, as a business analyst for the project where it was an upgrade from my fraud system. So it was the adjustment hubs 3.2 to 4.2, and I would suggest that for the business analyst to require the gathering. Requirements gathering, I would just say that the observations technique would be really good, and the BRD documents for the existing system would be a good source of the initial information. After that, I can say that the brainstorming sessions are also good enough to discuss what are the because in the banking, basically everything is guided by the Federal Banking Regulations Act. So the external stakeholders are very important when it comes to compliances, and when it's like there were new compliance regulations which were created, we have to follow with the MasterCard regulations. So these were all the external stakeholders. So when we are formulating a new upgrade, there were many changes which were done to the existing system. The basic, the most important would be the brainstorming, observations, BRD documents, and these are the combinations they might have definitely used as per my understanding.
Yeah, I was telling that in such a big companies, say I'm working in a company of $27 billion revenue. Okay, generally both the customer side and the IT side both are not aware of what to do. It was been initiated somebody by ITL team that okay, this is today we'll target this year we'll target this, and to save the budget. So finally the end user business doesn't know what the change they are going to have, and IT also doesn't know what's the change they are going to do it. So it's a big gap. So I will use a brainstorming technique where we educate them both from both the sides what is the ITIL team is expecting for the cost saving of by implementing this project. And also, as earlier our colleague said, not restricting ourselves to one technique, we can use multiple techniques where after brainstorming I'll go for workshops with them, and then I'll ask them to give some documents, prepare some BRE documents, and based on the BRD documents, we do the document analysis. And if we have some questions on the document analysis, we go back to them with and do the questionnaires. And we also split the means we, since the it's a big project, since it's not restricted to one area, we bring the expertise of that area of forming a multiple groups, and we make in the workshop to interact according to the groups, which are I call as a focused groups workshops. So that's what I can say. I can use all these 11 techniques to prepare my BRD.
So the next thing is, as we discussed yesterday, so business requirements gathering as when they are doing the business requirements, they will classify the requirements as a functional requirements and the non-functional requirements. So actually what do you mean by the functional requirements is, they will discuss how the system should behave. How does a system should behave in the sense, for example, when you are logging in, what are the pages to be displayed? In that, what are the necessary fields should be displayed? These are the functional requirements. What do I mean by the non-functional requirements is, as soon as when they have logged in one application, on one corner you will be able to see three options, right? Home or something like that. So whatever you are seeing it, so that will be your non-functional requirements. So, and you will be able to see everything, like font you will be able to see. So all those things will be your non-functional requirements. So now usually what we does is, when we are when we were collecting this business requirements, after collecting and do these things, okay, what you can do
Yeah.
is, you will start doing this one, okay. See, I don't know what support you are going to get from Intellipaat. There are n number of case studies which are available on online, okay. Start browsing it and see each and every mobile application. As you are the business analyst, when you keep
Okay.
using one application, right, you will be able to identify the defects for it. Okay, start uh, noticing all those defects in. So what will be your activity, I'll tell you. So might be it
Mm-hmm.
looks little bit hard way, but it will reap you for the long term. Yeah, so what you does is, you concentrate. For example, take one mobile application, okay. Don't be in
Mm-hmm.
hurry. So
Mm-hmm.
just 3 days, you start performing the number of actions. Okay, you, for example, just take one mobile application where you can book a tickets. Okay, movie tickets or might be flight tickets or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So start doing it. Okay, cancel it and select multiple times. Like select multiple tickets and try to cancel single one. How the system is behaving it, you see that. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
when you keep testing, no, it will be easy for you to identify the bugs.
Okay.
Okay, as soon as once you are able to find out the bugs, then
Yep.
already the business analyst was started in you. No, because
Okay.
the thinking will be towards your functionality. So whatever the requirements that we were collecting, so we can classify them into 5 broad categories. Okay, now I'm going to let you know what are the 5 broad categories. So the first one is, what I'm doing is, currently whatever business requirements that we have captured till now, so functional requirements and non-functional requirements. In that functional requirements, I'm classifying them more into categories. It's not only for the functional requirements. What I'm trying to do is, whatever requirements I have got it, I'm trying to classify them into categories. Depending upon that category, we will be able to deep dive more. Okay, so currently I'm classifying this total requirements into different categories. So we have a little bit of fuseless, so please bear with me. So these are the different type of categories which are available, so that you can classify your business requirements into under these categories. The first one is behavioral requirements. So what do you mean by this behavioral requirements is, for example, you have one hybrid application, so which works both on your mobile application and as well as your web application. So that the way that the way that it behaves will be little bit different if you people will observe it. The screens will be small, the icons will be small, and the functionalities will be same, but few buttons will be displayed only for the mobile application, few will be displayed only for the web application. And if you observe it, the same mobile application will be different for the Android users and it will be different for the Apple users. So all these requirements will come under the behavioral requirements. Okay. So in behavioral requirements, it's like what is a proper definition I can tell you is specification of user interactions often represented as a use case. So what do you mean by that? For example, as a user, when he logs into a mobile application, so how your system has to behave. As a user, when he logs into the same application in web-based, how it should behave. So this whole scenario, you're going to call it as a behavioral requirements.
So basically, it defines the behavior or how it reacts, right?
Work. Yeah,
Okay.
how it reacts. All these banking applications will be web-based applications and as well as a hybrid. It's a hybrid applications. It's a both mobile and it's both system-based applications also. So, for example, when you log in into your HDFC account, when you log in through web application, as soon as you fill your details and when you click on next, the page that displays is completely different from the web application. See, HDFC Bank is one of the widely used bank, right? So it has a product which will be used hybrid application. When you log in into your web-based application, when you fill out your details, when you click on next, there will be one page. In the middle of that page, there is one button which is called as continue to net banking. Same application, when you log in into your mobile, as soon as you fill your details, that page won't display. Automatically, it will take you to your home page.
Meaning once you enter the username and password, right?
Yes, yes. So this is a difference. You have extra tabs and extra space in your web application. So whereas when you are using your mobile application, they will put the normal functionalities in it, removing all different actions.
So that is the behavior.
That is the behavioral requirements. And there is one more point that you have to remember when they were discussing about the behavioral requirements. The thing is called compatibility. When as every time we will get a message, right, that we have to update our softwares in mobile based applications. So this iOS, if you have a now the latest updated version is i10 i11. If you are using i5 or iOS 6, what happens is your mobile application will behave entirely different from your new updated version. So in that cases, what we does is we will take the system on the backward compatibility mode, so that the person who is having iOS 5 and the person who is having iOS 11 both will be able to use the mobile application without any disturbance. But the person who is using iOS 5, he will have only the basic features. He cannot enjoy the upgraded features. Whereas the person who is having the iOS 11, he will be able to use the upgraded features and he don't need to bother anything about the old version. So you can handle this one with the help of a backward compatibility. It's really very important when you're working on the mobile applications. So this is about the behavioral requirements. When it comes to business requirements document, so what do I mean by that? For example, few requirements you will get it on the fly. I want this business has to be like that. I want this requirement has to be like that. So what I mean by the business requirements document is the process, the business rules, and the calculations which are involved in the requirement document. You will categorize all these things under the business requirements document. Okay, so what do I mean by that? For example, when you are developing a product for a hotel, or when you are developing a product for the travel, or when you are developing a product for the hospitality, so what will be the business requirement for them? So as soon as when the customer checks in, so what is the first thing that he should get it? He should get his toiletries to be placed in his room. He should get the water bottles to be placed in his room. He should get his towels to be placed in his room. So all these things, it's a business requirement. It's the minimal basic amenities which has to be placed in the room before as soon as once the guests check-ins, right? So this will be your the business requirements document. What happens is you will develop one software which is called as an intense key. So what does this application does is, so this intense key will be installed in each and every department for this hospitality departments. Okay, so as soon as the customer checks in, one trigger mail, one trigger notification will go for the laundry, one trigger notification will go for home dining, and one trigger notification will go to each and every department where the hospitality team does. For example, if this hotel, let us take an example of a hotel. As soon as the customer checks in, the directly mail will go to housekeeping. It will go to customer complaints handling section. It goes to emergency. It goes to laundry. If your hotel has a swimming pool, it goes to swimming pool. It goes to gym. Whatever departments you have, the trigger mail will go to every department, so that all things will be placed ahead before customer raising a request. So these type of requirements, we were going to call it as a business requirements document. All this rule you will call it as a business rules, and these are categorized under the business requirements document. So actually what people does, few people know, they will just classify it as a functional and a non-functional requirements, but few companies will be more specific in categorizing these requirements into different categories. So at that time you will be writing all these things. So this functional
So,
requirements, I've taught you n number of requirements till now. This
yes.
non-functional requirements also, you people know it. And what
Hmm.
is the stakeholder requirements? So stakeholder requirements are like, for example, usually what happens is they will be I'll tell you the best example for this is, there is one application which is called as a revenue guidance, where this JW Marriott uses this application to calculate the amount in each country, in how much amount it is making. So how the system will work is, as soon as the bearer will take a order, they will have a tablets. So as soon as he will update it, okay, so the sales will be generated immediately. So for example, you are the PM for that. For example, let us take in US itself. So they have a Marriott hotels in different locations. So one person might be the PM, one person might be the supervisor in Marriott of Marriott in Florida. One person will be the head in Los Angeles, and one person will be the head in New York. So what will be the requirement from the stakeholder is that, for example, when this Florida person logs in into my system, he should be able to see only the sales related to the Florida JW Marriott. He should not touch, or he should not be able to see any other financial sales related to any other Marriott hotel. So that is a
So that
requirement.
so that is like limited access to information, just to the
Yes.
information they are concerned about.
Yes, they are concerned about. For example, what happens? They have a different level of access. Okay, so they have a general manager. So when he logs in under the general manager, he have 5 6 states access. So he should be able to see all sales which are related to that 5 particular sales. So it's a user level access that he wants to hold it. So all such type of special stakeholder requirements will come under this category. ITC Infotech is the company which have developed this software for the JW Marriott, which is called as a revenue guidance. So when it comes to product requirements, so what do I mean by the product requirements is few products. For example, let me take this. Nowadays, we were able to hear a lot of this speech analytics and lot of this artificial intelligence products. How all those things were developing. So this is a already inbuilt feature. You will get it, and just you will run that on your instance. So such type of requirements, no, you are going to call it as a product requirements. So nowadays, there is one company which is called as a Unifor Software Systems. So what does they will develop is they will have one product which is called as Omina, and they will install it in your BPO call center so that you will be able to show a dashboards how many customers are satisfied with your product, how many customers are not satisfied with your product. So how many customers are trying to leave your product and go. He'll be able to, the product will be able to display you the churn propensity, the customer sentiments, and it will be able to show you what is the performance of your agents, how they were performing, actually what is the rate. So all these are the product specific requirements. Such type of requirements are classified under the product specific requirements. So whereas a need analysis. So what do I mean by the need analysis? When it comes to most of the time, this need analysis will be done for the maintenance projects. What happens actually, you have installed your software and your users, that customer users are finding difficulty in to use it. Okay, they will tell, okay, can you customize it more? Can you integrate more data in it? Can you add the specific features to it? So all such type of requirements will come under the need analysis, depending upon the specific needs from requested by the customer. So next it comes to the usability requirements. So what do you mean by the usability requirements? When you are using the surveys and when you are using the questionnaires, you will be able to understand the voice of the customer, what he wants, actually what makes easy for him to use your mobile application or to use your hybrid application. So he'll be keep on sending you the feedback about your product. I want this to be done, I want that to be done. So all such type of requirements, you will classify them under your usability requirements.
So I have this one question. So when
Yes,
we are
yes.
saying that these are the categories of business requirements, right? And we are implementing these requirements, or we are trying to access this requirements in the real-time projects when we are working. So are we going to create, like, we know about the BRD, we know about the FRD. So are we going to, divide these all requirements in those documents, or are there, like, for every requirement there is a specific document we need to fill?
No, actually, what happens is most of the companies don't fall. Most of the companies they don't do all these categories. Okay, so they will
Mhm.
fall into either one of the category. So, for example, few companies they will have more of the functional requirements and they will have a very less non-functional requirements. Okay,
Okay.
few of the companies they will have the usability requirements more. They will give you a list of the customer feedback, whatever they have got it, and they will tell you, you please develop a BRD from this.
That
Okay,
makes
so
sense.
it is a
So,
usable requirement, right? So whatever you
uh-huh.
have got, it is a usable requirement.
So when we
So
are
these are
talking
the
about,
terminologies. All these people will use it when you are start doing this business requirements. They won't straight
gotcha.
away talk you it is a functional requirements and it is a non-functional requirements. They will tell you
Yeah,
these are the user requirements what I've got it. These are
yeah,
the customer requirement whatever I've got it. So then if
yeah,
they were mentioning a customer requirement, then you it should immediately trigger in your brain saying that okay this is what she's talking about or this is what he's talking about.
yeah,
Or then mainly
yeah.
he's focusing only on the customer. Apart from that, he's not focusing on anything. So
Okay.
I'm telling you all these things because it will be very easy for you to connect when he's referring to these points.
Yes, that's what I got it now. So it's basically the terminology we will use when we are using, or we are gathering the requirements, right?
Yes, exactly. So what like when you go to this business requirement session, no, like we are a junior level, so we don't know. One senior external stakeholder, around some 18 years, 19 years experience project manager will come and he'll tell, okay, I wanted to let you know, no, this is my product requirement. So it's like
Okay.
in our terminology, product is everything, whatever we are developing. So exactly what you mean by product requirement, right? So then we should think that, okay, he's talking about some product where he have got specific requirements where he was discussing about it. So
Okay.
it links you in a very easy manner. See, for example, when you see a lot of this mobile applications, always you'll be keep getting a, messages, right? That you
Yes.
have to update your software. Like few old mobiles, like if you take this LG and if you take this Blueberry and all these things, it's like very old mobiles, and we were not getting any upgraded devices for it, right? So for example, if I have a LG and I've installed app when I'm using LG, if I download the same app on my new iPhone, right? So the features on this new iPhone will be different, and the features which are in my LG will be different. I should be able to handle this LG person also without interrupting the flow. So this process you can achieve it by using the backward compatibility, which your developer team will take care of it. They will write a reverse code. So because what happens in most of the mobile applications, no, people will be keep using this word, okay, backward compatibility. So I want your mobile application also has to support my backward compatibility. So then you people should not think what is this Greek and Latin term he's using backward compatibility. We don't know. I don't want you people to get into blank stage. So that is the reason I'm giving heads on. So what is this customer requirements is actually, what happens is, this most of this customer requirements most specifically for a particular product where you will have a touch and feel. For example, now lot of this face recognition tools are coming, and lot of this password, we were entering our passwords. So all these software are the customer requirements. Yes, they wanted only their technologies to be used and to be developed the product. So for example, if you want to code with the help of a Java or Angular JS, they will tell, boss, that is an old technology, we were not using it right now. So this is a new technology. We want you people to develop the product depending upon this technology, where your requirements will be more specific regarding your resources, regarding your resource skill set, and regarding your regarding your methodology. So all these things, if customer is more specific in developing your product, such type of requirements you are going to call it as a customer requirements. So in the other requirements, you can suggest them what is the best method that you are using. So it's client's responsibility whether he can go ahead with it or not. But whereas in customer requirements, that is not the way that how it is going to work.
So, speaking of the business requirement document, all the 9 points that you mentioned, it has to go into the BRD without fail, right? For all the projects,
Yes.
or it depends?
It depends on your project to project. See, for few companies, no, and few product, they will discuss more about the functional and less towards the non-functional requirements.
Okay, okay.
So it's like that. So what I'm thinking is, I'll just give you a scenarios exactly. What are the functional requirements and what is a non-functional requirements, so that it will be easy for you to understand the difference between it. That's fine.
So when we are saying that we are fulfilling the functional requirements document, and there are non-functional requirements too. So for non-functional requirements, are we going to do a separate document, or is there a column for that in the functional requirements or in the BRD?
In the BRD, you will have it at the end of the page. Now I'll tell
Okay,
you what are the contents that you people have to include in the BRD also.
okay, okay. Yeah, that would be more like specific and particular about what
Mhm.
would be a BRD and FRD.
Yes. Okay. So, for example, functional requirements. The best example, what I would recommend is, I want an email to be triggered to the head of the department once the contract value is $10,000. Okay, this is a functional requirement. So when I'm configuring my system or when I'm developing my system, this point I will take into the consideration and I will develop it. Okay, so this will be my functional requirement. So now what is going to be my non-functional requirement is I want my email in Times New Roman with legacy attached with it and with font size 12. So this is your non-functionality requirement. So here you are not discussing any functionality, right? It is just a normal message. So you are telling to your people, yeah, I want the mail to be generated with the Times New Roman and it should be 12. That's it. Okay.
So it's more
So he
on the
meant to
customer.
say that the functional requirement will involve some technical changes, coding changes, whereas a non-functional requirement is somewhat like an application, not the code change.
See, what I mean to say in functional requirements and the non-functional requirements, the main difference is in functional requirement, you want how your system has to behave. In
Okay.
non-functional requirements, you don't want how your system behave. You want how it should be the look and feel of the system.
It's more on the presentation part, right?
Yeah, it's more on the presentation part. See here I was not mentioning that my email has to get triggered. What I'm mentioning, I want my email in Times New Roman. It's like a look, right? I want it to be in a more decent and professional way. But in functional requirement, I'm giving an action saying that if my contract value is more than 10,000 billion or $10,000, it has to go to the head of the department. Here it is a functionality, right? I have one role who is a Indian head or UK head or US head, and there is one more person who is entering this contract value as 10,000. As soon as he enter it as a 10,000, email has to go immediately to the head of the department. Right here, a process is involved. So this will be my functional requirement.
I just want to put a statement and say why I'm wrong. So why are we confusing the business with the specifying as a functional requirement and non-functional requirement? Can we take it as a two requirements
No,
under
you
the same
cannot do that.
functional requirement? Yeah.
No, you cannot do that. I'll tell you. See, for example, what happens is when you take a requirement, you should also write a test cases associated with it. For the functional requirements, you cannot keep changing your test cases. If you have 100 functionality requirements now, hardly you will get 2 or 3 changes in your functional requirements. Whereas if it is your non-functional requirement, if you have 100, most probably 60 will get changed because you have developed with one color. Okay, once you will present it to customer, what customer will say, no yeah, it is this color is not looking good. Okay, can you change this color? And what he will say, oh, okay, boss, see here, this Times New Roman, this letter is looking very bold. Can you reduce it? Can you please change the font of this color? So all these are the non-functional requirements where you don't consider these all the major changes. So whereas a functional requirements, it comes with a change request if he wants to change it later.
True. Now I got it. The exact difference. Yeah. Yeah. True. Yeah.
So
Hey, just one question. You mentioned every requirement will have a test case, right?
yes.
We understand that in Agile it's more parallel approach, but do you start writing these test cases during the sprint itself as soon as we get the requirement, or is there a particular stage?
As soon as once your BRD is finalized,
Okay.
what does a business analyst will do is first he will create the product backlog.
Right.
So as soon as the product backlog is done, he will prioritize what features he want to develop. As soon as he starts explaining these requirements to the
Development.
team,
Yeah.
so team also will take some time to start coding, right?
Correct.
So by the time your team finishes the coding, your tester should be ready with the test cases. Most probably how it happens is, as when the business analyst started writing the creating the PBI use cases, immediately your tester will always be ahead, one sprint ahead before you. For
So
example,
what
if
is
I'm doing sprint one now, my tester should be always ready with the sprint one test cases and the sprint two test cases also, because he doesn't have any other job apart from writing these test cases till the time these people will finish the coding.
What I am understanding here right now is when the BRD is created and the product backlog is created and the functionalities are prioritized based upon what a few functions are going to be implemented in the first sprint, the tester will be ready with the second priority list and he will be, ready to test, not test, but he will be ready to. I mean, who is the one who is right now? What he will do with the second if the only one sprint is achieved, one few whatever the priority one was there for the sprint one was achieved. What he's doing in the second, what you
See,
said.
to answer your question, Amin. See, I'll tell you how the scenario happens. Is, for example, product business analyst. What he does is he'll write all the product. He will create all the product PBI already as soon as the
Okay.
BRD is signed off. So what he
Okay.
does, so this PBI and the sprint planning will take some time. Okay, because he should know what things he has to prioritize first, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
as soon as he has prioritized, so what he
Yes.
does is immediately he will call his tester. If it is
Okay.
really very big project, okay. So he'll call
Okay.
and he'll explain the few requirements to him, okay, already before ahead with the team. So he'll tell
Mhm.
boss, see, these are the requirements, so many requirements we have. I want you to finish it up the test cases at least for the 5 use cases, because it doesn't take much time for the tester to create the test cases. In one day, at least he can write minimum 4 test cases with the basic flows and with the alternate flows. When the test
So,
cases concept comes, I'll teach you what is a basic flow and what is alternate flow.
okay. So basically, we will do this further when we really understand what are test cases and how they work, right?
Yes. Yeah. So that is one thing. And now I'm going to discuss about the what is a BRD template format. So this is a general template, like it may be here and there, but this is a standard format where people will follow actually. So the first one will be project overview. So in this project overview, they will describe about the company, external and internal stakeholders, who will be the point of contact, like product owner details also. Product owner details from both customer and client side, customer and company side. So this will be the first one, and second one is objectives and constraints. In the objectives and constraints, so for example, if I'm upgrading my system from C5 to C6, my objective will be upgradation. And you will have a few set of assumptions which you are taking it from, few assumptions which we will take it by default. So you are mentioning that assumptions ahead before, and if you have any constraints, like you have any budget issues, or you don't have sufficient resources in your team, or if you don't have other things. So this is one thing. And the next thing is functional and the data description. So what do I mean by this data description is, when you are developing specific products for the banking sectors, already your interest rates and your savings account details and your they will have a unique code and head cashier count. So all these things will be the data, they will share it with you. So all this data has to be integrated with your functional requirements document. So that is what I mean to say. It's like you can call it as a metadata which customer gives you. So this is one thing. And system architecture. So system architecture is, if you see for any project, your technical person will always, he would have already developed the system architecture, like what type of functionality, what type of software that we have used, and what is our data. It's MS SQL, or it's Oracle DB, or all technical related stuffs will be there in the system architecture. And next one is your resource requirements. So your resource requirement, your resource skill set, details, and we'll also have the estimates for each and every phase. Like deadlines. And you will have the hosting, and you will have the hosting requirements, technical specifications, and few when you're developing a mobile applications, the client will give you the few mobile devices. Like if he wants to test on the Android, he will give you the latest updated Android services. Like he'll give you MI phone, he'll give you Samsung, he will give you the different devices for you, and he'll give you iPhone, and they will give you the laptops also, this iOS laptops, different versions. So all those requirements and all those details will be mentioned in your BRD document template. So this is a normal template usually where people will follow. And if you have a non-functional requirements, so you will also mention them at the end of the page. Now I'm writing one business requirement document, and my scenario is I wanted to book my flight ticket using mobile application. Okay.
And I think the BRD also has approver's name and all that stuff, right?
Yes, it will have. That is what I've written. No, in project overview, it will describe about the company, and it will
Okay.
describe about the who are the external and internal stakeholders.
Okay. Okay. Clear.
My scenario is say customer trying trying to book ticket using mobile application. So this is my scenario. So now I'm drawing how does my business requirement looks like. So this is my step number 1. So this is a format for business requirement document. Please everyone remember it. This is type ID. What do I mean by type ID is requirement ID.
Okay.
Requirement ID. So next thing is what is an action system will do it. And next one is what is a reaction for that action. Means here it will be the software reaction.
How it is supposed to behave.
It is how it's supposed to behave. Step number is 1, and requirement always starts with R001, and action is, what is my first action?
The first action would be to enter the location we are traveling from and to.
First you have to log in, right?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yeah, the first one is going to be login.
Yeah. Customer will.
Monica, actually, see when see the requirement is that you need to develop a mobile application to book the ticket for a customer.
Yes.
So as a first step, we need to first document the as is process. Currently, how they are following up.
That is I'm writing a scenario BRD document. I'm writing for one scenario. That and
Okay.
all you will do it right already. So here
Okay.
in this BRD document, you are going to write the to be process, right? As is also you can include, but most of the people don't do their as is. They will write what is a to be document. Because as is you
Okay.
will already have it from the customer document, he will share it with you.
So when you see now for this scenario, as part of the BRD document template, the first is the project overview. So where you are going to specify that for which project we are going to do it. So I feel that the first step should be that.
Here I'm discussing about the scenario. This is not my project. My project is
Okay.
developing a mobile application. It's already a BRD document for me. Here I'm writing
Okay.
only a BRD document for one particular scenario.
Okay. So you are splitting the entire project into a scenarios like agile methodology.
Yeah, no, because
On
I cannot write now the whole business requirement document, right? It takes a lot of time for me.
yeah, true.
I just wanted to give a hands-on people because the same way you will write the functional requirements also. So I just wanted you people to understand how does a business requirement document looks like.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
because in
Thank you.
business requirement document only you will write the functional requirements and the non-functional requirements. So now I'm writing my functional requirement actually. So the customer will log in into the system. So how does a system should behave?
It should move it to the home page.
Navigation.
Yeah. Right? So this is my first requirement. So now what is the next step after logging in? Customer should fill the details. So what does my system should take? Cross check the details or verify the details entered by the customer. So next thing is the requirement 3. So what I'm going to tell, verify the details entered by the customer. So now what is my next step of action? Customer should here after verifying if there is any discrepancy, it should take me to the first step, which is requirement 1. Yes or no? No. What I'm saying is, for example, whatever details I have entered, if that is
Mm-hmm.
not according to the customer format. See, for example, if
Okay.
date is like month, day, and year. Instead of that, I have entered month instead of date, month, and year. It should throw me an error and it should take me to the first action, right, where I should be able to edit. So that is what I
Yes.
mean to say. So verify the details entered by the customer. If there is any discrepancy, it should take me to the
Oh yeah, first step.
first step. Okay. So that is a one thing. So
Okay.
next thing is customer should be able to edit the page. So it should be a one more tab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Navigate me to the new tab or to the same tab. So this
Yeah,
is how you
same
will
one.
write this is how you will write the functional requirements document. So what you
Okay.
will write in your functional requirements document is you will also you will also write the same way. Okay, step number 1, requirement ID. What you does is over here requirement ID and you will mention it over here. Okay, for non-functional requirements,
Okay.
requirement like this you will mention NFR001. Means what do I mean by that? It is a non-functional requirement which needs to be associated with my first functional requirement.
Okay.
Okay, because in non-functional requirements, what I was talking about, I'm talking about the font size and I'm talking about the color. So as soon as the customer will log into the system, the font size should be same across all the home page, right? It cannot be different in different departments. So that I should specify it. So all these specifications will come for the non-functional, comes under the non-functional requirements. And when the customer is logging in, the background should be blue color or the background should be pink color. So I should be everything, I should be very specific and very clear to my developers and to my UX team. So then only they will able to develop. So that is the reason business analyst job is very careful, and he's the person who is responsible for this product to go on live. If you misses anything in this whole first phase, then your whole project will go for toss. So you
So
have to be
usually,
more focused. Yes, yes.
so so Monica, how much time does it usually takes to complete a BRD? I mean, does it take a few days or like it
It
has to
depends
be?
upon what project you're working on. So if it is really
Okay.
very big project, no, it takes like 2 months, 3 months also to get your requirements document written and get it
Okay.
sign off.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because every single small to big detail needs to be considered in the requirement, so it's a big
Yes,
task.
yes. It's a big
Okay.
task actually. This is about the BRD document. So now I would like to discuss the next concept. So which is what are the best practices to be followed? To be followed when you are in the phase of the requirements gathering. So the first point should be availability and location of the external and internal stakeholders. Okay, let me write the points first, then each and every point I will discuss it. Client and development team understanding about your knowledge and knowledge on the methodologies that you are trying to implement and the scenarios classification. So these are the best practices. I mean, I don't say these are only the fixed best practices that you have to follow. So these I'm classifying it depending upon my experience and whatever I've learned it till now. So these are not fixed and there is no handwritten book anywhere or anything that these are only the best practices. So what do I mean by the availability and the location of the external and the internal stakeholder? See, for example, your project manager may say, "Okay, you join the call. I'll you just update me what had happened in the call discussion." So when the external stakeholder is a more experienced person than you, so what he try to does is he try to fool you, saying that giving 100 functional requirements and 100 changes in one functional requirement. Okay, and you understand it in different way and you write the document. And even your project manager also doesn't know about it and he will give a sign off. Tomorrow, after developing, your external stakeholder will come up and he will say, "See, boss, you are the one who has given a sign off. Then why you are not doing it now?" So it's your responsibility that you have to do it, and I'm not going to raise any change request and I'm not going to pay anything. So it's whole fault of internal stakeholders. Right. Few times actually what happens. For example, your external stakeholder is in US and you are here. And your company might be thinking, okay, why to spend unnecessarily so much of money? Let's take online sessions and just discuss on the Skype meetings and let's figure it out like that. So after that, what happens? So according to you, whatever you're not seeing any application of theirs and you don't know even the process and you are not observing any team members and you don't know anything about it. Simply whatever he was telling, you are trying to understand, you have developed your own system. So after developing, nothing works out well for them. So what do they come up with? They will tell whatever you have done is crap. And they have a option to raise a penalty on your company if their expectations are not up to the mark. When they were making a SOW agreement, that is what they will write. There is one term which is called as a damaged charges. That means if your product is not fulfilling at least 50% of the customer requirements, straight away you can be sued for the loss. So all this risks you should face it if this availability on the location of the external and the internal stakeholders is not in a very system and a very structured manner. Like anyone had faced any issues in their real life scenario?
Yeah, I can say that for me, for an example, is that it's happened in the last week itself. So my BA has given me the schematic view. Based on the schematic view, we had given the technical steps. And during the technical steps in the meeting, actually he told to do this activity to be done at both the sites, at the customer side, at the we are doing an interface project, so it has to be done at the both the side. We are doing an interface project, so he has told that to be done at both the sides. But when we developed the program and we came to know during testing that the business requires is not this, they want to be done only at one site, not at the multiple site.
So then who
So
will be blamed for it? Your business analyst won't be blamed for it, right? He will say that is what is a requirement that we have which I have understood it from the customer.
yeah, but when we develop the testing scenarios, because he is not completely a subject-oriented BA, so we have developed the test scenarios and shared him, and we have when the test scenarios also in the naming part we kept as a functional naming. So by saying that, is that not a part of BA to go through the testing scenarios also? So
So that is what I'm telling. So always know your BA has to be very strong because he should know the in and out of the project, what is happening and what are the test scenarios you people were writing. So he himself has to sit and he himself has to test the functionality. Then only he'll be able to what I'll say. Then only he'll be able to get the grip over the project. And if tomorrow customer comes up and he raises an issue, he will be straight away ahead and he'll tell you this is not what you have given, this is what you have given, and this is what our test cases we have written. So that's why your business analyst is only the person who should stand for you, the whole team. Whether you people do wrong also, he should tell the customer that we people were right, you are wrong. He should be so damn strong.
yeah.
That is the reason when you attend for the business analyst interviews, they will always ask you all scenario based question. They will never ever give you this write the BRD document or either write the use case diagrams or either you write the FRD documents. It never ever comes up. They may ask you saying that okay, what does a traceable matrix does, what the test cases scenarios will be, can you explain me the format, but they will never ever ask you to write, because they will always check how strong are you and how you will be able to handle the situations. That is the main important requirement they will look in a business analyst.
So basically, it would be situational based questions, right? I mean, if you
Yes.
are in this situation, how would you behave as a business analyst and that kind of questions?
Yes. So what do I mean by the second point is client and the development team understanding about your knowledge. So what do I really mean by that is, for example, when you are explaining about any new terminologies and when you are explaining about new technology which is coming up in the market, even your development team should be aware of it, and even your client also should be aware of it. For example, now so many things have come in this Python, Spark, so many things. So if you are technical manager, he's learning things so fast, and if he tells to the customer saying that I want to develop this product by using a technology called Spark, but your development team doesn't know how to code it in Spark, then what you will do it? It's a failure for you, right? Because you cannot commit anything to the customer randomly. And if the customer also doesn't know what is a Skype or Spark something, he will okay, whatever you feel like doing, you do it. After developing, after coding. So few customers will have a requirement saying that you code, you deploy that code in our instance, so that the code has to work very well in our instance. Might be the Spark and all, it doesn't support that functionality. Then what will happen to your business requirements document, whatever you have prepared? Everything goes for toss. Your whole time, almost like spending 3 months of time will go, and your money will be getting wasted, and your deliverables also will get affected, and you have to resource people who knows a Spark. So all this so much of chaos will be created. So you have to be very clear about what technology that you're planning to do it, and either it might be Azure, or either it might be DevOps, or either it might be Microsoft you're planning to do, or whatever you want to use it, or either it's an SAP integration, or either it might be Oracle integration, or it might be ERP integration. So whatever it is, both client and you has to agree, and you people have to develop it accordingly.
One
Okay.
question. You mentioned that writing BRD is one of the crucial phase because it includes all the important details. Say if a
Yes.
person is hired as a fresher for a BA role, and if the person does not have any sort of knowledge, so how would that person manage? Will he be sitting with a senior BA and doing the documentation?
Actually, to answer to this question, first of all, BA will be always selected on the experience. So if you're working with really very good MNCs, it's a really very big MNCs, no? Always your position will be an experienced BA. Or for example, if you're starting your career as a junior entry level BA, so you will have one senior business analyst, and you will be a junior business analyst. So then what will be the roles and responsibilities for you? For you will be doing the functional testing. So the business requirements document will be always written by the senior BA.
Okay, so when we are entering in this profession, it would be like we will be shadowing the, senior business analyst, and we will be following how he's creating the BRD, and from that we can gather an experience in the first project.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Mhm.
No, because no company wants to take a risk, right? Because they were developing the product. So if you're a junior level, and if they will put a full developing of a project in your hands, it will really go for toss. So really, no company doesn't even take that risk actually. So in few companies, no, project manager only will behave as a business analyst. So he will write all the requirements. So they don't have any specific person called tester. So this junior business analyst will be only the person who will be writing the test cases, and he or himself will test it, and he himself will do the functional testing also. He himself will do the manual testing. So in such scenarios, all this testing will be done only by the business analyst.
When we are saying that the best practice for requirement gathering is availability and location of the external and internal stakeholders, and we
Yes.
are saying that they sometimes we see they are not that cooperative, or they are giving tons of requirements, functional requirements, which are like
Mhm.
sometimes impossible to inculcate in our, in the real time scenario. What would be the tip and trick on, getting with those types of I mean, how to handle those external and internal stakeholders in that time?
So you have to explain them what are the risks associated with it.
Okay.
So that is where your internal stakeholder, the project manager, comes into your picture, and he
Mhm.
should be very strong, and he should be able to convince your external stakeholder. That is project management's responsibility, right?
Okay.
So we cannot develop 100 things whatever the customer is requesting. At least we can develop 60-70%. So we should be able to convince the external stakeholder saying that, see, this is what we can support. If you want, you can customize it, but not
Okay.
100% we can do the customization also, because few things will be like that only. Because see, if you goes to ATM, if you have a debit card, so now so many other things are coming. There is no necessity that you have to enter your pin when you are swiping your credit card. They have that Wi-Fi enabled. If you just put it on your scanner, automatically the amounts get deducted. So you can
Yes.
customize it, but you cannot completely remove the process, right? So that is what you can customize it, but you cannot do the
So
full 100% whatever they were requesting for.
So we would say that in that case, like when we are having those meetings, we can be, as a business analyst, we can be firm on our points about, what is really possible for us to
Yes,
do for them
yes,
or customize them, and what is
of
not
course you
possible.
have. Yes, of
Right?
course you have to be. That is the reason I told you always for the business requirement, for the requirements gathering, only senior business analyst will go. It's
Oh,
not only the senior business analyst, UX architecture will go, UI architecture will go, because they will carry a wide range of experience, more than some 10 years, 11 years.
yeah.
So they'll be
Those,
knowing what is the best possible way to do it.
yeah, those were would be the real persons at those times who actually know they can implement it or not, right? The way
Yes, yes.
the customer is asking.
Yes, exactly true. That is the reason, no, when you go, if you see the business workshops and also, all senior people will be sitting in one and they will be keep discussing. It's like very less you can see one almost like 5 years, 6 years experience. You
Okay.
cannot see any business analyst. I mean, it's not 5 years is also okay, but fresher level you can never expect them to sit in that business requirements gathering actually. So the third point, as we discussed, this knowledge and methodologies that you're trying to implement. So because if you're implementing the waterfall methodology, your client doesn't think that you're implementing in agile methodology, right? So you have to be very clear in what methodologies you are using and how you are going to proceed ahead, because in this waterfall methodology you don't have a sprint planning, and you don't have this requirements, you don't have this sprint, you don't have this epic, you don't have this use cases, and then you don't have the sprint retro, you don't have a stand up, you don't have any framework that whatever you're following in agile methodology. So he doesn't know anything, so he thinks that you are wasting so much of time. So you should be able to explain him what is the importance of doing this each and every activity, so that he also will expect, he also will be very clear about what you're going to deliver in a short span.
Okay.
Yeah. And the scenario classification must be very clear. So what do I mean by that is, for example, as we have discussed just right now, so when I'm logging it, so what are the functions it should take me? So when I'm logging in, it's not that I'll enter the username, or it's not that I'll enter only the password. Sometimes I'll forget the password. When I click on forget password, so it should take me to a new tab where I can enter, where I can change the password, where I can verify my phone number, where I can verify my email address. So this is altogether a next navigation tab, right? So you should be very clear in scenarios what it is going to happen next. Okay, this is my step number. If I'm clicking on them, what is my step number 2? If I'm clicking on this, what is my step number 3? So you have to be very clear on your these things. So these are the risks, that this is the best practice that we have to be followed when you are in the phase of the requirements. Now I'm going to discuss about the risk in the requirements gathering. So the next thing is, here I'm trying to write what are the risks that which will be associated when you are doing this requirements gathering. The first one is lack of clarity in defining the criteria for success. The second one is clients changes the requirements very frequently. And lack or over commitment to the customer. Science gets fancy or tracky on certain technicalities. right? And stakeholders conflicts between the companies. So these are the 5 things which most of the BS usually will follow when they were doing this requirements gathering phase. So what do I mean that? So I'll explain you each and every point now. So the first one is lack of clarity in defining the criteria for success. So what do I mean by that? So for example, when the customer is keep giving you the requirements, so at one point of time, you should stop him saying that, see, whatever requirements you are giving are not possible in our system. So what is the major backlog for this Unifor software systems is they made a statement saying that their Omina can support almost like 180 languages, where it can support almost like 70-75 Indian languages and remaining other country languages. So they were projecting their product in a very high way, in a very it's as simple as it. Okay, so they were projecting their product as a BMW car, but whereas in reality it is not even a Maruti car. So you should never make unnecessary promises to your customer saying that we can deliver whatever he is requesting for. That is a lack of clarity in defining the criteria of success that I will classify under it. So what is the next thing? Client changes the requirements very frequently. So usually these things won't happen in a very big MNCs because actually the things were quite structured way, and all this BRD documents and everything will be fixed, and from then only this development will start. But whereas if you take the small companies, where they will hardly have 2 projects or 3 projects, and where they will be developing 2 products or 3 products, so for them, each and every project is a very important. So customer knows that, and he takes for toss, and he'll keep changing the requirements. So you should never take a risk of doing this. So you should be always very careful in doing this. Next, the knowledge on the next thing is lack of overcommitment to the customer. So it's like you cannot commit so much to him, saying that okay, I'll do everything, I'll do everything, I'll do everything. So you should be straight away tell him that this is what we can do, this is what we can do, and this is a timeline we require it. For example, if you need minimum 3 months to develop one feature, you cannot tell them I need only 1.5 months to develop it, which is highly impossible. Even you cannot tell it for 2 months also. What you can tell is okay, I may deliver it 10 days ahead if it is really very important requirement. So because 10 days is also a tough time, but still somehow you can manage with your resources and you can do it. So the next thing is client gets fancy or the cracky on certain technical functionalities. For example, this thing most of the times you will face it when you are integrating this ERP and SAP integrations usually. So a lot of the things what happens is when you will take up the data backup and so many other things, what customer thinks is okay, it's only just one instance change, it's only just one query change, but to integrate it will take a lot of time. So they think that it's only just a very small activity which can be performed in 10-15 minutes, but that is not the case, it really takes a lot of time. So make sure that customer knows ahead and tell him very clearly that how much time it requires all those things. Okay. And the next thing is stakeholder conflicts between the companies. So for example, sometimes what happens, it may be the internal stakeholders or it might be the external stakeholders. So when one stakeholder is telling one thing, this is a requirement that we need, the other stakeholder all of a sudden he comes up and he says that this is not what we required, we need something else. So at that, in that stage you cannot do anything. So to avoid that complications, so always you should follow the hierarchy, and always you should make sure that both stakeholders will be on the same page. Either it might be the internal stakeholders or either it might be the external stakeholders. So before going to outside, you internal stakeholder and your business analyst, might be your project manager, and you should be on the same page saying that this is what requirement we can achieve. this is what requirement we cannot achieve, this is what we can customize, after that we cannot customize. So you have to be very upfront in saying all these things. So for example, if your project manager says, okay, we can try doing it, we can customize it till 80%, but as a business analyst, if you knows, because you are the person who knows the product better, so if you tell that I can only customize till 60%, there is a gap of 20%, then who will own the gap of 20% in front of the external client? So please don't do ever these mistakes. So straight away, please be upfront telling your project manager or any other person from in your stakeholder, internal stakeholder, we cannot do this. These are the restrictions that we have in our product. So this is what we can deliver it to the customer. No, 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 never ever accept it. So this point straight away, you have to be upfront. You're putting, if you have really with good relationships also with your customer, you cannot do it, or with you have, if you have a good relationships with your project manager also, whatever it is, you cannot do it, you cannot do it. So these are the tricks that which we can do it. So these are the things, and what are the things I can tell you that, I mean, this is one more column which is called as best practices. Okay, so in this best practices, you can use these points for which elicitation technique you can choose. So the first one is, I'll tell you one thing. So here these points you consider it for the, what you will tell, you can do it for the go live data. Okay, actually otherwise you can consider these points for the sign off, for the BRD sign off, you can do it. So the first point is, what are the benefits as a customer and your company is trying to achieve? Okay, so what is the second thing? Accurate detailed information regarding the final BRD document. The next thing, to address all the customer requirements. And the solution offered must have its do's and don'ts very clearly. Here, the next thing is, the application should follow, the application should have the should follow the SDLC life cycle. Should follow the SDLC. So the next one is, the application should have its product features. So once you are signing off your BRD document, these are the things that you have to consider, whether these are all the points which are stated in your BRD document, whether everything is going fine according to that or not. So these are the things that which you have to consider. Okay, so the application should follow the SDLC. So what do you mean by that? Software development life cycle. So you should clearly mention them, what are the do's and do nots that you are developing in this product, and what you are trying to achieve out of this product, like automating your quality sheets or reducing your paperwork or whatever it is. You have to be very clear in doing all these things. What is SLCD, and what are the types of risk associated in it, and how to handle the risk, and what is a feasibility study? Today I'm going to discuss about the feasibility study, and I'm going to discuss about the SDLC lifecycle process, and I'm going to discuss about the what are the types of risks, and so what is the risk management process? So these are the things I'm going to discuss today. Today we are going to see, these are the things I'm going to cover today. We are going to see about the risk management and the types of the risk associated in the software products, software projects, and we were going to learn about the SDLC life cycle. So what are the things which are specifically involved in it? And next we are also going to discuss about the feasibility study today. So these are the 4 topics that I'm going to cover today. The first one is about the risk management. So why I was taking this concept now, because risk management is very important as soon as you have covered the requirements gathering. Because what happens is actually once the your requirements gathering is done and once your BRD finalization is done, so from here your project is going to start. So planning is one of the major thing which happens as soon as the BRD document is signed up. So the internal stakeholders, the project manager level people, usually they will sit together and they will be able to identify what are the types of the risks that can expect in the current project. So depending upon that project, they will prepare a framework how to handle this. So that whole process we were going to call it as a risk management. So now I'll write the definition. So what is a risk management? It is a process of identifying, monitoring, and managing the potential risks in order to minimize and have the positive impact towards the delivery of the project. So this is about the risk management. So to create this risk management, so we have to follow the 3 steps. So the 3 steps involved in risk management. The first one is risk assessment and analysis. The second one is risk evaluation, and the third one is risk treatment and response. Okay, now we are going to discuss about the individual thing. So this is about the risk assessment. Now after this risk assessment, I'm going to explain you people what are the types of the risks that are involved in the software products.
Okay.
So actually these things are the basic things. Depending upon company to company, we can add 2 or 3 more. Because for example, when you are when you are taking this airways project or something like that, there you have a more risk associated with the data information also. So as when we are working with the different clients, they also will have their own risk management system, and they will try to take the standard ones along with the other optional risks associated with their company. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you mean by the risk assessment? So first, what does they do? To work on this thing, you will have a set of people. Okay. So one person will be your senior program manager, and one person will be your senior resource manager, and one person will be like one director. So usually, so these people will sit together and they will start thinking about the project. Okay, when is a BRD sign off, and when is a go live date, and what are the things that which are planned in between, and how things are happening. So okay, this domain we are not able to do properly. In this domain we have to have a few more resources so that we can deliver it properly. Here testing resources are missing. Here these people, they don't have a product knowledge more, so they should go for a training. So all this planning will be done during the once the BRD document is signed off. So in this risk assessment, what they will do is the stakeholders will analyze the process and user requirements to to what I should say, to remove the negative impact on day-to-day operations. Okay, so this is the risk assessment definition. So what does the people will do? People will start sitting together and they will do the requirements management matrix, and they will address those issues to the team also ahead, because tomorrow, for example, usually few resources, few core, what you will say, few skill set will be very difficult. Actually, for example, if you have a MuleSoft, it will be very difficult. So what does people usually will do? They will get one MuleSoft one guy, and they will try to tag them in multiple projects. So for example, if he is working in project A, he'll be working on it. If there is an immediate requirement in project B, so immediately he will leave the work, whatever he's doing in a project A, and immediately he will run and start working in project B. So what it is going to happen? So the people who are dependent in the project A, so all their day-to-day operations are got affected, right? So it creates lot of the productivity issues, and it also creates the delivery dates out sync. So many problems will be coming with this risk assessment. So usually in this is a first stage. So people will sit together and they will analyze it in a very crucial way, so that they can address it in a better way, so they can reduce the things, and they can improve on it. I'm going to discuss about the second one, which is going to call about the risk evaluation. So what does people will do in this risk evaluation phase? These people will submit an analysis. Okay, so these are the risks that we have identified, and this is a matrix that we were going to try to follow it. And these are the persons who are involved in the risk association management, and he's the person. For example, if there is any risk related to the operations, he's the point of contact. If there is any risk in the out of the scope, so he is the responsible person. Like that, they will give the detailed structure, who is the person, to whom we have to contact, so all those things. So all that things will be happening in the risk evaluation. So in this, what they will do, they will try to analyze what is the risk which is already there and how we are going to address it. In this planning, they will compare in this stage the stakeholders will compare the present risk and how the organization is trying to address those issues. Okay, so this is about the risk evaluation. So what does they will do, it seems, and in this risk evaluation also, they will prepare a set of actions, how they are implementing, so that the risks are reduced. Project. Okay, so now I'm going to explain you the format of the risk evaluation. It's like, you can call it as a risk management template. So first one is risk identify date, and what type of risk is it, and who is the responsible person. You can take it as stakeholder, and the next one is Plan of action. So these are the 4 things that you can do it. So risk identified date. So what do you mean by the risk identified date? When you have identified that risk, and what is the type of the risk? For example, if you are planning about the resources, you want the more resources, then you can tag it as under the operational risk. And if you wanted to, what is a plan of action? What do I mean by the plan of action? You have to sit with your resource manager and you have to do, okay, these are the requests, these are the number of the resources I want, this is the skill set I am required. So those are the actions that you will write it very clearly. And stakeholder, who is holding this responsibility? Either project manager will hold this responsibility, or either program manager will hold this responsibility, or either the account manager will hold this responsibility, right? So for example, now we have identified on 05, 04, 05 line of action. For example, usually what happens is most of the companies will follow this risk manager. He will be the person who will like he's the head of the what you can say. For example, you have a 4 or 5 people together who is working on that risk assessment. So he will be representing from that team. That person, you are going to call it as a risk manager. So now I'm going to discuss about the risk treatment and the response. So what do I mean by the risk treatment and the response is, so whatever plan of actions that we have decided, and we have taken those actions. So how we are going to react about it. So for example, we understood that whatever our project is going out of scope. So we will have a call with the customer and we will tell him, see Mr. So and so stakeholder, we are every time we are coming up with a new requirement. So we are not able to deliver the project on time. So I'm recommending you, this is a high time that we have to stop the requirements. We are not going to change anything more. If you want anything new, please raise a change request. So this is the action that you are going to trying to take on it. After taking that action, we have to analyze it. Means whether whatever action we have taken, is it really working, or we need any improvements in it, or are we struggling any problems? So all this resource has to be done by the business analyst. So that thing we will classify under the risk treatment and the response. So what are the improvements happened after the implementation of actions? Yeah, so this is about the risk management concept. So now we were going to discuss about how do we come to see, for example, what is a risk. We will classify this risk plan of action. So risk is nothing but uncertainty uncertainty happened in the project. So when we have identified that there is one uncertainty in the project. So from there, how we will address this issue, and do we have any particular format that we were trying to analyze this issue? So it's not a format, I will tell. So before we putting this risk under this risk management, we will follow a certain steps. So in that we have a 5 steps totally. There are 5 steps involved in identifying the risk in any project. The first thing is identify the risk. So what do I mean by the identify the risk is whether it is a long-term risk or either it is a short-term risk. And so in identifying risk, we also should be able to identify under what type of risk it comes. Either it may falls on the operational risk or either it falls on under project cost risk or either it forms under the deliverable risk or either it forms under the reputational risk. Under what type of risk it will follow, that is what you have to identify. Identify the types of risk. Identify the I'll classify. So this is the first step. And what is the second step? The second step is analyze the risk. So what do I mean by the analyzing the risk? So in this, I wanted to understand in a more way. Okay, so what it is happening, how it is happening. So what are the things which are involved in it, and how I'm going to take an action. So all those things you have to do under this. What actions can be taken? So all those things. The next one is evaluation. Evaluate the risk. So I mean, what do you mean by the evaluate the risk? As we have seen the evaluation, the same process we were going to follow here. So the second one is treat the risk. So what do I mean by the treat the risk? So you have to talk to the respective person and you have to plan the action how you are going to react to that particular risk. This is the first thing. And the second one is monitor the risk. So what do I mean the monitor the risk? Monitor the risk means, so after implementing after implementing the plan of actions, so you should be in a very key and you should be thinking, okay, whether we are improving and is it really working for us or do we have to do anything else or do we have to implement more? So the next one is monitor the risk. So what do I mean by the monitor the risk is whatever the plan of actions that you have taken, are we able to solve that risk properly? And for example, if you have a 1 to 5 scale, so you should be able to come up saying that okay, out of my 5 scale, I can rate it around some 3. I can rate it around some 3.5 like that. So this is how my risk is handled. So I'm able to get this result. So that is how you should be able to help it out. So that is what we will do it in monitoring the risk. Now we have completed the risk management, and after that we have also learned about the risk, and we also learned about how to identify the risk in any project, and now we were going to see what are the types of risk associated.
How can we monitor the risk?
How can you monitor the risk is whatever plan of action that you have taken, is it really working or not?
At what time duration we should need to check the format or risk?
It depends on what type of risk that it is. Either it is a short-term risk or either it is a long-term risk. Depending upon that, you will be able to judge it. For example, don't think that I'm keep on repeating about this resource risk because usually that is what most happens in this IT company. So what happens, for example, one might be few. We have around some 6-7 people working on one project, and one guy all of a sudden he'll apply leave for 15 days and he will go. That is a risk, right? It's an unexpected risk. Some emergency is there at family. So at that time, what you does, you will talk to your team whether you can handle it in between or not. So if you are not able to handle it, then what is the next plan of action that you are going to take?
We will get the work divided into the group of.
It is not possible, right, all the time. For example, I'm a business analyst, so all of a sudden I'll go on leave. Might be something happen at our home and I'm going for 15 days leave. Then who will do my work?
Then we'll hire another one actually.
Yeah, that is a risk, right? So obviously you will go and tell to your project manager saying that, see boss, this so and so person is going on leave and at least we need some support. Because if tomorrow while coding you will get some doubt, who will address it? Either you should go to your technical manager. If your technical manager doesn't know about the more functionality requirement, then obviously you have to go to your program manager or either you have to go to some business analyst only, right? So it completely depends on what type of risk. Because if it is only for 15 days, it's a short-term risk that you can handle it by some way. For example, if your business analyst all of a sudden he absconds, So it's a long-term risk, right? So you have to get one more resource as a business analyst. So what is the plan of action for this? You will go and you will raise a request to your HR department saying that we need this resource. So after a couple of time, for example, if you have get that guy, you got a new person, and you should also give him a breathing time, right? Almost like 3 months, 6 months. He also should be able to understand the project. He also should be able to settle out the things. So that is a risk. That is a resource risk. It's a project risk. So these are how the things you can monitor it. Okay, he has joined on this date. Okay, till from here to here he has did this thing. So
Okay,
I can
okay.
say one of the risk is that see, for us during the start of the project itself, the project manager will send the to fill the planned leaves for the duration during the entire duration of the project. Of course, we can't do
yes,
for the unexpected leaves, for the planned leaves,
yeah.
and so we identified that as a one risk, and the plan of action of that risk is to communicate at the start of the gate of a new project that this so and so person won't be available. So ensure that the person's deliverables at that before that they are completed or like that. So we set up
Mm-hmm.
an reminders to communicate to the team that this person won't be available at during some frequency of intervals of time. We communicate to the entire team about the status
Mm-hmm.
of each resource.
Yeah. And sometimes, for example, I'll tell you one more thing. If it is a business analyst case, okay, so don't think why this girl is talking more about the business analyst, because that's how I'll come out with an experience day in and day out. So, for example, right now I am on leave for almost like 20 days. I'm having some work at my home, so I'm going to my hometown. So, what happens actually, I'll tell to my client also, right? I'll inform my client also. So, I'm going, boss, I'll just come back and I'll do it. So, everyone should be on the same page. That's a one type of a risk, right? What client will think, oh, what, all of a sudden she's going on leave. So what is now, what is going to happen? Is my delivery date will going to change, or either my productive enhancement will go or not? So all those things will be in place, right? When they were, so it's one of the short term risk. That's how we will come up in our day in out and day out activities. Did I answer your question, Shukla?
Yeah, I got it.
You're able to understand the
Majorly,
class, right?
yeah, majorly the most of the risk will be so the customer would not be understanding the exact what he requires at the start phase of project, and slowly
Yes.
by the way we started giving the solutions and the first phase of, like, in the case of agile, the first say, then he realizes that, oh, no, I would like to have like this initial, I don't know that this is what we expected. So the change requests, handling change requests is of major risk.
So to handle that issue, that is the reason we were doing the requirements gathering in the first phase only. Because when we are doing this brainstorming activity, so what happens during that time? We will finalize one solution and we will finalize the BRD, so that customer also will have an expectations on his brain. Okay, see, this is a problem that I have gone to them, and this is a solution that they were trying to give it us. So both that everyone will be on the same page. So change management requirement comes up very later. Not all the customer will request for it, but it's a rare activity that I can say.
Yeah, and also I would like to share one more, if it is not a
Yes, yes,
delay.
yes. No, no,
We
no, it's
have
okay, please.
in our project we have two phases of testing. One is
Mm-hmm.
called as unit testing, another is called integration testing. So unless and
Yes,
until we complete unit testing, we should not move to the integration testing as per the best practice, standard best practice.
yes,
But
yes.
suddenly the project manager says that we are already shortage of time, so we want to do it in parallel. So what
Mm.
happens now, if anything fails in integration testing, in unit testing, that means that we need to repeat entire scenarios of integration testing again. If there are, in unit testing, if there are 100 cases,
Mm-hmm.
and and in the integration testing we already started for 10 cases. If 51 case of unit test is failed, then the 10 is the 10 case of integration also should be reperformed, because a code change has happened, so we need to redo again already done the integration testing. So it is where we need buy more time again to repeat the scenarios. So we need to convince the product manager saying that no, we need to only move to the next phase of testing unless if he complete the first phase of testing.
He can do the unit testing straight away right there. If he does their unit testing right away there, so he'll be able to understand what is a bug that bug the tester will be able to find it.
Yes.
I won't say that exactly out of the 10 bugs, I won't say that all the 10 bugs the developer will be able to find out. At least no, he'll be able to find out around some 4 or 5 issues, right? Because it's only the functionality issues a tester also will find out. So
yeah,
every test case will have an alternate flow and every test case will have a basic flow. So basic flow can be developed by developer itself, right? Can be tested by developer itself, so that only the alternate flows will be the pending. So that alternate flows doesn't take much time. So even your project manager also will be convinced by this decision, whatever you people were taking. So it is a best practice to integrate in your team, saying that as soon as the developer develops it, before putting it for deployment itself, he should test it, and then he can deploy it in the deployment, so that it will become easy for the tester also to test the cases, and it will be easy for us a developer to rebug it as early as possible. Because if he doesn't do this unit testing by himself, then tester will raise 10 questions, then he will always keep sending the mails, please do this, please do this. So
Yeah.
now we are going to discuss about the types of the risks that we have. So the first one is about the cost risk. So first I'll write all the list, then I'll try to explain it individually. Okay, that goes
Yeah, it
good. First one is cost risk. Next is schedule risk. Next is operational risk. Next is budget risk. The next one is performance risk. Next is reputation risk. Next one is legal risk. Next one is governance risk. Next one is governance risk. What else we have? Technical risk. We have a resource risk. And what else is there? Scope risk. I've written it. Scope risk. And we have personal risk, and we have schedule risk. Okay, so as of now I was able to figure it out only these types of risk, but we have more that we can classify it as a risk associated with it. So first thing is we will discuss about the cost risk. So what do I mean by the cost risk? For example, one of the best scenario I can say is when you're doing the project planning, you will also discuss about this how many systems you want, and what is the type of skill set that you are looking for, and how much you are planning to spend it for this see, for example, to deliver any project, right, we have a n number of activities which are involved in it, right? You should take the people for the team lunch, you should take the people for fun do activities, you should take the people out for the team building activities, you should also assemble the training activities. So many things will be classified it. For example, you have quoted it all inclusion everything as some let's say around some $2.5 to $2,500. It's a very small amount, but you have classified it for only one enhancement. So after doing all these things, no, because a few skill set people you have to pay them very high. So by tagging them into the project and everything, you are deficient with the budget. So during that time, what you does? So you will be able to identify where you are trying to, where you are lagging that amount, either it is in whether it is in development stage, or either it is in testing stage, or either it is in team building activities, or either it is in training activities. So all those cost risks which are associated with the cost things, you will classify them under the cost risk management. Cost risk, financial things. Involved in the project. So this is about the cost risk. And what is the second thing? The second thing about the scheduled risk. So what do I mean by the scheduled risk is, for example, when you have one business analyst who has to travel to on-site. So already his schedule is booked and everything is booked. Then all of a sudden he will come up saying that I cannot travel. So then what is happening? So depending upon his travel, so you have scheduled one delivery out of it. So all of a sudden that whole delivery will go in toss, right? So such type of risk you will encounter under this schedule risk. So now the second thing is operational risk. So what do I mean by operational risk? For example, most of the big projects know where the data is very crucial. So they will ask you to build this ODCs for their entire project. So to set up this ODC, so a lot of amount is incurred in it. For example, you should not allow your team members to take their cell phones. So you should put it over there. And so much of cost is involved in it. And if something really bad goes in that ODC, the whole day-to-day operation got disturbed in that way. So then lot of resources are involved and all those things will get disturbed. So that type of risk we are going to classify under the risk operational things. So next is budget risk. So what do I mean by the budget risk? For example, when most of the business analysts will be keep traveling, right? Either to on-site or either to attend some training, to attend some training, or one thing or the other, they'll be keep traveling it. So during the time, what happens actually? Uh, According to your competency, they should follow only. According to their competency level, they should get a hotel accommodation. All those things will be there. But what happens is actually there is one company which is called as an Isotus, and they are into this contract management system. So what would they prefer? It's a client for one company. So what would they prefer? They wanted all their employees to stay in one particular hotel, because after the working hours also, all the employees can sit together and they can discuss it. For example, if there is a junior level person and according to his competency, he won't be able to afford that big hotel. But his manager is sitting in that big hotel. So that whatever amount which is coming, which is being which is more extra, no, that amount will come under the project cost. So that is a risk for the project, right? Because certain amount is going less from your whole project cost. So such type of things you will classify it under the budget risk.
A quick question. The term cost and budget sound somewhat very similar.
Similar,
right? So what is
yes,
the
major? It's like you don't have a much major difference between this. The cost risk is when they were talking about one individual, whereas a budget risk that talks about the whole group, like whole project. Under the cost risk, they will classify it for the training. Okay, what that does is actually project manager, when they were as soon as the project is signed up, they will have a certain amount. Okay, so they will be classifying. For example, if the project is around some 1 lakh, let's take this 10,000 for the training. Let's take this 10,000 for the team activities. Let's take this 20,000. For the developer team, let's take this 20,000 for the testers team, and the remaining amount will be for this management program. Like that, they'll be dividing the amount. So what does the cost risk happens is, for example, if you have only 10,000 amount as a training, but sometimes you have to pay so much of amount for the trainers to come and train you. That is a cost risk associated with that department, right? So such type of risks we will address in the cost risk, which is it's in the I'll write it within the projects. So these are about the few things, and as usual the second things is like, for example, the performance risk. As we discussed earlier also, if you are getting one new person into your project, at least we should give him a 6 months of buffer time to understand, to learn, and to deliver as per his roles and responsibilities and whatever we are expecting. Right, that comes under the performance risk. And sometimes what happens is actually, if you have a really very good project, very big project, so the performance risk is not to that level. For example, if you have a very small team, around some 5-6 team, in that if one person is also not performing up to up to our expectations, then obviously the performance risk will be high, because only few people, and that in that few people also one person is not answering properly, like he's not doing his job probably, so that the performance risk level is very high. So that is about the performance risk. And what is a risk? Legal risk. For example, sometimes what happens is there might be the data breach, or either for example, what happens is usually when most of the BS will visit to the on-site, either US, UK, Germany, like that. So when they will be going to the client location, so they'll be so interested to take the pictures and all, and what they will do it. For example, if they were standing in the client location, and when you're capturing the photo, the company of the client is coming in that photo, and you're uploading that document in the Facebook, or either you are uploading that document in your LinkedIn, uploading that photo, it creates a legal issue for you. Because when you're in a client location, you're not supposed to take any photos regarding their company, either their address or either their location or either their logo, and without their knowledge you cannot upload the photos in your Facebook, or either it might be WhatsApp, or either it might be Twitter, in any social medias. That is a legal risk. And the second thing is, sometimes what happens actually, the people, when they were moving from one project to another project, usually they will save their codes. When they're coming into the new project, they will start using the same code, whatever they have what they have done in the previous project. That is one of the legal risk that you are taking. And in few companies, there are few policies. Okay, for example, if you are working in airways projects from almost like 6-7 years, and you're trying to move to another airways project, the same business analyst should not work on the competition of the both airways. If he's doing that, it's a legal risk that your company will sue for it. So that is a legal risk that you are trying to address on. These are the types of the risk which will come under the legal risk usually.
If a business analyst is, as you said, working in an aviation company and he is trying to switch another aviation company working on the same project, then what? I didn't get it. How it will create problem? I know he can share the crucial data.
That is only the risk, right?
Okay.
See, for example,
okay.
I'll
We
tell
are just
you.
defining the risk actually.
Yeah, I'll tell you. See, for example, I'm the business analyst. I'm working in Sita.
Okay.
So my project is finished, and tomorrow I have one more. That company, it is working on the Lufthansa.
Okay.
I cannot go and join, because as a business analyst of the Sita, I know in and out of the project what business they do and what they will do it. So if I get the same, because I know the in and out, I know their weak points also, I know their strong points also.
Yeah.
So when I go to Lufthansa always a competitor of Sita. So I cannot work in Lufthansa, because I already know the Sita weak points. So if I'm joining there, obviously I'll be concentrating more on the Lufthansa strong points, so that I can compete it with the Sita. So it's a risk, right? So I cannot take that risk. As a company, you cannot afford to do that. So when you are doing that, it's a legal risk. Lufthansa can sue your company for doing that. That's why when you are attending the client interviews, no, they will ask your CV before you are going for an interview. If you're working in a really very big MNC, once project is done, your project manager shares your resume to the other client before you are attending the interview. So what is the main purpose to share that is they wanted to check which project you have worked on. Either the project is really competitor of you or not. If it is not competitor, that is when they will take you into the client. Otherwise, you will be assigning for one more project.
Okay.
Sometimes you may go entirely different from your vertical also. So next I'm going to discuss about the governance risk. So what do you mean by this governance risk? Each and every country they will have few things which are related to the government. See, for example, if anyone is working in India, we don't pay more attention towards our insurance policies. For example, when we are relocating the same person to US, they will concentrate more on their insurance policies, and the whole benefits will get changed after going there. So before sending one person, so we should talk to the embassy, and we have to restructure his CTC, all those things. So depending upon their government laws, so that we can classify under the governance risk.
I have
Yes.
this one question from the previous risk. So we are talking about the legal risk here, right? I
Yeah.
do understand what you said about that. They have the in and outs of, the current project, so they cannot go for a similar project in the next one.
Yes.
Just like, for example, if I am saying I am in banking domain and I am working for, like, say, Bank of America today, right? And then after, like, this project gets accomplished and I am moving to another project, so you mean that I cannot move to another banking project?
No, what I mean to say is you can move in another banking project. But for example, if your both banks are competing,
Mm-hmm.
you cannot move that. You cannot move. That's what usually company will follow the best practices.
Okay.
See, for example, let's take this Goldman Sachs. If you are working for a Goldman Sachs, and this what is this Moody Analytics is exactly. I mean, I won't say Moody. So let us take one competitor of Goldman Sachs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot go and start working in that bank.
Okay.
So your banking experience is always considered.
Mm-hmm.
But if it is really competitor, no, they would think 110 times to hire you, because the other company, Goldman Sachs, can sue your current company for taking you
Okay.
if they will get to know.
The reason behind, I can say, is from my knowledge, is that the same solution should not be given to the other bank, because they have invested a lot for this project to arrive at one solution, and that solution cannot be copied to another competitor with
Exactly.
less budget and with less time.
Yes. That's the main reason. So for this governance link, I have a best example. Okay, right now, everyone heard about this L&T is making a hostel acquisition. This Mindtree, Mindtree is one of the very big company. So they have a good reach actually. So
Mm-hmm.
now L&T is trying to make a very hostile acquisition on this Mindtree.
Actually,
But this
L&T
Mindtree,
Infotech might.
yeah, L&T Infotech.
Okay, but that's good.
Yeah, it is trying to make a hostile acquisition. So now this Mindtree board of directors, they have a issue with L&T taking that. So to address this issue, they have went to the government saying that this is a hostile acquisition which is making in a inappropriate way. So this is
Okay.
a risk for the L&T, because they haven't expected that Mindtree will do this.
Okay.
So they have to address this issue before getting this acquisition filled. So that is one of the best example for the government, because they have got a permission in India, but the
Mm-hmm.
government in US and UK, they were not agreeing for acquisition what they were trying to make it, because it's a hostile acquisition, because it's like a monopoly. So it depends from government to government and depends from laws to laws.
Okay.
So that is what I'm trying to explain more in under the governance risk. So the next thing is we were going to talk about the technical. So what do I mean by this technical risk? For example, when you are start developing the product. all of a sudden you think that you need one MuleSoft guy and you don't have anyone in your team, and the requirement is really very it's on high priority issues, then it's a risk for the team, right? So you have to raise a request to the HR team, please get one resource who is having this MuleSoft. So it's a risk that which is involved.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
In one particular project, so many technical people are involved, right? So all of a sudden, if there is a requirement comes, that MuleSoft guy has to handle it, and you don't have a MuleSoft guy in your team, so that is a risk for you, right? Because you have to deliver it, and that MuleSoft guy has to code it, and all of a sudden you don't get that MuleSoft guy because he might be targeting the other project. So to get him into your project, and you have to train him also, because it's not training, at least you have to explain him your requirements, right? What type of requirements that you're expecting and what he's delivering. So it's like almost like 15-20 days of your time is getting wasted over there. It's a technical risk only, right, for you. If you don't have that person, again, you have to get one new resource guy and you have to train him and you have to make him understand what is the importance of him and what is the product that you are going to deliver it. So it's a technical risk only. It may take 15 days. It is not as issue as it. It is not as small as it. If you have a big company, because most of the people, few people will be sitting on bench, so you can pull that guy and you can make him work. But if your company is mid-level company and you have this technical requirement, then you have to source that guy. So it kills a lot of your time. So it's a technical risk, right?
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I can say one more example. Is that
yeah, that is what I'm expecting from you. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. See, suppose if you're working for an automation project, and in that 10 requirements are there. Suppose 9 requirements are met with the existing software, which is having, we were able with the existing software, we were able to do the 9 requirements automation perfectly. But with the existing software, we were unable to meet the 10th requirement automation. So we are forced to tell the customer to go with a manual, though the customer has a requirement of an automation. That's a technical risk which you could not solve it by program, like by software.
So I would like to add one more point also for it. See, for example, I'll tell you, most of the projects, your project manager will be responsible only for delivering your project. But as a business analyst, it's your role and responsibility that you should make out things plan. See, tomorrow your project manager goes and talks to the customer only on the deliverable dates. He doesn't talk to the customer saying that this is what issue I'm facing. It's business analyst responsible job saying to the client, this is a technical risk I'm facing. This is a resource risk I'm facing. You have to put it very straight, because customer thinks that you are able to deliver everything.
I would like to elaborate something on this. As per my understanding, in the layman terms, I would say that when we are doing the requirement gathering and we are in the initial phase of, putting everything into the documents, this is one of the, we can say, a point where we are trying to find out the possibilities of having the problems in future, just like the possible problems we would be facing, or the potential risk we are talking about here, depending upon what company we are into, what project we are into, or we can say what are the laws inside that, and what is the type of project we are doing. So all based upon that, when we have done already, we have done our BRD, we have required our documents, we have completely done our functional and non-functional requirements. Now at this point of time, before starting the project, we are saying that these might be the possible risks, or these might be the possible problems we will be encountering while accomplishing this project. So keeping that in mind, we are trying to figure out what our proper delivery date would be, proper deliverables or everything would be. So that is why we are also keeping those risks or problems in our mind, that these might be it's like the things are never always smooth. So that is why we are just taking this as an just a zero, just 2% or 5% possibility of having a problem in future while doing our project.
Yes, exactly. So the second thing is about we have covered about the technical risk, and the next one is about the resource risk. Already we have discussed enough for this resource risk. The scope risk also I have discovered when your deliverables are running out from your product. That is what your scope risk comes. What is this personal risk? So for example, when you have two internal stakeholders working on the same project, they don't like each other. So whatever decisions will be taken by one person will be always objected by the other person. So there what is happening, there your time is getting wasted, right? Considering on your personal grudges, you are making your team to suffer. So these are the risks that you can identify before. That's why when people were doing planning very clearly, so they will always try to get a same project mates working together. So now we have covered about the types of the risk also and risks management. So now I'm going to discuss about the SDLC life cycle. So what do I mean by the SDLC life cycle? Full form is software design life cycle. So in the software design life cycle, so what does is actually it's a process. It is a process which emphasis on decision making process that affect the system and usefulness. So what is a SDLC lifecycle? A software design lifecycle. So in this, we have classified this whole development of product into different phases. So that phases, it's a whole process. That process we were going to call it as a software design lifecycle process. Okay, so now what is the main objective of this SDLC lifecycle is? It helps us to deliver. Objective of this SDLC lifecycle is it helps us deliver the quality product, and it also helps us to establish the logical connections while developing the product, and it also helps us to identify the problems ahead. Okay, so now these are the objectives of this SDLC lifecycle. What is the first one? It helps us to deliver the quality product, and it helps us to give the logical connections while developing the product, and it also helps us to identify the problems ahead. So what type of problems we may face and what are the things that we were going to get it before. So all these things, it helps us to identify before. Okay, not yet.
You said software design life cycle. Actually, it's a software development life cycle, I guess.
Yes, it's a software development life cycle when you are doing it for one particular model.
Okay.
I mean one particular product. Here I was discussing about the whole process.
What does that imply? Can you clarify that?
Yes. For example, whatever product you are using, whatever product you are doing it,
Yeah.
it will go under the 5 different stages. Okay, that is a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. So what will be in phase 1? Whatever we were doing the requirements gathering. So all these things will come in the phase 1. And what is the second 2? What is the phase 2 is build phase. Means that you are started writing the coding. Next, the third one is design analysis. In this design, so whatever you have coded, the UX team, UI team will sit and they will start reviewing whether the product is coming according to the expectations of the customer. And the fourth one is a testing phase, whether they will develop. And the fifth one is on-go date. And once the on-go date is finished, now they will start doing this the support work will start actually.
Support maintenance, yeah.
So this whole thing, when you're talking about one particular product, you are going to call it as a software development life cycle. Here, I'm referring to the software design life cycle as when you are trying to when you're talking, I'm just talking about the process, how it happens. I'm not talking about one singular particular product. So in that, the first one is about we have a few steps. The same way we have the phase 1, phase 4 like that. So it also consists of few phases. Consists of few phases. So the first one is system design, and the second one is feasibility study, and the third one is system analysis, and the next one is testing, and the third one is system design, coding, testing. Sorry, I have to put here system. It's coding, testing, and the sixth one is program testing. Yeah, testing, that's it. So now I'm going to discuss about the each and every individual stage. So first I'm going to discuss about the testing. So what we does actually in testing, once we were developing any process, once we have coded everything, so in this people will test whether the functionality is working fine or not, so whether you are able to meet the requirements of the customer. In testing when you are writing the test cases, you will have a two type of a test cases. So one is a basic flow and one is an alternate flow. Basic flow is when you're clicking on this should happen, when you click on this should happen, whereas alternative flow is when I go back, what is the next step it is going to happen. So it's a mix of more probability and combinations, more permutations and combinations is about the alternative flow. So all these test cases will be tested specifically under this testing scenario. Now people will ask one question. In Agile, everything goes in a parallel sequence. Yes,
Okay.
everything goes in a parallel sequence. Once the product is completely developed, before deploying this particular product into the client's location, you will have a dev stage. So in that dev stage, you will check whether everything is working fine or not. Each and every property, each and every single click of the functional requirement. So everything has to be fixed in this. And then whatever dev you have prepared perfectly out of bugs, that bugs will be deployed in the customer's production.
Okay.
So that is the activities that we will be doing in the first stage, testing stage. In this testing stage, usually we will classify this test stage into two categories. So one is a program test and the other one is system test. So what do I mean by the program test? So program test is nothing but what codings, whatever codings we have developed, whether all those are meeting the customer requirements. So that is what we were going to change. That is what we were going to test in the program test. Whereas in the system testing, we were going to test, actually technically test the system. Means when how much time it is taking to load the page, how much time it is, are the configurations, are everything looking fine in the Windows. In few applications, right? When you are using Windows and when you are using this iMac systems, so there will be a lot of difference in the view of the app. So all those things you will be using in the system testing. It literally means doing the system testing. It's the device testing. So now the second one, like the coding is usually everyone knows about this coding stage. So whatever BRD documents we have written, that we are classifying them into functional requirements and non-functional requirements. And as soon as we have classified them into functional requirements, our development team will start coding the requirements, right? Coding the developing the scenarios. So the next one is system analysis. So what do I mean by system analysis?
System analysis, I guess, for what purpose the software is being developed and what are the core consumer which will going to be the user of this software. this kind of system analysis, I guess.
So it is a process. It's a process of implementing the operational data. So what do I mean this operational data is, for example, so you should be able to know who are the users who are going to use it about it. So until unless you will have a clarity about who are the persons who are going to use it, so you cannot test the data properly. So in the system analysis you will sit with the respective person, either might be a tester or either he might be a developer or either he might be the external stakeholder from the customer side. You will sit with him and you will try to understand what is the workflow of their company, how does the thing will works actually. So who are the end users who are going to use this product, and what type of data they might be expecting out of this product, whatever we are trying to develop it from scratch, and what are the suggestions that you can give, what are the suggestions that you can get it from the customer, you can get it from the user, and what type of assumptions you can make, and what type of constraints that you can make. So all these things you will be doing it in the system analysis. Here a few customers know, before you are developing the product itself, they will give you the metadata. For example, when you are talking about this contract management lifecycle product, few clauses and few templates will be already provided by the customer, and data also will be already provided by the customer. Such type of things you are going to call them as a metadata. Users information, metadata, and gathering the operational information. Gathering the operational details means who are the users from the customer side who are going to use it, for whom we have to give to the access, and for whom we have to support when they are in problem. So all those details we will be able to identify under the system analysis. And one more important point is finding the bottlenecks. So what are the problems they were facing currently, what are the things that they were expecting out of this product. So all those things we will be covering under the system analysis. So next one is about the feasibility study. So what do I mean about this feasible study? So in this feasible study, we were giving the detailed information. We were studying everything very detailed. Detailed studying about the process flow of the customer, products, and relationships with them, relationship with the users. What do I mean by the relationship with the users is how many negative customers are there, how many positive customers are there, how many users are actively using it, how many users are for example, if you are using this mobile application, so we will be able to identify how many people have installed your application today and how many people have uninstalled your application today, because they will be able to see the statistics from the admin, can be able to pull out the data. So all those things you can be able to identify. So any company, before handling out their business requirement document, they will give you as this feasibility study also. So what are the who are the users who are involved in this, and what type of metadata they will be following, and who is the head of the department to whom we have to reach out to if you need anything. So all these details will be provided in the feasibility study. The next thing is about the system design. So what do I mean the system design? So in this, I would like to discuss about what is the outcome picture of the product that we were expecting out. What is the flow of the process? How it is going to happen? For example, let me take one example. In contract management lifecycle, what does it happens is actually you will create an agreement. From there, it goes to the other things. Let's take this example. For example, when you're logging into Facebook, so as soon as you have logged in and you have entered your user details, you will give a click on okay, then it will take you to home page. So what is going to happen in the home page? So if you want to upload any photo, so where you have to go? So it completely designs your system workflow. It completely designs your each and every page navigation. So when I'm clicking on this thing, where it should go, when I'm clicking on this thing, where it should go. So it gives you the complete outcome of the project. So who are the people will be involving in system designing? Wireframes will be done by UX team. So UX team will do the system design and they will give you the data very clearly. So from there, the business analyst will do the feasibility study, and from there then he will take out and then he will give it to the product owner. So from there he will explain it to the technical manager, and thus when the coding will start. So in the system design only, we will be able to identify the problems also. Problems identification will be done, and process flows will be designed by the UX team, and we also will be able to inference of the things in a very clear way. Inference of things. So all these things we will do it under the SDLC lifecycle.
UX team work as a system design. They will do the feasibility study and then
No.
after
So no, I'll tell you. See, when does this concept of this SDLC lifecycle comes is first your BRD document is signed off. No, not BRD document, sir. Your requirement solicitation technique is signed off. So in that requirement solicitation technique, you will let us think that we have taken as a brainstorming. All technical architects will be attending that workshop. They will come up one solution. To that particular solution, you should have a rough structure, right? Skeleton should be there. Who is the one who is going to prepare that skeleton? Is UX team is the person who is going to create that skeleton. What buttons should be visible? When I'm clicking on this button, it should take me which page. So all these things will be done by the UX team.
Okay, I got it.
And yeah, who is the person who will give these details to UX team? You as a business analyst, you will explain the requirements to the UX team. Now let us discuss more about this feasibility study. So feasibility study gives, I've already told you, feasibility study will give you the detailed information about what are the process which are involved in it, and the things that which were how we were going to consider it, and all those things. So now let us write the definition of the feasibility study. It gives feasibility study is the process where basically the test of the proposed solution usability meeting the customer requirements, effective use of the resources, and the core and quality of the effective and quality of the product. Okay, so now what is the thing that we were going to discuss in this is feasibility study, information about the resources and their skill sets, and the estimation timings and benefits of developing the solution for the company. So all these things we are going to discuss in this feasibility study. So for example, I won't say that every I cannot assure that every company will do this feasibility study, but most of the MNCs will make it as a standard document before developing the product further. So now what are the objectives why they were doing this feasibility study is to analyze whether the software will be really helpful for this organization. So whether it will solve the problem that whatever we are trying to develop it, how we were gonna to use it. So if we were giving this access to the users, how they were able to react it, how they were gonna to use it, how it is gonna to really helpful for them. So all these type of questions will be addressed under the feasibility study. So the objectives of feasibility are, first one is analyze whether the software will be helpful for the organization and how the users are getting benefited. So getting benefited to determine whether the soft system will be able to integrate with other P or SAP or any Oracle practice. Any Oracle practice. It is going to be benefited. So the next thing is whether the product we are developing is according to the current technologies. So the main objectives of this feasibility study is to analyze whether the software will be helpful for the organization or not. Because when the client is coming and when they are investing so much of money, so even they also should be able to come to a conclusion saying that this product is going to really helpful for us. How it is going to helpful, and what are the problem areas that we were trying to address it, and how the users are getting benefited, and to determine whether the system will be able to integrate with the ERP, SAP or any Oracle practice. So developing anything from the scratch will be always a difficult thing. To reduce the time and to effectively make it to utilize. So now most of the products we were developing in such a way in a SaaS model where we can integrate with the ERP, or either you can integrate with a SAP or any Oracle practice on the customer instance, which you can do it in a virtual way. There is no necessity that you have to develop the product in this client location. You will develop in your own location, just you deploy the code in the client instance. And whether the product we are developing is according to the current technology. See, now most of the products were developed either by using Python or either by using .NET. So no one is using Java. It's really very old technology. No one is using about it. So whether we were developing the product according to the current technology, so all these things you have to consider when we are planning to do a software development product. So these are the things that we have to consider before it. Under this, we can classify this feasibilities into different types of the feasibilities. So the first one is technical feasibility. So the other one is operational feasibility, and the second one is economic feasibility. Feasibility. Now let us consider, let us go from the economic feasibility. So what we are planning to discuss in this economic feasibility is, but it determines whether it helps us to understand whether whatever amount we were investing in developing this software, really this is going to be really beneficial. Does it is going to reduce so much of manual work, whether it is going to reduce, whether it is going to support us to improve the profits of the organization. Does it really capable of generating the profits for the organization? And it also tries to check out the how we can decrease the other software developments which are happening currently to run this product. For example, let us take one PeopleSoft. So to run the product PeopleSoft, you have so many other metadata to be configured in your system. So that is also one type, that metadata configuration is also one software. So when we are developing a new product, so company thinks that instead of investing in two products, let us invest in one product where you will be able to be more beneficiable. So when they were doing this economic feasibility, so these are the points that they will consider before doing or before signing off any project. Now I'm going to cover about the operational feasibility. So what we were going to see in this operational feasibility is, so to check whether, so in this operational feasibility, so what does we do is check whether the whatever product we were developing does supports all the devices that we were going to use, we were planning to use. And next, and how dependent it is on dependent product, and how much of manual work, how much of manual work can be reduced, and how does the visualization, how does the visualization of the product and how it is going to improve the gap analysis, I'm sorry, improve the product and reduce the gap analysis, and after that also helps to perform whether the, and it also helps us whether user, whether the whether we are able to understand, whether we are able to understand and meet the requirements of the customer. So under this economic feasibility, so under this operational feasibility, so what I'm trying to check out is, for example, when I'm developing any mobile application, so what type of systems I'm going to support, whether it is only for Android or whether it is only for iOS, or if it is iOS one particular version, whether I'm able to support the previous version. So if it has to support, what type of compatibility I have to take out. So all these operational related activities, I should be able to give a brief description about it. There, for example, in lot of human resource department, you will have a lot of rework. So to reduce that rework, we were developing, we were deploying any new product in the human resources. So how it is going to helpful them, how it is going to reduce their rework, how it is going to reduce their manual work. So all these things we will be discussing about this. We will be discussing in this operational feasibility level. So it also help us the users to visualize the outcome of the product. So how it is going to be. Okay, for example, if 10 steps were there in manual process, by implementing this product, only 2 steps will be there, or either only 2 steps will be reduced. So all these visualizations also will be explained very clearly in this operational feasibility. And the second thing that we were going to discuss is about and what is the technical feasibility. So what do I mean by the technical feasibility is, so in this technical feasibility, and what are the skill set, analyzing the resources skill set And what are the expectations? What are the expectations of the customers from technical guys? And we also will be able to determine whether what technology we are using is a recent one, and we also should be able to understand the technology chosen for the development will help us to configure better when it comes to integration. Yeah. So in technical feasibility, so whatever technology that we were using and whatever technology we were using to develop the product, how is it? How really it is easy for people to understand the architect of that product? And once you are developing, so is it really that compatible to integrate with the other systems? Because now most of the products are developed using the SAS model. So if it is not very feasible to get deployed in the other systems, virtual systems, it becomes really very difficult. So in this technical feasibility study, we will discuss about all these things. So customer know few times will be very specific about the resources, skill set, and the experience they have, and the years of experience they have. So all these things will be discussed under the technical feasibility studies. Okay.
Agile business analysis training. So as a BA, what we are supposed to do in Scrum environment, how we are supposed to handle everything as a business analyst, creating the user stories, refining them. So in order to create the user story, how to make sure that we are covering all the details like elaboration, multiple things we'll be learning here. Introduction part will be there for regarding with respect to waterfall model, so that we can understand what was happening when waterfall was in limelight. Again, we'll understand how this is actually the agile advantages in a better way. If you don't have that comparison, you might not get the real tinge of it. Why disadvantages? So these are all the elements. Again, few people might be still working with waterfall model. During interviews, they might also ask you few related topics. In that case, you can also say, okay, I know these things, but not extensively worked on these topics, but I know something about it. That's how you can also. So first, before we could understand anything about the software development, I'm again considering that everyone is not the same platform. I think first question to you, what is software? Again, not definition, at least understanding wise. How can you explain what is a software? All right. So here, let me explain this. For example, we have, right, calculator, right? Now, if I want to add two numbers, for example, 1 plus 2, if I want to do 1 plus 2, what is the thing, how I should do that? Can you tell me?
So we go on 1, then
Right.
and then plus sign, and then
Right.
2, and then is equal
What is
to.
it? Perfect. So what happens if I attempt to type 1 and 2 together? Let us see that. What is happening? It's not what we are expecting, right? Instead of 1 plus 2, it is becoming 12. That's not expected here.
Yes.
Again, if I follow the other way, say for example, 1 plus is equal to. That's also not we are expecting. We want 1 plus 2 to happen.
Yeah.
So there is an order defined here, right? 1 and operator and second, then select the operator, then you'll see the result. It's a sequence of steps to be followed in order to achieve a result. Where it has to be performed, it has to be performed on the calculator. This is a way of calculating, adding two numbers on this calculator. If I say, for example, take an example of website where we can get add two numbers. So, for example, here we have got a website which is asking us to enter two numbers. See here, I'm entering 1, I'm entering 2, add them. I'm getting this result like this. I haven't selected the operator. If you observe, I haven't selected the operator. I'm directly selecting the add them button. we understood that actually we have to first enter the first number and then select the operator, then enter the second number, then again the operator. But it's not happening this here in this way. That means with calculator, we are supposed to follow that method. With this application, we are supposed to follow this approach. Here, this is the sequence to be followed. We are supposed to enter two numbers and then select the button to see the result. So sequence of steps to be followed on appropriate platform, right? Whatever the platform it might be, how we are going to perform such an activity in a sequential manner so that we can get the end result. That will be software for you. Again, why we are trying to understand from this perspective. Intention here is, as a business analyst, we are supposed to come up with that sequence and supposed to identify which platform will be appropriate. This will be the entire business analyst activity in a nutshell. How to identify that sequence, what are the things to consider, how to identify the platform, how to make them execute on that platform properly. Those are all the remaining things we need to work on. All right. So how can we say what is a software? Set of instructions for completing a task run on supporting platform. Might be a computer, might be a mobile phone, it might be anything. Previously it was only computers, and later on we have got the mobiles and everything, even the chips, right? We have got electronic chips on cards, card readers, everywhere. How to capture biometric fingerprint reading for attendance? There's a process for it. Like that, we can go ahead with this one as a understanding of the software definition, something like this. It's not actually formal definition also. This is what we are supposed to work as a BA. I'm presenting from that perspective. Then next question will be, what is a life cycle? Not software life cycle. I'm asking about life cycle. General understanding. Look for understanding. Why I'm asking these questions? It's very important for us to come up with the concept rather than definition. You should have that habit of forming that particular thing and be able to explain it. That's also one of the things required for a business analyst. So that's the reason I'm just asking you to explain from your understanding point of view. You should be able to correlate with the real time. Whatever you might have seen somewhere, you might have sensed it somewhere. You should be able to correlate that. That's very important. So what is the life cycle?
Life cycle are the stages of life.
Stages of life, correct. So for a software also, there will be different stages, right, in its lifetime.
Okay.
So there will be a requirement initially. Somebody would have asked for a software, then that will be developed, it will be utilized, and finally it will get retired. Retired means that version will not be used anymore. As we have been receiving multiple versions of the software upgradations. So all of them are old versions are retiring. So similarly, we have Orkut that also has got retired. So which one we are not going to use, that up to that version or that particular software can be retirement. We can consider it as a retirement. Now, when you are going to develop the software, even development also has got few stages in it. There are various activities to be performed in order to develop a software. Based on the sequence of those activities, we have been identifying the different types of methodologies. We have classic life cycles, we have agile methodologies in order to develop a software. I'm talking about software development life cycle, SDLC. First, we understood about software life cycle. Within that software life cycle, development is one phase. Within that development, again, we have got a life cycle for developing it. So, based on the different activities to be performed in different styles, different sequences, we have got different life cycles also. Classic life cycle and then agile methodologies. Both are, in a way, comprises of same activities but performed in different styles. Let us understand what are these SDLC contains, what are the different stages or different phases of, or otherwise, what are the activities required. First of all, let us understand that what we need to do in order to develop a software. Right? To make it very simple to understand, let me ask you this question. Are you aware of cooking? Can you tell me if any visitor is coming there tomorrow, for example, tomorrow guest is visiting your house and then you would like to cook something for them, then what are the different things you do?
You mean in steps, how will I think of planning on feeding the guests? So firstly, I will think of what I'm going to prepare for them and then do the groceries accordingly.
Yeah, what else? Further?
Further, I will, after doing the groceries, I will separate what all the items I am cooking and then separate the groceries according to that. After that, I will just cook for them.
Then what happens? Finally, you'll be serving them, right?
That is the procedure, because first we have to identify what we are going to buy. Then we
Right.
have to what the items should be required, and that item should be selected whether the items are available in the kitchen or we have to buy the things. So
Right.
next we have to prepare and we have to serve to the team, and we have to ask them whether we will get the output from them whether the food is good or not.
Fair enough. So if I reiterate the same thing, so what you do first, initially you'll decide which food to be prepared, how many dishes you would like to prepare based on the time and availability what you have, and then you'll plan which one to cook first, and then that you decide, then you'll look into the groceries, what are things are required, what are there available. If not, then you procure them and do some kind of preparatory things like cleaning, chopping, peeling, etc. After that, you start preparing. You'll keep vessels and everything ready, and then you'll turn on the gas and then keep it fry or boil, whatever is required. So according to that, you'll take that action. When it is happening, probably you might want to make sure that everything is cooked properly. You might want to check whether the frying has happened properly or not, or whether you have added spices or salt or not. Everything you might want to taste and see. You want to make sure, however it is, you want to make sure that you have added all ingredients properly and everything is getting ready properly. And finally, the dish will be ready, you'll serve it, and then you'll receive, hopefully, very good feedback from guest. Hopefully, food is not burnt. Now, in order to develop a software, your business is your guest. First, we have to understand what they want. Here, we will not be asking them what you would like to eat generally. We'll be knowing about those persons. That's the reason we might not explicitly ask them. Otherwise, you might also ask. You can also check with them which food you would like to prefer. Right? Maybe vegetarian, non-veg. It depends again on the rapport we have. Right? Similarly, with business, you'll be checking with them what exactly they want, and according to that, you'll get all the requirements. Then you do some kind of preparatory work, design, analysis, and design. Then start cooking. You'll start developing the product. In between, you are testing it, and checking it out. Similarly, you'll test the application to make sure that everything is developed properly. You're serving the food to the guest, receiving the feedback, deploy this product. Sometimes, again, things might go wrong here and there. You have to manage them, handle them. Now, point to consider is whether we'll be following a methodology to, depending on that one, we'll be identifying whether it is a classic life cycle or agile methodology. How we execute all these activities, how we perform them, depending on that one, we have got the two different methodologies basically. So classic life cycles and then agile methodologies. There are various flavors of them. So from waterfall point of view, so from classic life cycle point of view, we'll be understanding about waterfall model from business analyst perspective. What business analyst is supposed to take care of in a waterfall model. From agile perspective, we'll be looking into Scrum projects. How Scrum will be working, what we are supposed to contribute there as a BA. Now let's move on to understand waterfall model. One of the classic life cycles, very beautiful methodology, which we have been using for years. So typically when something new thing is encountered and you would like to explain something about it and you don't have any hint about it, so how can we understand that? Try to go through the word that have been used over there. Waterfall model. What is the characteristic of waterfall? Basic characteristic of waterfall.
Yeah.
So basic characteristic is it is falling from top to bottom. It will not flow backwards. If at all it wants to fall again, it has to reach the peak one more time. It has to again reach the top of the hill. Then only it can fall back. Fall again. Otherwise, it can't just go back like that. That's the basic characteristic of this model also. Here, we have got 5 phases. We have got 5 phases where each and every phase has to be completed. First phase has to be completed to move on to second one. Second one has to be completed to move on to third one. Similarly, third one has to be closed before you could move on to fourth. And fourth has to be completed before you could move to fifth. If at all you want to start something, you want to bring something, then you have to start from the first phase. Generally, we refer them as non-overlapping phases. 5 such kind of phases have been identified here. Communication phase, planning phase, modeling, construction, and deployment phases. So different activities take place here. Let us try to understand them from business analyst perspective. So the communication phase. Here, basically 2 activities will be taking place. One is project initiation, another one is requirements gathering. Typically, project manager is the person or the role that will be leading this entire project. Accountability will be on project manager to make sure that project is delivered on time within budget. So project organization, if I talk about the structure of the project, how it will be, there will be a team led by project manager. So he can organize it in multiple teams, sub teams, smaller teams. So project manager can have different teams under him with different skill sets. For example, developers is one team. That is, programmers or developers is one team. Testers will be another team. Business analysts will be another team. Architects, solution architects, we generally call it software solution architects, they will be another team. Deployment and release team and a database related team. So if it is a bigger team, like the entire project is big one, and then it require number of people or more, then for each of these teams there will be a lead, like tech lead, QA lead, testing lead. Right? Generally, testing is also referred as QA, quality assurance. So QA lead and business analyst, lead business analyst, release and deployment manager, maybe lead DBA, database administrator, like that. There will be corresponding leads for each of these teams. Those leads will be leading the teams, and all these leads will be led by project manager. Typical approach, typical structure. Then what happens? Functional reporting will be done to the lead by the team members. Legal reporting will be done to the project manager. Now, this is legal reporting means any leaves or appraisals or any salary related issues, everything that will be handled by project manager. Functionality wise, the work what has been assigned to them, what is the status with that, that will be updated to the leads only. That will be typical approach here in this waterfall model. So what happens? Project manager will initiate the project plan. He will initiate the project. There will be kickoff meeting held, project kickoff meeting, where project will be kicked off. Project manager will introduce all the team and then he'll explain what we are going to do here. Officially, business analyst will also be introduced to the business people. Once that is done, then automatically you'll start your requirement gathering activities. In order to do this, project manager will come up with a kind of high level planning. Generally, we refer it as project charter. In that one, he'll be mentioning what are the things we are going to hand over to you. We call them as deliverables. What are we going to give it to you? There will be a commitment from project manager. We call them as deliverables. So project manager identifies all the deliverables and prepares a project charter. We can consider this as a high level project plan, not in a detailed way, but it will be at high level. What are we going to consider for this project? Who are going to be part of this project? What is the schedule? Right? Everything will be explained here. So project charter will be prepared and then will be presented to the team during this project initiation phase. And then business analyst will also take care of requirement gathering activities. That means business analyst will interact with the stakeholders, discuss with them, understand what are the things they need, come up with a document. There are different types of documents that can be prepared here, like BRD, business requirement document, FRS, functional requirement specifications, or FSD, or FRD. Three are same. FRS, FSD, or FRD. Few people refer as FRS, few people call it as FSD, few people call it as FRD. Three are the same. That contains list of all the functionalities to be developed for that particular product, written in specific format. Similarly, SRS, system requirement specification document. System requirement, few people it also called as software requirement specification. So system requirement specification document again contains the requirements and little bit on technology side. What are the different technical things we need to consider? All those requirements will also be considered under this particular document. So again, if you observe here, we have got project charter, one document, BRD another document, FRS out of these three, any one name, so one more document, and SRS. We got approximately 4 documents minimum. So towards the end of this phase, that means when the timeline is coming to a closure, whatever documents have been prepared by business analyst supposed to be shared with the stakeholders, get them reviewed by them. If any comments are there, review comments, the documents have to be updated. And finally, we have to take an approval from them. Generally, we call it as sign off. We have to get a sign off on all the deliverables that have been created in this particular communication phase. Any modifications are there, we are supposed to update them, and then we are supposed to get them approved by them. Meaning that whatever you have done is acceptable for us. Business is trying to explain us through approval. Whatever you have done is okay for us. You can proceed further. We don't want any changes. We have captured everything. That's the intention of signing off. Then we call it as requirements have been frozen. We have to freeze the requirements. That means we have to get an approval on the requirement documents. So what exactly it is? It's like, for example, you want to purchase a phone. You want to build a phone, mobile phone, for example. So what are the different functionalities that phone should have? What are the different features that phone should have? That will be documented here. For your easy understanding, I'm trying to explain this way. So you prepare that listing in a document and show it to the client. Okay, is it what you are expecting? And he'll say, yeah, you have covered everything. Fine, that's fine for me. That's what the sign off on all your requirement documents means. With this phase will be closed. With this sign off activity, this phase will be coming to a closure. And typically, project managers in this particular methodology, they will be already developers. They would have started as developers. They would have come like a tech lead, and they would have gradually become a project manager. So they'll be knowing most of the things they'll be aware of. And again, PMP certification is there where people will also be looking into. There are certain guidelines. What are all things to be considered? Which needs to be considered as a development deliverable? How to estimate? There are multiple formula and everything. They'll be applying all of them.
Because after completing the BRD, we are having so many of pages. The client may be not interested to give a sign off. Phases what we have to do. He may give say, for me, I given BRD. The product manager, the client has given a sign off like 90% of document has been correct. 10% may be vary. We will input later. So in that cases, how can we freeze the things?
No, that's the challenge over there. First of all, why that 10% variation is coming, you need to analyze. What is going wrong there? You need to understand. Okay. For example, it might be a situation where business is also not clear what they want. Then again, applying this particular waterfall model will not be appropriate there. You can't go with waterfall model there. Then that's when the requirements will be coming through agile methodologies. For any classic life cycle, you have to freeze the requirements, then only you have to move on to next phase. What goes into each phase will differ from methodology to methodology again. So for example, waterfall is one way. There is iterative methodology. There is another prototyping. Everywhere there will be phases, spiral methodology. That's also classic life cycle only. But again, it has got its own phases defined. Everywhere you have to complete the phase, then only you can move on to next phase. That's the basic characteristic of any of these classic life cycles. In your case, if they are saying that we are unable to freeze these requirements, then any of these classic life cycles will not be so appropriate there. You have to adapt agile approach only. You can happily recommend, okay, let us not use any waterfall model, any other classic life cycles. We'll start with agile. You can happily say that and then keep on working there.
So classic life cycle is not happening in that way you're telling to.
Yeah, most of the projects are not there in classic now. Almost all. There's a very slightly, maybe still people might be there who haven't transited from that one to agile, or people might be with the same mindset. It's majorly it's a concern of mindset actually. People are unable to accept the change. So that is taking a little bit time to migrate from classic methodologies to agile methodologies. Or otherwise, there might be a situation where requirements are so stable, they're not going to change at any cost. Then again, they might want to prefer this particular methodology. If you see in market, in many cases, it will be agile related methodology only, that to Scrum. So once we got these deliverables signed off by business, then we'll be moving on to the next phase, that is planning. Yeah, here onwards, our business analyst activities will be a little bit less to zero kind of thing. Project manager will be active in this particular phase. And then, as I said, he'll be applying all the techniques, whatever he knows, whatever he learns. There are many estimation techniques also. So he'll use all of them based on his experience, based on referring to other projects, right? Other formulae are there, functional points estimates and everything. So he'll apply all of them. And however it is, it's his problem to come up with estimates. And based on the inputs shared by business analyst in the requirement documents, he'll come up with a proper project plan. Charter has given us the high level idea. What are the things going to be? Now that will be detailed in a very detailed way, elaborated in a very detailed way in project plan. And also work breakdown structure kind of thing will also be created, where it will be mentioned which activity to be started by when and then supposed to be closed by when. Dates wise, everything will be listed out, and then all of them will be again presented to the team. So again, all of these before we could take it to team has to be signed off by business. Again, minimum three more documents here, right? Once we get sign off on this planning related stuff like estimates and scheduling and everything, once their business is also okay with them, Then we will be moving on to the next phase. Okay, we got 3 more documents. Already we got 4 minimum there and then 3 here. So approximately 7 documents we have prepared so far.
Yeah, this document should be prepared by us as a BA.
No, project manager. This will be done by project manager. I indicated here, right?
Yeah, because some of the projects does not have a project manager, only the technical team. Because we are a small organization, only the technical team, like team lead or something, is going to do. What are the requirements we are giving, that they are directly developing.
Correct.
So
Correct.
in that
So what
case,
happens? It's not at all organized structure there. Structure is not organized there. Then it's again up to you guys who have capability. You can take it up and do it. Preferably, what we do in such cases, you'll refer to the previous projects. If you are supposed to do, for example, you have been requested, can you please come up with some estimate? Then take a reference of similar project which has been already completed. Just follow that, not an issue. Then again, one more thing. It's not that business analyst has to know everything. Business analyst has to know if you don't know something, with whom you are supposed to collaborate with. That's more important. You should not be master of all, but you should know from where you can get the relevant information for your work to complete. Then what you need to do, if you have taken some estimates from referring to the previous project, take them and then sit with your technical team and then try to discuss. Okay, this is what I have prepared. Let me know if I have missed out something, because few things you might not be aware of. It might cause a big risk. Technically, you didn't understand, just copied everything. It might have impact negatively. So what you need to do, take assistance from help from your senior developer, maybe architect, maybe technical guy, whosoever it might be. Sit with them. Just show, okay, this is what I have prepared. Let me know if I have missed out something, or do you want to modify anything. Get the work done. All right. So let's move on to the next phase. That is known as modeling. Modeling again, it's not ramp walk modeling kind of thing, right? Here we are trying to come up with the designs, right? We have to have the software to be developed. So software architect will be active here primarily, and then all other team members also will be active in contribute and prepare their own portions of work. They'll complete their own job. So all team members, if I talk about, say, for example, different teams like software architecture team, they'll come up with high-level design and low-level design documents. Let's not worry what goes into it for now. That's a big subject to discuss altogether. And then similarly, database design done by the SQL team, SQL developers and DBA kind of team, whatever it might be, database team. Functional architecture, business analyst can also create such kind of functional architecture which contains kind of block diagram representing which are all the functionalities we are going to work on and indicate how the flow would be. Such kind of any document if required, and not required, then you can ignore it. Not a mandatory thing. And testing team will come up with the test scripts, test scenarios, test data preparation, test bed preparation, etc. Again, that's also many things they are supposed to consider, because they are supposed to test the application in and out. So they do all those preparatory activities here. Deployment and design team, the design will be done by the deployment team, release and deployment team. They'll come up with for example, it's a web-based application, then where it has to be hosted, what is the firewall structure, and how we need to consider the LAN connectivity, right? All such kind of things will be considered by those people. They'll come up with kind of diagram there representing how it should look like. So again, all of these have to be signed off by business towards end of this phase. Again, any corrections are required, that can be done, has to be approved finally. So next is construction phase. This is where the actual cooking of our dish takes place, right? Similarly, programmers will sit and then start coding the things. They'll start building the functionalities that we have already covered in our requirement documents. So there will be different activities taking place here. So coding and code base, we call it as code base. That's whatever program they write, that entire instructions will be considered as code base. Once they have built something, they'll test by themselves. They would want to make sure that it is working fine, that we generally refer to as unit testing. So code base will be built by them, and then unit testing will be conducted by developers themselves, and they will hand over that software after. If any problems are there, they'll fix them up and they'll hand over it to testing team to test it. Then testing team will go through multiple types of testing. They'll apply multiple testing types. They would like to make sure that application is working fine by all means. So they'll apply multiple techniques there to test the application. And wherever there is a deviation, wherever there is a problem, then they'll come out with a bug. What is a bug here? Simply to say, it's a deviation from expected behavior. We want to add 1 and 2. 1 plus 2, what should be the answer? It might be anything. It might be blank, it might be 0, it might be minus value, it might be some other value. If you're not getting 3, that's a bug. Expectation is 3, there is a deviation from the expectation. That's what we consider as a bug. Alright. So all such bugs will be raised by testing team. Those will be rectified. In the sense, we say that bugs are fixed by developers. That means they'll correct it. Why it is not happening? They'll look into the code, they'll modify all those things, and then finally that will be ready. Then we are supposed to hand over the application to BAs. Now bugs have been fixed. We are supposed to hand over the application to end user. That means to the business. We are supposed to give it to them. Before we could do that, business would like to make sure that functionalities are working fine from their point of view. So they want somebody to test the application from their side. The testing is known as user acceptance testing. Right, so user acceptance testing, what happens here? End users from business will be identified. Those people will come and test the application. And business analyst is supposed to take care of entire thing. Because you are the person who has connected with them initially, and you are the person who has been communicating with everyone, then you are supposed to take care of this UAT as well. They might have explained you, this is the functionality I want. Now you are supposed to explain them, okay, this is how we have built. Test it out and let me know if it is working fine or not. That's why business analyst has to handle the UAT. He's supposed to be there. Preferably physically, person should be there with the testers and help them out in completing the testing. Again, there might be bugs raised by them as well. They might also come up with bugs. Again, they have to be fixed by developers. So in order to reduce the number of bugs in UAT, before actual UAT starts, you would like to do a mock UAT. That is called as pre-UAT. You want to test it before end user can come and test it. So that's called as pre-UAT. That will be done by business analyst. A business analyst then during pre-UAT itself can identify all the bugs as many as he or she can, and then all of them have to be fixed by developers before actual UAT. And again, during UAT also, if there are any other bugs found, then also they have to be fixed by developers. Once everything is fixed, again, quickly they will verify them whether everything has been fixed properly or not. And then they'll give a sign off on UAT. UAT sign off. So code based unit testing results and then other tests, whatever the team might have done, all of them will be considered as deliverables, including UAT test results. Test is nothing but, for example, you have a mobile phone, you are purchasing a new phone. So what you do, you open it and then you'll check it out. Whether everything is looking, are there any scratches? Is there any breakage? You turn it on and see whether it is working fine. You dial it and check it out. Are you able to listen voice? Before you could purchase, you want to do that kind of thing. That's nothing but UAT here. Testing, whatever testing it might be, whatever test results we call. What is happening? Are you able to hear the voice? Yes, I'm able to hear the voice. But we call it as a test case. It will be as simple as that. Nothing much. Okay, nothing like something to worry about it. It will be very simple only, but there will be a lot of things to do because there will be hundreds of functionalities that we would have developed by this time. In this approach, what we do, there might be 1,000 functionalities you would have recorded in your requirement document. All of them will be prepared here. Everything has to be tested. So it needs a lot of time to complete the testing. Otherwise, test cases and all these concepts will be relatively easy to understand also. But which is again, there are testers who will take care of many things. From our perspective as a BA, it will be UAT that we are supposed to take care of. That will also be easier thing only. It will be the same lines. You are supposed to execute the functionality and check it out. As I have shown you, right? 1+1 on website. So you just enter two values and then check it out. Okay, are you getting proper result? Enter 0 and some other value, check it out. That's what the UAT would be. It will be simple to handle. So once this is done, then we'll be moving on to the next phase that is known as deployment phase. So in this deployment phase, we are supposed to install the application. We can simply understand it as an installation activity to be done. So there'll be deployment team who will be working on this particular activities. So they do some kind of setups and everything. Maybe server related ones and LAN related, etc. Whatever is required, they do those kind of activities. They do some pre-installation activities, maybe partitioning, some cleaning, etc., formatting, etc. And they install the application and they look after that. Okay, how it is working? Is it working fine or not? Something like post installation activity. So all these activities they do, and finally the application will be live. We call them all these activities put together. We call them as go live activities. Go live means after this installation is done, business is going to use this application for their actual business purpose. That's what we call it as go live activities. So generally you'll be using this word. People will be using, we are live now, we are going live. These kind of words will be used. So that's what this means, right? Then Business analyst, as and when some bugs are reported, business analyst is supposed to understand them and analyze them, what that bug is about. Is it a functionality mismatch, or is it something else to do with technology related one, program related one, that you have to understand and then pass it on to the team. There will be a warranty period in general, as we receive warranty period for our gadgets that we purchase. Here also there will be a warranty period for the services. So probably 3 months or 2 months, something like that, depending on the length of the project. During that period, whatever bugs have been raised by business, those have to be fixed by development team for free. They can't charge anything. After warranty period is over, then project manager will again start billing for all these support activities. Then project will be moved on to maintenance phase. That's not a specific phase as such, but development is over. Now, what is the next thing is maintenance. Product is ready. Going forward, it will be only kind of servicing we are supposed to do for it. That's the maintenance phase. That's what happens here. And then go live will be done. And once go live is done, then we are done with our software development. One cycle of it. Any changes, new things to be considered, you have to start with from beginning, from the communication phase, and we have to come down towards deployment. Now, this is BRD template for you. Again, BRD, FRD, SRS, whatever document it might be, whatever document it might be for that matter, you are supposed to check with the team. You are supposed to check with the organization if they have their own template to follow. As an experienced BA, you're supposed to check that first. You can't just start creating the document, because these are all organization specific templates. There's no standard template as such recommended by anyone from that point of view. People have evolved it over a period of time. As the organization requirements are there, according to that, they'll be preparing their own templates. So what you are supposed to do, whenever something has been requested you to do, check with them. Do they have any template? You can't just straight away start doing it. If you're claiming your experience as a BA, you should not do that way. That's what you're supposed to do here. So what goes into BRD? Typically, these are all some of the things that can be considered. This is one such kind of template. There might be different templates also available with your organization. You're supposed to check with them. Right, so any document for that matter will have 3 portions: introduction, body, conclusion. Right, there will be 3 things in it. What are you supposed to do? Introduction will describe about the introduction part, right? Whereas the body will be the major portion of the document. Or which type of document you are creating, that will be the body. For example, if I'm talking about BRD, then business requirements will be majorly focused in this particular document. That will be the body of the document. And then conclusion, you can close it saying that, okay, what the next step is, or any attachments or any glossaries to be considered. All such kind of things can be considered as a part of conclusion. So this will be typical for that matter, any document. So this will be having these 3 sections. You are supposed to understand what has to go into body portion especially. According to that, you can build the introduction and conclusions. If it is a BRD, body will be business requirements. If it is FRS, it will be functional requirements. If it is SRS, functional requirements and little bit on technical requirements. Something like this. So this can also have different aspects to consider. Again, this is also organization specific template only. This is an example for you. Sample requirement template, SRS template. Nothing can be assured that this is the only thing that is going to be there. It's not assured that way. Should not be assured also. Right? You have to check with your company.
To discuss about the project management. So in this project management, today I'm going to discuss about what are the various types of projects we have and what are the phases in an IT project. So yesterday we have discussed, right, that SDLC life cycle. Yeah, so the same phases will be there in the IT project also. The next thing is about the important activities, deliverables, and the key people who are involved in it. And I'm going to discuss about the different types of the product lifecycle methodologies we have today. I mean models. And what are the tasks, what are the roles and responsibilities of a project manager? And what do you mean by the critical path analysis? And how you can create the tasks. Relationship between the task and allocating the resources and working under the various constraints. Actually, there are the 2 concepts that which we will cover this whole scenario. One is a critical path analysis and the second one is a PERT analysis. So these 2 things will comes under the whole this creation of a task and the relationship between the task and allocating the resources. So this is the agenda for the class today. Now, in today's class, the first topic is about the introduction to the various types of projects. Usually, we can categorize this whole projects into three things. The first one is about the first category is civil engineering, and the second thing is management, and the third one is about the manufacturing projects. So these are the three types of projects. Totally, we will categorize any product into these categories. So first, now we will individually will go what type of projects we will cover it under the civil engineering. Okay. So what are the projects that we were going to cover under the civil engineering are usually this architect people. How does the civil engineering works? So the actually what does the civil engineering people does is the constructors, right? The person who tries to build up, who tries to take this project, so he will call up for the few of the construction engineering team, and they will use one software which is called as a ProE or ANSYS. So most of the people thinks that this ProE and ANSYS are the mechanical software things, but these things will be used by the civil engineers to design your house structures or the buildings planning. So these people, they do the blueprint of the project, how it is going to look like. And when you visit any construction site, they will tell you this is a total square area, and this is a 1 BHK you have. You will have totally 3 rooms, and this is your dining table area, this is your bedroom. So all this planning will be done by the civil engineering. They use one software which is called as a ProE and ANSYS. What we can say is any amenity or whatever you wanted, so they will develop using this software systems. So most of the software systems company will deploy it on their virtual machines, and only they will opt for the maintenance projects. It's most of the times it goes like a updating. They don't create anything new from the scratch. Usually these types of the products, these types of the projects will be remotely working. Projects will be supporting remotely. What do I mean by remotely? So because, for example, one construction manager is doing, there is no necessity that construction manager or the civil engineering guy has to go to the place and he has to visit the location and come up and do the design. So for them also, these people also will give the person who wants, he will also will give the requirements, right? For example, when we are trying to build, any house, we will meet one civil engineer architect guy, and we'll tell him, boss, see, this is a way that I want it, this I want a kitchen over here, and like everything will be, we will also give the few requirements, right? So depending upon the requirements, depending upon the area that you have, so they will develop this plan. So that's how this usually these projects will work. So there is no necessity that construction worker should be in the place and has to configure this plan. He can do it remotely, and most of the construction workers install the softwares into their systems, and they'll be keep doing it.
The planning and the layout designing can be done remotely.
Yes.
That's what, you know.
Yes. This is about the civil engineering, and the next concept is we were going to do about the management. So what do I mean by the management? See, whatever products that we were doing in our IT sector, all those products will come under the management.
So when we are talking about civil engineering here, it's not the task of a BA, right?
No, it's not the task of the BA, because BA is nowhere related into the civil engineering process.
Yeah, we are just discussing what type of projects on a broader contrast, right?
Yes. No, because
I was just trying to relate if there is some role concerned with, the civil engineer in some like big companies or something like that. I was trying to relate where does the BA stands in this.
As I informed you earlier also, most of the BAs are either classified into retail and manufacturing, and one is banking and finance. The third sector is US healthcare, and the fourth sector is TH vertical, and the fifth one is IT. So most of the BAs and all these projects will come under the management projects. So all these domains also will come under the management domains. So we really doesn't work on any manufacturing or the civil engineering. So today, as a project manager, today you are not a person as a BA. Today you have to think as a project manager for today's class. So
Okay.
when I was talking about the different types of the project, that means I'm talking as a project manager heading any of this project. Either it might be the civil engineering project, or either it might be the management project, or either it might be the manufacturing project. So this is about the civil engineering projects, and the second one is about the management projects. See, usually, where does we get the need for this management projects is actually when any company is moving out from the one particular location and it is going to another particular location. Then the need for any products will arise. That is where they will face the problems. That is the reason they will reach out to any of the service based companies and they will ask you to develop the product for them. For example, to give you the better example, like Mindtree is into this TTH vertical. So where it has a lot of the Sita aircrafts and Lufthansa, and it develops a product for the South African Airways also. So what happens is actually it has developed one software where the kid alone can travel from any country to anywhere. He can travel from US to India, he can travel from US to UK, he can travel from Australia to everything. So there is no necessity that parents has to travel with him, and there is no necessity that there should be any guardian or anything. So actually what they will does is, so when you are taking a special permission that your kid is traveling alone, they will insert a GPS system in the kid's ticket. So with that, they will send you one application where you can track the in and out of your kid's movement. So whether he has landed or whether what he's doing in aircraft, either he's sleeping or either he's eating something, whether he has met his grandparents or either whether he has met his parents, everything can be tracked. So it completely comes up from the requirements of the product actually. So most of this banking and finance or either most of this US healthcare. So when we are developing the US healthcare products, it completely depending upon the governance, right? In US healthcare products, it completely differs from US and it completely different from the UK. So it completely depending upon your country. Not all the product will be same, right? So that's how the management requirements comes from. So the management requirements will happen either when they want to introduce a new concept into the market, or either they wanted to relocate something, or when they were really into a deep risk where they were not able to come out of anything. So that's when the requirement, that's when the establishment of this management projects will happen. Projects where the risk is very high, and they were planning to relocate. They're trying to introduce the new product.
See, we have different types of projects, but why we are only considering as a civil engineering as one of the project type? Because we have multiple project types. Means if we say that if we say civil engineering, it's
Yeah,
not
we have
only
so many
civil engineering.
projects, I'll agree it.
And-
So it's
Yeah.
not a project like what I mean to say here is this is the basic standards that these are the basic categories that we will do it. So when it comes, I'll agree that you have so many project types. For example, when we are developing any SAP, that it comes under the management. So whatever product we were developing, it's like either it will fall into either of these categories, right?
So we can say these are the very high level kind of projects, and then there are subtypes of projects inside those project types, right?
Yes. Yes, you can do. Yes, we can say that. It's a superset. So that is what I was trying to categorize into. Whereas if it comes to manufacturing projects, we have so many things, right? In tiles, when you are planning to check the tiles, there when you are trying to if you have any visitor to any of this manufacturing services, they also will use so many softwares where they can configure the systems, where they can put the design specifications. That is also one project, but it is entirely into completely different field domain itself, right? So I was trying to categorize according to the domains what we have right now. So the second thing that we were trying to cover is about the management projects. So as we discussed earlier also, the projects where the risk is very high and where the company is trying to create something new, and where we were planning to provide the solutions, where the company is looking out for service. the company is looking out for service, and where the company wants to develop the product according to the market. So all these concepts, all this type of projects, that whatever we were doing comes under this management projects. So the what is a we have a both the failure and the success rate will be very high in the management projects, because for example, if we have signed up around some 100 projects, almost like 80% of the projects will be in a success stage, and at least 20% of the projects will be in a failure stage, because the expectations of the customer will be different, and whatever we have developed is something different. Yeah, everyone has heard about this air Boeing, right? Boeing.
Yes.
Yeah. So these people have recently visited to one of the startup in Pune. They wanted to develop a sourcing application. So what do I mean by the sourcing application is, for example, different type of the vendor, they will be signing up an agreements with a different type of vendors. So as soon as when the vendor was trying to quote it, so depending upon the quotations, they should be placed in a system according to the values whatever they have quoted. So they wanted to reduce all this manual work, and they wanted the vendors to come on board and to quote the amount. So that application they were trying to call it as a sourcing. So when the requirements has discussed, and when they have delivered it everything, and when the BRD signed off everything, the person who is working as a product owner was pretty much okay with it. But after once it has gone to go live, that company seriously not even used it for once. Then do you consider it as a success, or do you consider it as a failure? Failure, right? So as a company we have delivered it a very good product, but as a customer we were not liking the product and we were not using it, so it is a failure of the product. So not 100% all the products will be successful. So in management projects you will have a both success and the failure, whereas in civil engineering most, because they will develop a very less products, hardly they will have around some 10, 12 like that, and all the products will be used by the civil engineering team. So that's where the ratio of the usage of the products comes into the different types of the category projects. So like what type of projects comes under the manufacturing projects? For example, when we are developing anything, a new piece of the manufacturing product, developing a new piece of the manufacturing product. For example, what do I mean by this? If you want to develop a small pen or smaller pencil, so for everything you should give a specification, right? So where the cap has to be there, where the refill has to be filled. So to do this all specific, to do this alignments, we will be using different types of the softwares. So those type of products will comes under the manufacturing projects, where we will develop the new piece of the manufacturing product. It helps to reduce the manual intervention of the project. So the quality of the products delivered is very high and usually conducted in factories. And the next thing is usually conducted in the factories and other important environments where we are facing the development products. And what is the second thing most difficult is in the case of a complex product, where the product development is very complex and you have to develop the product, develop the specifications for that product. Yeah, helps to reduce the manual intervention of the project. What do I mean by that is, for example, when you are developing any manufacturing project, so much of manual work is utilized, right? You have to sharpen it and you have to cut the thing when according to the, for example, when you are developing any iron product, so you have to sit there and you have to draw the measurements and you have to cut it when it is extra. So all these things is a manual work only, right? When you have a specific software installed for it, when you give the specifications, automatically it will measure it. It cuts, right?
Can we
According to the specifications.
can we take an IT example from an IT sector?
Here I'm not discussing about the IT sector because this is related to the manufacturing project, right?
Okay.
When I was discussing about the manufacturing projects, it's completely related to that particular domain. I cannot discuss about the IT projects over here.
I was just getting the idea.
No, today, as I've told you, we are trying to understand what are the project types we have on a high level. We are not at all discussing about any IT or any specific domains. Today is completely related to the project manager. Anyone has anything apart from this?
Not much of idea though, but all I've heard is manufacturing plan projects will have a lot of plans where they develop some projects or machines or something like that. So not really having much of idea on this.
To give a better example, we have so many manufacturing companies, right? Like car manufacturing. If you take any of that thing, so each and every specification of the product will be designed ahead. When you take a small nut, you will have a lot of threads assigned to it. So they will also describe you how many threads you have, how it should be there in the nut, and according to what smooth it should be there. According to the everything, they will be giving the specifications. So there is no single person who will sit it and who will do all the specifications. So they will have a multiple softwares and they will give the specifications in the software. So that's when they will also use the IT technology. They will also use the technology. I won't say they were not using the technology, but it's completely entirely different to the category that we were using it.
I think maybe we can
So
take examples of car manufacturing, like we have big companies like Audi and all that, right?
yes. So the next topic I'm going ahead is roles and responsibilities of the project manager today. So as we have discussed so many roles, though it might be quite, I don't say it's most of the roles will be the most of the roles also will be played by the business analyst, but the way that business analyst will involve in these roles will be at least I can say around 60 percentage, whereas when it comes to the project manager, it completely 100% project manager's responsibility to do all these things. So let us define who is the project manager. Project manager is a person who is responsible for delivering the project, taking the decisions, includes both short on long term and successful planning and outcome of the project, design and execution of the project.
Teams are self-organized, and that is why we have a product owner, a scrum master, and the development team. And it's often
Yes.
said that the work is assigned by themselves. So in that case, what is the role of a project manager in an agile environment when we have product owner and scrum master?
Yeah. So actually, the product owner only works as a project manager over here.
Okay.
So because under this product owner, you will have a multiple BAs who will be reporting to him. Okay. So when you comes about the Scrum Master, he will plan it overall delivery. Okay. Overall delivery, what I mean to say is, for example, this is the first sprint it has to happen. And this is a agile methodology that planning to follow. So that's when the scrum master comes into the picture. Total outcome of the delivery, like, okay, this is the first demo that we were going to do, this is the first sign of approval that we were planning to do. So it's like a overall deadlines.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So the project manager or the product owner is a person who actually does all these things.
Okay, so does it mean although we have a product owner in agile environment, they'll have separate project managers as well, or when it transition from waterfall to agile, the scope
No.
reduce?
See, actually, I'll tell you. When you're making or when you're signing up any agreement, So the internal stakeholder will be your project manager, first person. So whether you have product owner or whether you have a senior functional consultant, so whoever you have, project manager is a must and should compulsory role every company would look out for. And when you're discussing the scope of the document with the customer, he is the person who will be representing from your company, and he's the one who will discuss about the how you're planning to develop this solution, because no business analyst will be involved in this. Business analyst only will come when he wants to explain the product more. So these are the roles and responsibilities of project manager, and there are the few more roles and responsibilities also. We will just discuss about it. So when I was talking about the roles and responsibilities of manager, the same roles and responsibilities also will be shared by the business analyst. I'm telling you repeatedly, the roles and responsibilities will be same for the project manager and the business analyst also, but the project manager heads the whole team, whereas a business analyst will head only the particular project whatever he's working on. For this, I wanted to give you an example. For example, if I'm the project manager of VFS Global, I'll be taking care of all the vendor systems whatever I have. Whereas if Aman is working as Aman is working as a business analyst for one particular module, she will be acting as a project manager for that role. So the roles and responsibilities of both these people will be quite similar.
And that hybrid role is offered only once you are at a certain level of BA, correct? Meaning in terms of experience?
Yes, that project manager, you will get it only functional consultant when you have almost like around some 10-12 years of experience as a proper business analyst.
But prior to that, you'll be doing more of BA hands-on itself.
Yes. The roles and responsibilities will be, I'm just writing everything here. So these will be the most of the roles, whatever he's planning. So might be here and there it will be. So the first one is planning and defining the scope. And the second one is activities, planning and sequencing. The third one is resource planning. Next one is developing schedule. The fifth one is time estimating and cost estimating and developing a budget. And here you have documentation approvals. So that is regarding the document approvals. So the second thing is creating charts and schedule and risk analysis and managing risks and the issues and monitoring and reporting the systems and team leadership.
Monica, creation of metrics comes in reporting itself, right?
Yes, your strategic influencing and controlling the quality, and we have the benefits of the release. Like there are few other roles that there are few more roles and responsibilities might be involved in day out and day in, depending upon the strength of the project. So usually these will be the most important things which will be the project manager will be playing. So when it comes to planning and defining the scope, can anyone help me out? Anyone understanding regarding this?
Yeah, maybe trying to understand, the objective or scope of the project from the client's perspective. What are they expecting? The delivery, all that.
Yes. So when usually before signing up this BRD document or before coming to one conclusion, you will be having a multiple calls, both from the customer side and both from your side. In that meetings, the pre-sales team will be involved, and as a business analyst, you also will be involved, and the project manager is also involved. So different persons will be involved in it, and they'll be trying to explain what the customer is looking out for, what are the pain points the customer is looking, and how we can address that thing. So that becomes the planning and the defining of the scope. So the next one is about what are the activities which are involved and which activity has to go on the first. So when you are giving the SOW document, in the document, did anyone has any experience in seeing the SOW documents? What type of activities will be involved in your SOW documents?
Means abbreviation of SOW.
Statement of work.
Yeah, it's a statement of work. What type of activities will be involved in your statement of work?
I'm not sure. I've not seen it, but this is just my assumption or understanding. Is it something related to RFPs or something like that, or maybe what the terms and conditions that we need to adhere to?
Can I try something that SOWs are the process, predefined process to be followed by the daily users in the manufacturing industry or the service industry?
Okay. So I'll tell you. So what happens in SOW is actually they will explain you what type of a processes that you are planning to do it, and what type of activities that you are performing, and what are the out level, I mean, detailed functional requirements what the customer is expecting. I mean, first functional requirements, I mean to say it's not about 1, 2, 3 like that. The outcome of the product, what they were trying to look out. So you will have an each and every step which is explained very clearly, and who is the contact person for which problem, who will be taking the whole responsibility for developing the product and delivering it from the customer side and from the client side. So everything will be planned properly. So when you are trying to release your first phase, when you are trying to release your second phase, when you are planning to do the testing, so everything will be in a sequence way and everything will be in a detailed planning way. So usually most of the people will share this document along with the SOW document, and most of the companies involve it in SOW document itself. Right now, we were going to see about software lifecycle models. What do I mean by the software lifecycle models is, as now agile methodology is improving, so people are slowly moving to agile methodology. So most of the people, like the people who are in having around some 10 years experience like that, they could have seen only this, either this waterfall methodology or either this we also have one methodology which is called as an experiment methodology. So might be these we people, I mean most of the people could have seen only these two methodologies, but when IT industries had started developing the products, they had the different methodologies, and according to the different methodologies, the way that they were working, and they were considering the disadvantages of one methodology and they were trying to improve on it, and that's how we have come up on this agile methodology. Okay, as I've given the introduction about it, the life cycle model is like what is the best way that you are trying to develop your product. Either you are developing it in a incremental basis, or either you are developing it in an experimental way, or whether you are developing in a prototype model, or whether you are doing it in a V model, or either you are doing it in a spiral model. So this completely life cycle is whatever we have discussed, that 5 methods like coding, testing, design. So all those 5 types will fall under one particular model. So for every model, all the 5 stages will be same, but here and there the addition will be there. So that is a life cycle model that we were talking about. So I will list out the best models as per my knowledge, whatever I have known till now. So the first one is waterfall cycle model, and the second one is spiral, and the third one is incremental, and the fourth one is spring model, and the second one is iterative, and the other one is agile. Everyone knows about it: waterfall, spiral, incremental, experimental. So these are the few models like most of the IT sector usually will follow. So there are the few other models also where companies might be following. So every company will follow different models. So as per my knowledge and whatever I have worked on till, so these are the models that I have worked on. So the first one is about the waterfall life cycle model. So what do I mean by the waterfall life cycle model is, it is one of the simplest model where everyone will be able to understand it in a very clear way. So the other name of this life cycle model is also called as a linear sequential. So it is one of it is so it is also called as a linear sequential model. So in waterfall model, what happens is actually each phase must be completed before going to the other phase. So what do I mean by that? For example, when you are doing the requirements, when you are collecting the requirements, you cannot plan the requirements planning. First you have to collect all the requirements, then only you can go to the planning phase. So once you are done with the planning phase, then only you can go to the design phase. Then after, once you are done with the design phase, what are the activities which will be involved in design phases? Doing the wireframes and preparing a schematical diagrams and so all those things. So once the design is done, then only you will go to the build phase. Once the build phase is done, then only you will go to the unit test. So after, each and every set of actions will be following in a linear sense. So one activity will be finished and the second activity will start. One activity will be finished and the second activity will be started. So that is what happens in the waterfall life cycle method. So these are the steps which are involved in the waterfall method. The first one is requirements gathering. The second one is planning of requirements. So what do I mean by the planning of the requirements is dividing them into functional requirements and the non-functional requirements. And the third one is designing. So designing is creating the blueprint of the product, like wireframes, schematic diagrams. And the fourth one is build and the unit testing. So the build and unit testing, the coding will start and they will code according to the requirements. And the third one is integration and system testing. So what I mean by system integration and the system testing is like most of the applications now we were doing on the SaaS methodology. So either we will be integrate with the SAP or either we will be integrate with Oracle practice. So it is called as a P2P. It is production deploying in production. So that's how they will call it off. So that process. So that usually it happens in this integration and the system testing. So these are the steps that which will be involved in the waterfall diagram. So now I would want to discuss about the advantages and the disadvantages of this. So first one, it comes to advantages. It is one of the most simplest one where everyone will be able to understand. One of the simplest method where everyone can understand, and it is beneficial for small projects. And as a working model, the users will get enough time to involve in each activities. And the thing is, errors and risks will come in the later stage of the integration. So these are the advantages of the waterfall model. So because what happens is actually here here we are not performing any action in a sequence. Here we are not performing any action in a parallel. So every activity is going in a sequential way. So first the requirements gathering is done. So even the users also will get the sufficient time. So there is no what I can say is there is no confusion that there is no hurry burry thing. So you can take your own time and you can just do the requirements gathering. In the same way, it is beneficial for the very small projects, because if your project is only lasting for 6 months, then you can plan it in a very good way. 1 month only for the requirements phase and 1.5 month is only for the planning of the requirement. So for each and every activity you will get a good amount of time, and the errors and the risk also will come in the later stage of integration. So because here we were not developing anything in a parallel way, so you will be able to identify the problems once the testing stage begins. So there will be a no pressure or no stress on your team members. So these are the few points that which I can consider as a advantages. Now I'm going to discuss about the disadvantages. So at the end of during the delivery time, it increases the complexity of the overall system because we were not doing anything in parallel. So all of a sudden when we started doing it, we will get tensed. Oh god, these are the bugs that I'm trying to face it now, though how I will resolve it. So there is no much time now. So a lot of it increases the complexity and it increases the stress towards the delivery of the product, and it also have the high level risk associated with the scheduling of the project, and it also affects the implementing and the repairing the way the system is built. For example, here nothing is happening in parallel way, so everything is happening in sequential. So if any functionality is missing, so again you have to go back and you have to check it in the requirements document, and you have to make a corrections over there, then people will start coding it again. So there is a lot of productivity issues which will be involved in it. So this is one of the biggest disadvantages. That is the reason people started moving it from the waterfall model to the agile methodology, so which we can call it also as a incremental model. And next we were going to discuss about the incremental. So we were going to discuss about the incremental methodology. So in this incremental method, so the business requirements will be already collected, and we will be developing the product in an incremental base. Means, for example, let us take, if you have a so many things involved in it, either it might be login page, or either it is a payment page, or either it is a products display page. So you have a different pages involved in one application. So when you have developed the login page, we will go and immediately will give the requirements to the customer, saying that see, this is what I have done it. So are you comfortable are you comfortable with this way, or do you want us to make any changes? That's how you will have a continuous discussions with the customer, so he'll be able to help you out in a better way. So the product delivery feature will be in a incremental basis. So usually the things here will happen in a parallel manner, so there is no sequential concept over here. The requirements gathering will be done in one stage, the planning of the requirements will be done in parallelly, and the business analyst will start writing the user stories, explaining with the technical team. So that how the things will work in the incremental model. So next I'm going to discuss about the iterative model. So what happens in usually in iterative model are, here the cycles are divided into the smaller and easily manageable iterations. So what do I mean that? For example, in the login page, you'll have so many scenarios. So either through Facebook, or either through Gmail, or either through other social media, or either through your normal phone number, or either through your Gmail. So these are the different scenarios. So what does a customer will do is, the customer will divide more the scenarios into a deeper way. So as soon as you have done with the login with Gmail, so he'll be able to see what is the product feature that you have improved on. So whenever as the first activity is done, the second activity is login through the Facebook. So that is the second activity. So third activity, like that, he will divide the whole login page into the sub activities. And once all the activities are finished, so he will be so interested in seeing the login page. That's how it will happen in an iterative method. So the phases which are involved in the iterative method is requirements collection, next is planning of the requirements, next is designing of the requirements, the third one is building the requirements. So what do I mean by the building the requirements is coding the requirements. Next is unit testing, the next is integration and the system testing. So after this integration and the system testing, there is one thing which is called as a go live period, where the customer will be using it, and you have to support the customer when he's trying out or when he's figuring out the problems for you. So these are the phases at which are involved in the iterative method. So what are the advantages of it is, it helps the customer to understand the product in a better way, and you will be able to see the product in an early stage of life cycle. and it is more flexible because you will be able to be aligned with your scope, and there is no concept of changing the requirements because you have already started developing the product. And if it really the change request comes up, so you're in the same development phase, so the implementation cost also will be very less because already your resources will be there and they'll be working on it, so it doesn't take much time to integrate a new change. And the testing and the debugging is also happening on the same phase. So as soon as you will develop a product, the tester will be testing, and what happens after that, you will assign the task to the developer saying that these are the bugs which I've identified, you please fix it up. So that how it happens. And there are the low risk factors because in every stage of it you are trying to figure it out the risk which is associated with it. So it's very easy and one of the best methodology that we can use it. Slowly the people are following, I mean, I don't say slowly, like most of the people are started following this iterative methodology. So what are the disadvantages of this iterative methodology is it is very rigid, it is very rigid because you don't know what is going to happen at any point of time. You may think that everything is fine, you have started developing the product and you explained the requirements to your technical team and they were doing it in a very fine way. All of a sudden things comes up back and saying that okay, this is not what I have expected, I wanted something else should come. So it's like they will expect you to be very adaptable and you should be one of the risk taker. The person who is working as a business analyst in such type of models, he should be a very risk taker and should be very adaptable, and he should plan out things in a very good way so where the things doesn't overlap. And in this methodology not all the requirements are gathered in the first phase itself, because when we were developing the product the customer may think okay, this color is not good, or either this font is not good, either why we have to restrict access till only here, can we involve more. So all those things will come up. So either they may raise for a change request, or it depends upon from company to company. So that how the things will work in the iterative model. So whereas it comes to the experimental model, what happens is usually one of the best example for this experimental model is called as a pre-sales, which most of the pre-sales people will be knowing it. So first they will interact with the customer, they'll try to understand the requirements from the customer, and they will develop a POC sort of a product to the customer, saying that how it is going to address the customer's requirement, how it is going to help them, and what are the things that which are really involved in it, and what are the product features that they were looking out for, and if they want any customizations, what type of customizations we can make. So all these discussions will be coming in POC model, and that is one thing. And the next thing is spring model. So what happens in the spring model is usually what how would I can say is they will the whole product life cycle they will divide it into a circular manner. So it will be a phase 1, so next it will be a phase 2, next it will be like a phase 3. In phase 1 it will be like only small arc. So whatever the arc comes up, so they'll be able to take up only that thing. See, for example, if you have 100 requirements, in that they will start marking it on a scale of 10. So wherever they can make a half arc, they'll stop it as a circle 1, and they'll be keep doing that. So whenever they were increasing the length of their arc, the more requirements will be coming under that phase. That's how the spring model works.
What is arc? I'm not getting it.
For example, what happens is actually you will have a requirements, a bunch of requirements will be there.
Okay, let's
So-
suppose 100 requirement.
Yeah, let's suppose have 100 requirements. Out of that 100 requirements, you will prioritize what are the requirements that you wanted. Let us take 3 requirements which are really very important for you. So these 3 requirements, they will consider it as one arc. So they will develop this thing So that means that they have covered one full semicircle. So like that, they'll be increasing the count in the next circle. That's how they will indicate it actually. So that's why they were calling it as a circles methodology.
Actually, we are just trying to make an umbrella type model, like we are calling it an arc, and we are putting the
Yes.
most important things or the job into that umbrella or arc, and they
Yes.
do it first, and then after we do it for the next priority level
Yes.
job.
So yeah. So the next one is about the prototyping model. So what happens is actually now we were telling it as a I've already told you prototyping model is what happens is before customizing anything. So what does people usually does is they will develop same replica of the existing product. They will visit the customer. They will give the demos, and once the customer thinks that this model is suiting him, so he will create a few users, and they will be using that product in and out. So if those users will come up with the data saying that this product is really helpful for them, so that's when the customer will take up this product, and that's when the customer will come and will buy the product from the client. So client will come and buy the product from the customer. So that type of model will works on the prototyping model.
In prototype model, do we make a full model or half model or some kind of partial features we provide?
It's like we will explain only the high level requirements, whatever the customer is expecting from us. So how does the a prototype model works is first we will collect the requirements gathering, then we will do a quick design about it. Okay, we will do the wireframes regarding the requirements whatever we have collected. So then after that we will do the rough phase of a prototype. It's a small diagram, we will do it. So after that client will evaluate it. Okay, so this is a prototype, these people have done it, or might be they can remove this part which is not helpful for us, or either they can insert this part which is going to really helpful for us. Like that he will give you the few suggestions on it. So then what does we will do, we will redefine everything again. So we will create a new prototype, so then the customer will likes it, and finally whatever the customer is expecting us to develop, that will be the final product that we are going to develop. That's how the prototype model works. So actually it is the advantage of this prototype model is the customer will get a proper hang on about the product whatever he's trying to buy from us, because he'll be seeing about the features, what features will be there, how does it work. So all these things he'll be able to say it. So it is really good thing that like in olden days people used to follow this type of methodology, but right now everyone are moving towards it agile. So there is no concept of this prototype model. To develop this prototype model, we have considered the limitations of waterfall model, and from there we have developed this prototype model. The next thing I'm trying to cover under this is spiral model. So it is similar to the iterative model, but it will be more emphasis on the risk analysis. So what types of risk we may face in this model. So when they were developing the product also, they will consider the risk which is associated with it. For example, when we are doing the system requirements, in the system requirements, the technical architect or either the product manager will come and they will ahead tell us that these might be the risks that we may face it currently. So considering that risk, we will be developing a preliminary design of the system. Means we will plan it accordingly. If a technical architect comes and says that I have a few resources who doesn't have a knowledge on data, who doesn't have a knowledge on this Java, like that. So in that case, either we have to plan for the training, or either we should hire the new resources. So these are the two type of the risk that which he straight away tells us. So all these things will be considered, and depending upon that only they will try to develop the model. And here the most thing is it is one of the cost effective strategies which is working out for a project. What do I mean by the cost effective means everything you are telling ahead, what type of risks you may think will be applicable to this project, how it is going to happen. So all these things will be discussed initially, so it doesn't create loss to the any customer, or either it doesn't create loss to the client also. So it is one of the most cost effective method when a little amount, I mean when you don't have a sufficient budget, people usually will prefer to go to this methodology. So I would like to discuss about the what are the advantages of this methodology is it is really good for the critical projects where the customer is more specific about whatever requirement that he has given, and where where we were developing the product in product lifecycle methodology. And large amount, and what is the most advantages, it helps us to analyze the risk, whatever risk which is associated with this model. So these are the few advantages of this model. And now I'm going to discuss about the few disadvantages also. It involves really high stress to the people because lot of planning activities will be keep happening, and it is not suitable for the larger projects. And here the project success will be completely depending upon the people who are working on that project. So these are the major risks we may address, we will address in this spiral method of technology, I mean spiral model.
So there are some projects where they also follow combination of waterfall and agile, which is not purely agile. That's called hybrid, right?
Yes. Actually, when this concept of the hybrid comes is when they were doing the upgradation of the previous product which is already there with them. So that's when this hybrid application works, because they could have developed the product by following the waterfall methodology, and they wanted to improve the product now according to the agile methodology. That's when this hybrid methodology comes into the picture. And there is one more software lifecycle methodology which is called as an evolutionary approach. So it is not morely related towards the software lifecycle. So what does happens in this evolutionary approach is um, client was facing one issue, and we are the service providers. So many companies are providing the different services. The solutions might be the different, but the outcome of the product might be, for example, if you have a 10 companies, all these 10 companies are into the same business actually. So there will be the USP for each and every customer. So what does this evaluation approach happens is actually, so they will have own their set of people who will be keep researching about the companies. Okay, for example, you have anything which is related to the SAP, or you have anything related to the mobile application softwares. So these people will be keep discussing about, okay, what is happening in SAP, who is the competitor of the SAP, what they were trying to do it. So these are the few things that will be keep doing it all the time. So they will try to analyze the perfect partner where the customer can get in touch with it, and they can discuss about the pain problem of the customer. They can discuss about the project of the customer, and how they were planning to develop how they were planning to develop the solution, so that it helps the customer to really solve the problem. So all these things will be discussed in the evolutionary phase. Before this pre-sales kickoff meeting also, this evaluationary approach will be conducted by the consultants, which is called as a center of excellence team. Most of this team will sit in the headquarters of the company. So this is about today waterfall lifecycle. These are the different types of the software lifecycle models. And there is the next thing that we were going to discuss is about the critical path and the path analysis.
I have one question when it comes to the models that you spoke about.
Yes.
Speaking of incremental and iterative, We know that Agile, we call it as an iterative approach. And even in Agile, we develop the product in increments, right? So is there a very small difference between incremental and iterative, or it's quite similar?
It's quite similar.
So we would just say that in Agile, we follow a combination of these models, just like incremental and iterative together. And then, is it?
It completely depends on what type of client you are working out with. So few
It just
like most
depends
of the
upon the
customers,
requirement in the project.
it's most of the customers nowadays they were following this incremental methods. So it's around like in 2016 like that people used to follow this iterative method. Now this iterative method is gone and people are moving towards the incremental model. So what I'm trying to discuss in this is it is a mathematical network analysis where it is used by the project managers or any company resources to identify the complexity which is involved in it and how we were planning to work on it with reference to its critical path. So for means, what do I mean that? Nowadays, we are signing up with this Microsoft, so we have a TFS founders, and we have a different tools where we will be able to identify what are the burn down charts, how many tasks we have, and what are the issues that we were facing. So all these things. Whereas in olden days means around some 5 to 10 years back, people doesn't know the knowledge of TFS, and we don't have any software system which is helping us to raise the bugs and which is helping us to track the data whatever we are doing. So there are so many things. So at that time, we don't have any tool where we can estimate. So in those days, people used to follow this critical path analysis where you will be able to identify how much time it will take to develop a product. And if you have a critical alternative flows means, for example, when you have one product where you have to insert almost like more than 100 logics to develop that. So that is one of the critical product that you are doing it. So you have to put 100 logics. You should be ready with the 200 test cases. So it's like lot of complexity which is involved in that project. So to calculate the cost and to identify the estimations and to identify the how many resources we need exactly and to identify how long this product is going to work. So all these things we can be able to identify with this critical path analysis. So usually this critical path analysis will be indicated in a form of a circle attached with an arrow. So what do I mean by a circle is, so whatever activity or whatever task that I'm doing or I'm planning to do, that one we are circling, that one we are indicating with a circle. So for example, if anyone has drawn a circle, that means he has some task that which he needs to be finished, and that circles we are going to call it as a nodes. What are the how we were planning to do this? I mean, what are the steps that usually involves in the critical path analysis? Is first we will sit and we'll list out what are the activities that we have in that software development life cycle. That is the first one, and the second step is we are planning it. Okay, how much time do we require to develop this product? What are the activities which are involved in it? So this is the second step. So depending upon that, you will be able to classify the each task, and you will be able to identify either it is a dependent task or either it is an independent task. While we are developing a software product, we will be most of the times you will be able to have the dependent and the independent clauses. So for example, requirements gathering, it is dependent on your internal stakeholders and the external stakeholders. Whereas coding, again the coding is dependent on your business requirements document finalization. So most of the documents will be like that. Whereas to write the test cases, it is an independent job, because anyways your requirements will be finalized and you will have a document. There is no necessity that people should start coding. You can write your own test cases. It is independent of your team. So it's like that. So most of the tasks in any project will be dependent, and independent projects also will be there. So whatever task we have, whatever tasks we were trying to denote, so all such type of things we were going to draw with a circle. And if there is a relationship between the two tasks, so we will draw the two circles and we will put an arrow between that, so that the arrow says that there is a relationship between the two tasks. So that is how the critical path analysis will be done. And most of this critical path analysis will be done in the statistical projects, where lot of this metadata and lot of this data involvement will be very high. So the next is about your PERT. So what do you mean by the PERT? The PERT is the PERT is program evaluation and the review technique. So what does we do here is it gives a more emphasis on the spectacular view of time. Means, for example, if the company comes and says to you that I want this product to be delivered within a 1 year, including testing, including coding, including the requirements gathering, including everything. So everything, if customer wants to mention it very clearly, that type of technique you are going to call it as a PERT technique. And it is one of the more what I can say is it helps you to identify the each and every smallest time which is involved in performing the activities. So with this PERT we will be able to do that. So in PERT type of analysis we will be classifying the times into three categories. The first one is a short term, the second one is a likely time, and the third one is a longer time. So shortest time is, for example, if you think that for completion of one task you need 15 minutes. As a project manager, I will convince my team that they have to deliver that 15 minutes task in the 10 minutes task. So this one I'm going to consider as the shortest time. But I'm considering this 5 minutes buffer time. When I'm telling it to the other people, I'll tell it the actual time inclusion of the buffer. So that one you're going to call it as a buffer is, for example, if your task will finish it up by you in 1 hour, but you will tell to the customer that it will take 2 hours, because you are considering the other situations also which are involved in the completion of that task. So that one you are going to call it as a buffer. So that is one thing. So the likely time. So what do I mean by the likely time? For example, if they have given you the BRD document which you have to complete, usually it will take around some 1.5 months like that, but you are able to complete it within around some 20 days. So even sometimes we will be updating to our manager, right? I guess it may takes around some 1.5 hour for me to complete. It's like you are guessing it. It's like most likely you are trying to do that task in some particular time. So that one you are going to call it as a likely time. And whereas it comes to a long time. So how do I classify it as a long time? When you have a lot of complexities in the development of the product, and when you don't have a proper support to do that. So all these timing issues which is impacting your productivity really very high. So that one you are going to call it as a longer time. So to calculate the PERT analysis, we have one formula. So that is PE is equal to shorter time into 4 times of the likely time plus longer time divided by 5. So this is
Can
a
you write it?
formula. By using this formula, I'm telling, right? So please, you people can write it.
Okay.
It's PERT is equal to shortest time plus 4 into likely time
4 into likely time. Okay.
plus longer time
Plus long time. Okay.
4 divided by 5.
Divided by 5.
Divided by 5.
Okay.
Whole divided by 5. I
PERT
don't
is
know the
PERT is equal to shortest time plus put into likely time plus longer time and divided by 5.
Yes.
Is it?
So it's
Okay,
like
approximate.
you will consider approximate time. You will consider the average people and the intelligent people, and you will calculate.
And what is longer time? Longer time is predefined or?
No, longer time is not predefined. So usually, right, when you are doing the business requirements document, if there are the 100 requirements, what would be the longest time it will take you to do is minimum 1.5 month. Yeah, that's what you will call it as the longest time. And what I'm trying to analyze by using this PERT analysis is what are the tasks that must be covered out, and what will be the parallel activities, what will be the sequential activities, and if there is a sequential activities, when we have to do that, and if it is a parallel activity, with what activity it has to go in a parallel sequence, and what is the most efficient way of reducing the time, and how we can prioritize the tasks that which are involved for us. So all this we will be able to achieve by the PERT analysis. And nowadays most of the companies are not using this PERT analysis because now most of the projects we have signed up with Microsoft services, TFS services. So in this only you will be able to do the planning activity. So in your companies, you please sit with your project manager. So every project manager will have an access to the TFS, or either even business analyst also will have an access to the TFS. Please go through how they were doing the planning activity in that. So there is one chat where you will call it as a Gantt chat. It helps you to get a better understanding about the time estimation.
We
That
call
is also
Gantt
one of
chart.
the software. Gantt, GANTT. So most of the project managers uses this thing to identify what are the tasks that we were doing in the current week and what are the tasks that which are planned up for the next week. So it is one of the complete planning tool which really helps so many project managers to deliver the project on time.
We hope the session was very informative for you all. If you have any questions, any comments, make sure to head down to the comment section and do let us know. We'll be more than happy to help you out. On that note, I wish you well and I hope all of you are keeping safe.